Hello, everybody, and welcome to the season launch here in 2025 for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We are here at Donington Park, and let's see what's going to happen. Let's go in for a walk, shall we? As I just discreetly get all our stuff together and make sure that we can actually get in. We saw we were a bit late on air. We've had a bit of technical difficulties, but we could hear Megan talking back. So if Megan could just say, yes, we're fine, and yes, we're on air, then we're good. Good, we are fine. So let's go in then. And if we let Owen, who's here. Hello, Owen, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Finally, we get a chance to work together in actual touring cars. Let's go in for a meeting, shall we? What are you making of it?
It's been really good so far. Obviously, we had a little bit of tech issues, but now that we're on, let's have some fun and let's get some really good action going.
Absolutely. Thanks, Owen. We'll hear from you more Trackside. Brilliant that I can now see that we're all okay. Thanks to JT. And so let's go in and let's say good afternoon to JT. Hello, Josh.
Hello, I've just seen a military plane and I'm going to try and get it.
Fantastic. Right. 8 hours uninterrupted. This is going to be fun. Say that again, Megan. I think we can say, Megan, you don't need to do a thing. I was turning on talkback. Can I have a quick look at the stream? Because Megan's apparently saying that there's some problem. So we'll keep talking. So we're on here for 8 hours. We'll be going around the circuit. We're going to be taking a look at drivers, new teams, basically anything that you want to see. We're going to give access to you. And we've also got Toka Radio for when we need to move around. There's the Melbourne hairpin. But that is not in use today. We're on the main Grand Prix layout. And we will have access to all of that as well. So let's just take a quick look. Oh, JT's fixing things with Megan behind the scenes as well. And there's an option thing problem. So apologies for the small technical difficulties. Hope you like we're now wireless. Owen, I'll let you go off and find where you can because with this wireless, I can have minimal equipment and keep walking and talking. So there's the paddock. It's massive here at Donington Park. It is an interesting setup between the two. I will say, Megan, go to battle screen while we fix the issue. And she is now. Okay, so Megan's gone to battle screen while we fix the issues with the issues. No camera at the moment, so I'll just take my earpiece and hopefully we'll hear shortly. So we've got Jack Pickering, we've got Owen, we've got JT, we've got Last Lap Lucy, and somewhere we've got Tom Cans as well. But a lot of people at the moment are losing action. I've lost JT, so I'm going to wait to see where he gets to as well. Big touring car paddock. Did Megan say fixed? We're fixed, right. The camera's back on, I believe, Megan. Megan and JT have done an amazing job fixing things. Megan, sorry for shouting at you. But yeah. Megan's accidentally left her camera on, I see. Okay, that explains it. Okay, right, enough of the accidentals. Let's get into the touring car action. We can hear some cars in the background as well. And we've got around about, what, until 12 o'clock? Yeah, until 12 o'clock we're live on air. And we'll be going trackside as well during that point, which we've got to change microphones for. So that's going to be interesting. Excellent, JT's just showing me it. Right, let's go one more time. So it is at the moment Hill from Rainford, Rowbottom, Camish, Cook, Lloyd, Doble, Taylor Smith, Jelly, Ingram, all out there for 2.5 hours to go as well. This is the famous Garage 39 though, JT, and it's open to the public. We're expecting rain, but we're getting dry.
I checked the weather this morning and it's meant to be clear until 8 p.m. tonight. No rain. It's changed. And apparently that's where my dad's going to be all day and go first night. And that's
well, I'm not surprised. Owen, no rain, and we've all dressed for it.
Well, that's absolutely perfect that we've dodged the bullet there. And touring car action in the dry is just going to be absolutely fantastic. You know, no hybrid this year, so we're just going to have pure engine noises.
That's what we like to see. Pure engine noises, pure atmosphere. And let's just go for it and see what we've got into the paddock then, ladies and gentlemen. And there's a pit walk at 1:20 to 1:45. JT, are we live for that?
Yeah.
Excellent. So we'll have some driver interviews as well. I last stepped in here a year ago. That's how long it's been since I've been in this. Well, first time I came back into the touring car paddock. And it's nice having a bit of a looser equipment so we can move around. And I'm seeing a man immediately who's going to stop. David Addison, hello again. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. You?
Oh, very good. New season. What are you thinking of it?
Wide open, isn't it? Because you've got obviously people coming back. Gordon Shedden's addition to the grid is going to make it interesting. 1 or 2 teams with a point to prove after disappointments of last year. Yeah, let battle commence. I think it's going to be really good. It's interesting how the championships rallied a bit, if you like, over the winter, because at one point you were hearing of small grids and oh, so-and-so's gone. But actually, you've ended up with enough interest, enough new people coming into it, that it's going to be really interesting. The rule tweaks also going to make it a bit more unpredictable. So, yeah, it seems to have been a long winter, but I can't wait to get on with it now.
It does seem to be since Brands Hatch as well. So, no more Colin Turkington. That's a shame, but Gordon Shedden coming back. So, if you lose one great, you get another. That's great for the championship to still keep the older names in alongside the new. The sort of David Goliath battles we've been having the last couple of years.
The Colin Turkington thing, first of all, he's never going to be around forever, and he's dropped off the grid once before and come back. It's not to say he won't come back again. I think it's a shame that he's not here because I think there's another title in him. Gordon Shedden's an interesting one because obviously he's been out the car for a couple of seasons, but then he's missed out on the hybrid. So maybe he's got an advantage because the car's a bit more like what he remembers a touring car to be. But it's interesting that he wants to go to that team. It's interesting that the team wants him rather than somebody that's been in a paddock for the last couple of seasons. He won't have forgotten how to drive, that's for sure. So you're right. Yeah, I mean, it's a really good benchmark for example, a Ronan Pearson in that team to pitch himself against to see how quick he is.
I think this is your first day you went at Croft, were you?
No, first day here.
Yeah. I've literally doorstepped you as you're coming in. Sorry, we've just literally gone on air. Because Alan Hyde, I'm trying to find him. He's also live at the same time as us. But I'll try and catch up with you later on. And nice to see you again.
Good day.
Good day yourself. Thanks, David. David Addison there, ITVF on the commentator. I keep running into him just outside Garage 39. I did that last year. Do you remember JT coming into it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not the first time actually. As the
16 lane reporter at Northampton a couple of weeks back.
The F1s.
Oh, is that where you were? I'm with you now. I might be echoing because there's multiple microphones in the same position. So don't worry, mate. There's multiple mics in areas. We will be better shortly. Okay. So I think I just need JT actually to go into my backpack. Hello, JT. I need to go into my backpack and meet my.
Sorted the issues.
Oh, right. JT's remote broadcasting. Right. Let's get into it, shall we? Let's go into a paddock. And let's go see if we can get some drivers. Not down there, because there's somebody smoking. We can't have that on there. Is it safe here? Yeah, it's safe here. Oh, we'll let Hendrik out there. I'm already taking you down dark alleyways. I do apologise. We're not even, an hour in? We're 5 minutes in. Oops. JT's pointing me this way as cars come in, and here we go. Home turf for touring cars. And here it is. Now Team Virtua, of course. And there's the new Goodyear soft tyre. You want to go in, JT? Accelerate, change name, still the same name, still the same brand, and it's going to be a better runaround, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting in the car now, and brand new livery. Sorry, and brand new livery released only 15 hours ago.
Oh, go on, get your camera in there. Just let get in as well, and let everybody take photos. I'll try and get around this side of the microphone at least somewhere. Yeah, it's Adam Morgan getting ready to go in. Morgan's doing great though at the moment, isn't he? What do you make of him?
I'm sorry.
What do you make of Adam Morgan this season? Now joining a new team after BMW.
Yeah, Adam Morgan's going to be one to watch this year. Of course, he didn't have too much success at WSR. Struggled a little bit to adapt to rear-wheel drive, but back to front-wheel drive where he really excels. So let's see what he can do this year.
All sorts of tyres out. We've got some softs, medium and hards as well. Medium in the yellow as well. And then red for soft, white for hard, same as it was. I'm going to let JT know that I'm moving next door as well over to Speedworks, who are getting already in with Toyota Gazoo Racing, the new team coming in, of course, for Gordon Shedden. And Shedden back, as we just heard from David. Wasn't it great to see him sort of returning to the championship, and he needed to come back?
Yeah, absolutely. And this livery released less than an hour ago.
And it's not here. So they're both cars out on track right now. That's always an exciting part to try and access things in. Now, where's Alan Hyde got to? Say again, Megan? The echo's better now, which is already a good thing. JT's going to have to tap me when it's time to leave the pit lane, by the way, and head out trackside for you. We're sort of going up and down everywhere at the moment. Right, okay. Me and JT are communicating with hand signals. It's getting better and better.
So this weekend, I was literally the producer off-site. Now I'm the producer on-site, I guess.
Yeah, you're keeping us in check coming into it. I suppose that's a good thing. There's the media centre just up there in that building. Oh, and more dramas coming through. We've only been on air for less than 40 minutes and we're already getting dramas coming in. Cheer, yeah, clear. Oh, and Chris Smiley running in as well. That was Chris Smiley, wasn't it, JT? He's getting new gloves on. I'm not going to disturb him. Daniel Lloyd. I'm not going to say. Oh, I could actually. If he comes out there, I don't think it'd be great to have a word with him, would it? With Daniel Lloyd coming in. You're not coming on here? You're not, Chloe. At least say hello.
Hello.
We're live all day. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
How did you find Autosport in the end?
Boring?
Your guy going to do this?
Great, no.
No.
Oh, wait, what?
Is your guy going to do this? Yes.
Yeah,
Is it?
of course, yeah.
I'll catch you with you later. We're not live all day, but I'll let you know. See you later. See you later. Already running into people. Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Right, we've got to the end of the paddock again already, JT. It's a very small one here, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. As we're coming up to the one motorsport cars.
I'm really struggling to hear you. I need my earphones to be a bit higher up, I think, on my ear. We're wireless this year, so it's causing all sorts of issues as we try and get all set and ready together. I'm looking for one particular man who I can't seem to have a little look with at the moment, and that is, of course, going to be Steve Ryder, who's announced his retirement at the end of the season. But this is the Toka truck coming down at the end, and if we're around here, wouldn't it? So I definitely want to say hello, M Sport. You. And Toka. Those are the big guys taking it through. No, I can't see much so far. Oh, JT, should we go for the grandstand? Yes, JT, give me a signal. We're already standing up. Let's go for the grandstand, shall we? Let's let the signal stays. Let's get some views of what the track actually looks like coming in for 2025. Are you all right with this, Owen, coming up with your camera? I know you can hear that in the background. It's certainly the same as me. Up we go. Manchester, you all right? Viewers are getting a tremendous view of my posterior at the moment. JT's laughing probably. Oh, right, okay. Into the grandstands. It's full, isn't it, JT? Up there, okay. Up we go into the grandstands. JT says this is the best view in his house. Finally, we get to see some cars, Owen. This is going to be better.
Yeah, much better. And that is the noise the touring car should make. So much louder than the last few years with that hybrid.
Yeah, we've lost the hybrid this year. We can actually see all the way up into Coppice in the distance. And I'm hearing a lot of information in my ears from Chris and Alan Hyde, who we'll be hearing from later on in the broadcast. There goes Josh Cook, just past us. That's Rob Hoff. Adam Morgan's done an outlap. We just saw him coming in, Owen. So that's just a shakedown of him, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm struggling to hear you up here.
I'm struggling to hear you as well. It's really difficult.
Well, it certainly is entertaining at 10:30 in the morning. As Megan will know, I haven't had much of 2 cars side by side. And there's Nick Hamilton, returning to the touring cars this year. And Darryl de Jong moved up to BMW after his stint last year. Darryl de Jong spent media that day last year at the back. Oh, JT's got a great shot as well. Yeah, Darryl de Jong spent last year at the back of the garage and the back of the paddock, not wanting to be seen because the car wasn't ready. Now he's in a BMW. What an opportunity!
Yeah, what a turnaround for Daryl De Leon. Obviously, last year was in De Leon, you could say, and this year has moved to Team BMW, a team that is known for winning. So let's wait and see if he can get any race wins in BMW this year.
I completely agree. Let's hope we can get a race win or two. Right, let's get out of here. Let's go see some drivers. We'll be trackside all day. I didn't even see that was one of the virtual races. I think that was Fulton. It's so loud up here. So we'll come back later. And we'll try and get more action shots throughout the day. That way. It's like, oh, know where we're going. So we're now moving down the stairs again. Can't get into the pit lane or anything. No, pit lane's guarded off this time by. Right, let's go find some people. And then we'll go trackside. Alex, I want a quick question from you. Is this okay? Are we all doing all right? Lovely, cheers. Oh, cheers, mate. I've got a perfect touch wood. Rocky start as always, but usually okay. Now, walk up and down. As JT knows where we are, so we'll leave the running to him. Empty garage, that's used for the M Sport stuff as well, the Turkey Technical. I can't see where Alan Hyde is though. We're sure we'll run into him in a few moments' time. Actually, if you want to find anything, it's this pit. Vacant pit box. That's never nice to know, is it? But if it rains, everyone go in there. That's where we need to be. So we're live all day, and this is your only way to see British touring car action in 2025's Media Day on Motorsports. And we've got a car coming in. Go on, Aaron, go in there. Just go straight in, go straight in. Got a car, but two cars being watched, I think. I will apologise for eavesdropping at the front here and putting a microphone in. I'll go behind. Is there one Motorsport? So we got Josh Cook there as well. Just having a few engine works doing on the side of the car. What do you think, Aaron, for Josh Cook's chances this year? Last year, a bit of a year to forget, really.
Josh Cook's always sort of there or thereabouts in the championship. I don't think he's ever had a year where every single race he's been perfectly consistent. I think if he can build that consistency this year, then he's 100% championship contender material.
We're trying to catch Jade Edwards' eye, but I think she's talking to Josh Cook there, actually, at the moment. So I don't really want to say too many bad things about him when he might be able to hear me. JT, if you can hear me, we're at One Motorsport, because he's got an earpiece in the same as me on that front. Oh, he's behind me. Good, he's there. He's got us. I don't know if I'm allowed to just walk in on a test day and stick a microphone into, if you come this way, because I'm just getting out of the way of everyone. I mean, it's because it's me, Megan said it's fine. Yeah, well, it's true. And Jade Edwards does owe me an interview. I'll try and see if I can get her eye. She's got a headset on there as well, which is a bit annoying. I'm trying to... She has walked out. Is it rude if I go behind her and ask? I'm going to find her. She's gone back into the tent, sorry. So I think I'll wait until she comes back out and doorstop her. That seems more polite, doesn't it? Just sort of wait until she comes out and doorstop. These new tyres. I love these ones. Goodyear wet tyres coming through as well. Thicker rubber compound. Wonder how many times we're going to be seeing this year coming into it. I don't know how she's done a disappearing app, but she's disappeared. So we'll catch her later. Sorry, I'm going to walk in middle. Sorry. You still with me, guys? Yes, you are. Good. I do apologise for this running around I'm making people do. It's day one of it's day one, and everyone's back. So this is literally, as I see, Dexter Patterson. I can't get him; he's out on the track right now. This is literally just first day back at school, so everybody's getting used to new machinery. Smiley goes out as they come into it. We start racing. JT, where would Nick Hamilton? He's out on the circuit right now, isn't he? So that's probably a an opportunity to catch. We can't. Well, we're here on media. We're here media day and the opening round of the season. I think we've got like 5 touring cars out of the 10 this year. So you'll be seeing me an awful lot. Goodyear. And then many stacks of tyres. That's a view. I wonder how many of those are going to get used this season. That's all the slick tyres. Oh, it smells. It smells of rubber. So Sutton is using the pit lane. Hall, Ingram. Ingram's in. Good. Let's go and have a word with that, mate. Further down this year. JT, keep telling me how much time I haven't got. David Anderson walking through again. Actually, David, is anyone else in from the ITV team? Because I haven't seen anyone yet. I know Paul's not.
No idea, to be honest.
I
I haven't seen anybody either, but I'm sure Tim will be around somewhere.
I'll try and find him. Thanks.
Bound to be.
See you later. Always ask the ITV team. They're so helpful to come into it. Especially when we're live all day and we're trying to grab people. Sutton is in. Oh, so Sutton. Say again.
Sutton's just come in, same as.
Sorry. I thought you were having a mic. Where's your mic gone? Sorry, I'm darting around everywhere. Ah! Ingram's garage. Can't really get him in at the moment, can I? Oh, there he is. I see him. I'm going to dive in. Do you want to... Should we give him a go? Okay, let's give him a go. Excuse me? Oh, hello.
Hello again.
Hello, you right?
Good. How are you?
Yeah. I think I stand next to you. You might come and talk to me. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to bribe him with cream eggs.
Oh, right. You've got the pre-meds with you?
Yeah.
I've yet to tell him that. I don't know if I told you. Oh, no, never mind. Hello. Can I have a quick word? We are live. Yeah, go. Go. 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes to wait for him. Well, I'll tell you the story. Oops. I've only been here 5 minutes. I'm already getting in trouble. Please just walk past. I'll tell you the story then, because I think if I tell him, I might get shouted at. I could have kept him as world champion last year. I had a sepsis in my tooth at Branch. I told you about it. They were going to fly me out and with the medical centre stop the whole weekend. And it was just before round 30. And I said, no, I'm fine. I don't want to cause a whole problem and my insurance go through the roof with the medical helicopter. So I could have kept him as champion.
No, I'm not friends with you no more.
Oh, thanks, Larry.
No.
Cheers.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it was a wet race, so it's not really my fault.
Still going to blame you.
Yeah, cheers. I blame myself. See you later. I'll be back in 5. Right, well, we'll come back in 5. Where are we going now? God, it's a mammoth, isn't it, at the moment? JT, we said half an hour in here, didn't we, then trackside, but we still haven't found Tom, so we'll leave it for a bit longer. As they come through. Jade Edwards has done a disappearing act. I don't know how she did that. I'll try and find her later on. Napa, now in the... yeah, thanks, Chris. Napa now in the second to last garage. And now in the first is BMW. With Jake Hill and JBMotorsports, I believe, still in the pit lane, so I'm going to go through. I believe it will be right here. And there he is, the champion. Well, I think he's got a good shot of redoing it this year within the BMW, doesn't he, Jake Hill?
Definitely, 100%. Jake Hill is a fantastic driver. You know, ever since he joined BMW, he's been growing into it as a driver. 2022 had a good season, got a few wins. 2023 built on that, got a couple more wins, and then 2024 was just consistently up there on the podium. I think he podiumed 14 times and got 8 race wins. So just a fantastic season from Jake Hill with extreme consistency.
JT, before I make a fool of myself, team boss of BMW, can't remember the name. I know I don't want to make a fool of myself. I can't remember BMW's team principal's name. It's been a long winter. Dick Bennett. I thought it was Dick Bennett. It's always Dick Bennett. I want to say if I get a word with Dick Bennett. He's in there, just at the back of the garage. I walked past him and I didn't want to say hello to him coming through at the same time. Oh, hello. We're on another street. Who's filming who? Don't want to get in anybody's way. I can see Dick Bennett just inside there. Yeah, not when I want to get in, have a go, and have a Just trying to see if who's trying to hide out from not being wanting to be interviewed, to be fair. It's that type of day, trying to find stuff going in. 8 hours. I hope you enjoy it. A lot of work going on the engine cover there as well that I'm noticing. They're changing something on the front. What do you reckon, Owen? Problem already?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Do you reckon a problem already? They're doing a lot of work on that front of the car.
Potentially. I'm not too sure what it could be, but there is a lot of work, as you said, to be doing at this time of the morning.
JT, hello. JT less closed. That's probably not a bad idea, to be fair. I'm going to bake to death before the end of the day, I reckon. Coming into it. Okay, so let's go find Tom. Can you hear me? I was getting a lot of lag in my ear. Everything Megan says I hear about 20 seconds later, just so you know as well. Is he not there yet? No, not here yet. Not there yet. We'll go the other round. We'll go around, yeah. Right, we're going to go around and see if I find him. Oh, Joe, we just stay here all day. So much, it's cool here, so much. Megan, sorry, hello.
That was Tom 8 minutes ago.
Where is Tom?
I don't know. I think he's having to go the long way.
Tom is literally doing the long loop. I've given up. Tom, if you're watching, we're in the paddock. That might help, it might not. He's typing. It is a big paddock here. Oh, he's here. Where is he? Is he here somewhere? Well, right. Tell him we're at Tom Ingram's garage. We'll waffle for a few minutes. Let's go waffle. I need a drink already.
JB, mic check.
We will go trackside. Right, JT's going to wait for Tom and then come get us. Oh. If anybody wants to know what Virtuoso's drink things are like, they've got Coca-Cola. I can certainly do with Coca-Cola. And there, I'm going to wait. Let's see who's going out. It's weird having been back in the paddock this year and just sort of wait to get started. You can hear, that's why I'm putting the microphone down. Cars come down pit lane. We're hovering for Tom Ingram, our best friend, to come and have a conversation with us. Oh, there's little Lucy. I'll wait. Lucy and Alex are there, so I'll wait for a second. And then I'll have a quick word. We got on air. Oh, we have a car in England. Should we get Ingram's car? That's you. You've got the camera, I've just got the mic. I'll hang around at the side. Probably best where we can go. Last thing I want to do is get in trouble. But yeah, honestly, virtually we wear Bristol Street Motors. Wonderful team. I'm sure if we asked as well, they probably let us. But they've got a whole new thing coming in this year, haven't they? Whole new sponsorship, whole new package, and it should be a bit quicker.
Hopefully, yeah. Of course, they struggled a little bit last year. They fell behind in the team championship between BMW and Napa. So hopefully, they can reclaim that teams championship that they won in 2022, I believe.
Okay, I'll let you come in, and I'll move this way, out of your way. Wonderful lot of the chuck in the car there. Right, let's turn backwards. Because I think, where did Lucy go? Oh, there we are. I'm running. Hello, Lucy, how are you?
Hello. Oh, are we live?
We are live. We managed to get it fixed.
Sorry, you caught me as I was exploring the pit lane.
It's big, isn't it?
It is pretty big. Yeah, this is my first time at British touring cars.
I told you it was open. It's great, isn't it?
You weren't kidding. We're literally right up next to the garages. You can see all of the cars, all of the mechanics. We're literally dodging people pushing tyres around. It's actually insane, the level of access here.
We're just waiting for Ingram for an interview if you wanted to get him.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, so I mean, I think the drivers are pretty busy right now because there's quite a lot of testing. I have heard that he's gone into his little truck.
Oh, is he? Right. It'll probably be longer than 5 minutes then.
Yeah. apparently told the people 5 minutes. So some fans waiting for him who we just talked to.
5 minutes is like 50 for him anyway.
I've heard this. So yeah, it would be great to catch him, but he's a busy guy, a popular guy. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
Thanks, I know you're down with Aaron Taylor Smith, and we'll catch you later on in the show.
Yeah, absolutely. I look forward to it.
Okay, back we go. I've lost JT, and I don't know where he is. I can't hear in my ears. JT, we are again at Tom Ingram's garage, just to give you a heads up. I think you were still there somewhere along the line, but if I keep hanging around Virtuosi, then, still no sign. Okay, cheers. I've lost JT. That's great. We're down 3 already. At least we saw Lucy. Lucy will be joining us throughout the day as well. Owen, you're sticking by me all day. You've got the camera. Right. Oh, it's so warm here. Unbelievable how much heat is sort of boiling into you at once. The temperature has just skyrocketed compared to when we came in today. And it was literally, is that Martin Haven I can see walking up? I'm hastening my pace to see if it is. Because he does come to these events, and he's going up towards, I believe, the media centre. I can't quite tell. Quite distinctive, really, isn't he? I'm not 100% sure. I'm sort of. I'm going to go this way.
No.
Can't see any of the ITV gang. I've only seen David Addison time and time again. Is it going to be time? It's not him. Damn it. I've watched all the way down. It's not him. Nick is still there as well. Who's coming back in?
Hello, JB.
Oh, it's hot. It's hot, isn't it?
Yeah, very hot in this paddock.
I think we are very well deserved of that ice cream break at lunch.
Yeah, definitely.
10:46. We're going on track in 15 minutes. So we'll be at turn 1 and walking up to Starkey's Bridge. This afternoon we'll take back from Starkey's to the last corner and back into the paddock again. And at lunch we'll be in the paddock as well. Still can't see anything. There's Steve Taylor. See again?
Stephen Jelly.
Stephen J. Tom's here. Hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. How is everyone? Everybody okay?
Yes. Sorry, not too bad.
My phone, haven't they?
You can take over.
Yeah. No, I've just arrived there because I had to walk down the main road. It's not a very nice road to walk down if you're a pedestrian, really. So, yeah. But anyway, I'm here now. Hopefully, I've not missed too much since the light went green at the end of the pit lane. And looking forward to today's action. First chance to see how the 2025 drivers get on. Can Jake Hill retain his British touring car title after seeing it at the season finale in Brands Hatch? I'm sure his father will be looking on as a very, very happy man. He's been everywhere, pretty much, to be honest with you. I think he was over at Goodwood at the weekend or something for the members meeting. But yeah, I think Jake will be looking on to see if he can become the first driver for a number of years to retain the British touring car title.
So we're actually going to go ahead and track in 15 minutes. So perfect timing for when we have to tie the time mics on.
May as well, yeah. I'll join you. So, should we hold it for you?
No, I've get your time mic on, and we'll get ready for when we go trackside. JT, stay with him. Aaron will be down at Ingram again, stalking him like we do. We'll see you in 5. Okay, so we will catch up because we're going to go time mics trackside so we can charge the old XLRs and make sure we're good for the lunch break. And lunch break is important because we're going to have so many driver interviews. I'm not getting involved in that, sorry. I'm not doing a Martin Brundle for 8 hours and live all day. I'm not getting kicked out. Actually, JT, we're going to the media centre viewpoint. Let's go this way. Another great view of the circuit. Oops, people coming down. It's a single file pit stop. It's quite hard, isn't it? Hello. Great view of the paddock here, actually. We can spot people. No worries at all. These are slippery when wet. They're damp. Be careful. Many a time I've slipped down them, including being saved by Paul O'Neill. Hi, Paul, if you're watching. Great view. This brings back memories. This is where we'll be doing the commentary from race 1 and race 2. Get a look at that. So this will be our commentary location for the only round of touring cars. Adam Morgan coming in. Best view of the whole year, isn't it?
Pardon, sorry.
Best view of the whole year.
Yeah, 100%. Love.
Another one. Come with me. You want to know where the magic happens? This is the commentary box. This right here. This is the commentary box. I don't know if it's unlocked or not. No, it's locked. Addison's got the key. But as I put my hand in water, there's a look at the circuit. Careful because the phone's a bit thingy, as you remember. But there's the paddock. JT, we're on the roof. If you look, JT, look up to your left. Look up. Oh, you too. Hello. Yes, up here. Hello. Media centre. Oops, sorry. If you want to come in and see where the secret happens. You're right. Secret magic happens here. This is all the media people. I'm going to keep my voice down a little bit as well. Hi. Actually, I'm going to say a quick hello. Hi. You're right. Nice to see you again. You're right.
Yeah, good. How are you?
Good winter.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah.
Hey, they finally on the main YouTube page. I saw it, Brands Hat.
Yep, I am on the YouTube. Yeah.
I've done this only completely out of thing. I never said thank you, by the way, for letting me go first in the interviews last year. That was really nice.
Okay, it's all good.
I hope you do it again this year.
Maybe.
Nice. No, ladies first, I promise. Nice. I'll see you guys later on. This is the media centre where you see all the timing screens and all the viewpoints as well from the race. So in between sessions, that's where we go, and that's where we basically just watch it. So yes, you need one of those special badges, but not really big on badges anymore. You get one, but more you just scan it with a QR code these days. But yeah, media centre so lovely, it's so friendly of people. I'll take the boys up there later. So yeah, there you go, right? What do you think when really fake doing good work?
Yeah, it's a really cool place to see so many people sort of important within the world of media in one place.
So I'll get you afterwards because I've tripped over your foot. I'm sorry. Do you want to go first? Oh, yeah. I never did thank you for letting me go first last year. That's where all the secrets happen. I can hear a car below me. This side of me. And that was what was firing up, I presume. I'm getting out of the car. Chris smiling. Let's see if we can get a debrief of him right as he's got out of the car. I wonder if I'm going to be fighting for control with Alan Hyde shortly as well. Jack, have you seen Alan once? I haven't.
No, I haven't, no.
Unless he's up in the booth. Oh, well, this is certainly the place to be. Where's he gone? Yeah, he's over there. Oh, dear. Nearly taking the door off and nearly hitting the driver. Not the best thing's happened.
No, definitely not.
Megan, can you still hear me? Yeah, okay, cool. Just double checking because I lost ears for a second. I do want to smell his car. I'll turn around actually for a second. The tyres done some used runs already. There's a lot of heat in those actually. More in the centre and towards the lower light, so they're not using the edge much, but you can still see the amount of grain that's coming off from them as well. All the interior wheels as well, I'm noticing. I'm waiting. I want to get him. He's just taking his helmet off there. If you can take a look. I don't know if I'm going to catch his eye and ask Chris, how's the car going? Sorry, come in. We're literally the only ones doing this all day, so we may as well go in and let us have it as well. See, the thing is, there's a certain line that we're allowed to cross before where the pit boxes are. So we can't go beyond that, but we're welcome in the shade. Oh, and also coming in is the 12 as well. So both cars in for Restart Racing. Who announced their livery earlier on today. I hope you can hear the living. I think Chris is saying that the car's oversteering. Look at what he's saying there. I don't know if I can get right in there. I'm not going to put my mic in. Now he's checking the live timings. Guys, if you can hear us, we're at Restart Racing. Guess what's going to work with Chris to see what it's like. I'll sort of stand here and hold my arm open to it. Can I get in a second? Yeah, I've given him the signal. I want a word with him. How's my hair?
It's all right.
Feels like it's getting worse. Lloyd's changing tyres and going back out. Not actually as loud as it was. I thought it would be this year. There's Chris coming now. I'm going to go and stop him as well in a moment. Hi, Chris. Can I get a good word? How's the car feeling out there?
Yeah, good. Yeah. It's just the first run there, so yeah, just get everything all bedded in and just making sure everything's working as it should.
Expecting any rain today? The clouds
No rain.
Fantastic.
No rain today. Might have some snow later though.
Oh, that's good then. Calm us down. Cheers, Chris. So there's now they'll go and first run, as you heard Chris say, they're just getting now set up for a longer run later on in the afternoon. Okay, let's move down. Sorry. And sorry. I'm walking everybody's way now. I'm as welcome as my toothache was at Brands Hatch, which is comical, I know. PowerMaxed Racing with the 88. We all know who that is. Double 44. Not happy with it. So apologies if you heard any foul language there, but Tyre says it's like a cheese grater. That's never a good sign coming into it. Oh, sorry. I'm hitting everybody up there today. I can see Stephen Taylor with an interview. That means that you'll hear it later on in the pre-show over the weekend. Sorry. I'm walking away with everybody right now. I don't want to go away with Stephen there because he's, again, another one who's been very kind. And considering Token Radio works, you're not going to hear him today, but you are going to hear him in our pre-show for Donington in 2 weeks' time. We'll be here for the opening race of the day. People vlogging as well, which is always nice. I'm just trying. Thing is, JT and Tom, if you can hear me, we are now at Toyota Gazoo Racing, garage 22 and 24.
JB, can you hear me?
Say again?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello, where are you guys?
Head to garage 10. Stephen Jelly was here a couple of moments ago. I don't know if it still is.
If you guys can get us a live interview from a separate part of the track, that is perfect, because that means we can throw to you. Just interrupt me if you've got someone. We just had Chris Smiley. Okay, this is fun. Multiple people trackside. JBMotorsports bring you closest to the action. How about that for 2025? I'll catch Stephen later on in the day. No. Yeah. At this point, we're rambling. We might have to wait for lunch.
Going over his data.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, some driver doing something at least. Chris Smiley's just had one run. Cheers, Chris. So, where are we now? He's out. Where is he? There he is. I'll just wait for Chloe to have her moment. She's giving him some cream eggs. I'll wait. I'm patient. He's got to go back in there. And Chloe is selfie spotting once again. Always with the fans. The most open book in the paddock. Absolutely fantastic. New suit this year as well. It's thinner, I think. As well coming in. Your second?
Yeah.
Fantastic. You look very dapper. How's the new ovals looking? How's the new car?
They're not going to stay very white for very long. That's the only problem. Giving white to effectively a man-child isn't going to work very well. It's all right. Yeah, so far so good. We'll see how the rest of the thing is.
How was the winter? I saw your order spot, but how was your winter?
Yeah, good. Fairly chill, actually. I feel in fairly good shape. I feel pretty good physically, mentally. So, we'll see what happens when it starts to matter now. I think we'll get through today and and see how the car feels. There's always bits of tweaking, and it feels totally different from when we were here last year. So it's still a bit of work to do, but we'll be all right.
Best of luck catching her. Okay, so where are we going up to now? Where's Chloe? Has she gone backwards? Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. I'll catch you later. We're here and there and everywhere. Right, let's see if Stephen's free. I'd love to get a message quickly with him. I'm concerned, however, about... I know he's still busy. Multiple interviews from one. And there's JT. Hello, JT.
Hello.
Okay.
Unmute Tom's mic, and we should be good to go.
JT's now rolling everything at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah.
Hello, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you. Hopefully you can hear me all right back wherever you are. Yeah, lovely to be here. The sun's just poking out. We did have like some rain in the early hours this morning. I got into Derby around about 7:30, and it was quite wet just outside, but the sun or the lack of rain has just evaporated, and yeah, good conditions out on the racetrack, and everyone's enjoying themselves. Plenty of fans, has to be said.
That's loads.
Yeah, lights been outside the garages. It's wonderful to see. You don't get this in Brands Hatch, unfortunately, but at Donington, you get that privilege to just see how the mechanics get on, and yeah, quite intense to say, despite the fact it's 6 seasons a month.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Stephen Taylor to come through as well. We just had Tom Ingram as well down there. But an absolutely fantastic appearance here once again. And actually, we're going trackside in this charge. Who are you pointing me to?
Daniel Lloyd, I believe.
Oh.
Wait, no.
Who?
Hold on. That is not.
Darren Taylor Smith. I will not interrupt that conversation. We've got him later on in the day anyway. Stephen, can I have a quick word? Nice to see you again. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you very much. Yeah, it's the sun is shining at Donington, and I'm just hoping it's going to be like this in a couple of weeks when we come back to turn a wheel in anger.
I'm very much hoping the same, because last year, as you both remember, in the media centre, it smelled like an old dog's bed.
Yes, it reminded me of the old days in the 70s when we used to go camping with cotton tents, and it all had to be dried out. So it's a good job that we're all friends with each other in the media centre, so we don't tend to notice it so much.
Yeah, I'm glad you went in there when I popped up there, because I surprised the hell out of them live on air. So that wasn't great. How are you doing? How was your winter? What have you been sniffing out down here since last night?
Yeah, it's been good. Thank you very much. I'm a year older and not necessarily a year wiser. It was really good yesterday to catch up with all of the drivers. They're all up for it, as I'm sure you found out already. The loss of the weight because of the hybrid, the tyres, all of those changes coming in is going to make for an absolutely cracking season. And I think the fans are in for a great year this year. It's going to be really close racing, really competitive. Maybe arguably the signing of so far has been Gordon Shedden coming back. Some new faces coming in. Max Horv, just looking at the timing. We don't know what anybody's doing, do we? But I have to say, he's getting some bragging rights under his belt, isn't he? Making an impression.
What a run he did as well at Croft a couple of weeks ago in testing. That was unbelievable. And he's going well here, though. I haven't looked at the timers just yet.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, you never know what anybody's doing in timing, and there are always those clever people who sandbag a little bit to make it look better than they are. But I still hold store against having some of the bragging rights, which is good. It's going to be very, very interesting when we get to the end of the season, whether it's the usual suspects up there. I suspect it will be. Who's going to be, the surprise package in the middle of the pack? Nick Hamilton back and looking very good as well. The three new drivers, Max Horv, James Dorlin, and Charles, have all got fire in the belly and a look in their eye. They've just got to get used to driving in a Premier Championship like this, and they're all experienced, so it won't take them long to do it.
Well, they can do it as well. And do you get the same feeling as I do? There's a buzz around here that there wasn't the last couple of years. There's just more fans, there's more atmosphere. I don't know, it feels like we've got its soul back.
Yes, and I think it's been a long winter, and we've all got very wet and very cold. And I think the fans and the teams are all looking forward, particularly with the seat changes and that sort of thing. Everybody is looking forward to getting going. And I think it's going to be one of the best seasons that we have seen for a long time.
Thanks, Steve. I'll catch up with you later in the media centre. Take care. Cheers, later. Okay, timing. Sutton is on top, 108.438. Then we get Camish second, 108.452. 14,000 between them. Cook, Holm, Ingram, Dorlin up into sixth. Taylor Smith, Patterson, Shedden in ninth. Lloyd, Jelly, Rainford, ahead then of Smiley, Morgan, Pearson, then Rowbottom, Chilton, Moffat, Osborne, Hamilton, Hill, Doble, and De Jong. So already I can tell that the BMWs are sandbagging, Tom.
Yeah, it could well be. But one name a lot of people will be happy to see back on this grid, Josh, is Nicholas Hamilton, Lewis Hamilton's younger brother, who set out last year, but he is back and hoping for much better fortune. He picked up his best ever result. Secretly, Lewis Hamilton was standing on one of the tracks in the infield, wasn't he? Doing his best to make sure he disguised himself as much as possible so that no one got anywhere near him. So, but no, it was fantastic that Nick got his opportunity to finish in a really good point scoring position that day. Will he be able to repeat it? Go racing for the first time weekend of this one? Onto the postcard, but he seems to be setting some relatively decent pace.
Okay, well, it's time to start rambling about trackside. So we're going to head that way, see if we catch the end of the pit lane. Because I believe, JT, we're an hour until we go off ourselves and then charge equipment and we're back for the lunch break. Yeah, he's giving me a thumbs up to come into it as well. Yeah. What a wonderful start as well. Is that right, JT? An hour?
Hour and 6. Hour 5 now until 12:10. Hour 50. Session end.
Hello!
Hi!
Nicely done.
So I'm actually midway through filming a YouTube video right now.
Are you? I like Gate Crash.
No, not at all. I'm trying to find a willing victim to be in it.
Right.
Anyone from this group want to have a go?
What do you want me to? I can do live if you like.
Yeah.
No, we've got content. How about your time, Mike? Oh, give me that one, yeah.
I'll tell you that.
Oh, I'll wear 2 time mics, shall I? Right, should we come this way? Come on, Lucy. Right, what have you found out?
What have I found out?
Yeah, how have you found it?
Honestly, not done that much since we last talked. We basically just set up our cameras over here and started filming. Would you like to know what you're doing today?
Yes, what am I doing?
I love that you've just come with full to us. I'm holding a blindfold.
Well, we're heading this way to go back to the pit turn 1.
Fantastic. So we're all going the same way. Yeah, we're just going up here behind the Napa stand.
Ah, lovely. That's where BMW wear. Blindfold. I've been blindfolded, guys.
You've been blindfolded. And we're going to hand you some 3D printed versions of the British touring car racetracks.
Oh, okay.
You're going to see how many you can guess without being able to see them.
Okay.
So, it's a really tough one. We just up here.
Will you at least tell me where the start line is?
No.
So I've got to completely guess.
Absolutely.
Right, well, I will give my time mic to Tom. I'll give my hand mic as well coming in. It's Jack Pickering! Oh! The whole gang's together when we head to turn 1. I'm a bit sweaty, but come here, my friend. Oh, good to finally meet you two alive.
Are you? Okay. Hello. Hello, everyone. Yeah, no.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Nice to meet you in person.
To those of you
I've invaded your territory. I'm trackside.
Yeah. Yeah. This is what I'm used to doing.
You got the mic.
Voice messages and emails and all that kind of thing. You're listening to what's happening. Ashley Simon is top of the times, number 116. So the two
Bang! I'm live all day.
It's
non-stop. We're not doing all of it. There will be an hour where we give it to the world behind us. So we can charge and have lunch and find victims. So, what are we doing? I'm coming up here, am I?
I promised to refer to him as
What a swap.
Max for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Is
So this is Lucy's blindfold thing
Tommy Group,
that
James
she sort of set up.
just talking about Taylor Smith and Dexter Patterson, returning to the BTCC 8th place.
So, yeah.
Gordon
You
Shepard,
know what I'll do
three-time
is,
champion.
has Lucy explained it or not? Has Lucy explained it to you or not?
He's top the times a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
At Closh Circuit. Right. We have 1 hour and 46 minutes of this first segment of testing here in Donington. Great to see so many of you around the circuit, walking around the circuit, because that's a great opportunity today to walk around the track and see various different certainly recommend it.
No, all right.
Apparently, Megan couldn't hear me. So I'll hold that one as well. Is that all right? Do you want me to take the flag off? Oh, right, okay. Yeah, do you want to come this side of me? Yeah, bend down. Well, this is already getting weird. Kneel before me. There you go. Okay, am I good?
We can see his head still.
I'm about to let us. Stand next to me. Just hold your hands really out. Is that good? Yeah? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's good. All right, Liz can hold it. Right, there you go.
Brilliant. Hello, guys. Right. Hello. First of all, tell us your name.
I'm Joshua Birch.
Who's your favourite in British touring cars?
Oh, you've been Tom Ingram. He always stops a chat.
All right, and what is your favourite track?
In the UK or worldwide?
UK.
UK. You have to say Donington. Yeah, I know.
Fair enough. Right, got blindfold for you. Okay. If you put that on, and I'm going to start handing you some tracks. Checking we're recording. Right. Let's go. Right, first up. List. Yeah. You want to be the yes? Yeah, you can call out yes and then I'll say yes. Yeah, brilliant. Next up. There's one. Croft, yeah. It's 2 for 2. Next up. Yeah. He's good at this, okay. Next up. There he goes, I forget you can't see it. Yeah. Well done. Right. Next up. There you go. Oh my goodness. He's lightning quick on these. Next up. Yeah. Incredible. Right. Last one. That is indeed. Well done, you've got every single one. Don't take it off yet. We're not done. We've got a bonus one. So, hang on. Yeah, okay. So Jack couldn't get this one. So because you've got all of them right, we're going to give you a bonus one. Do you think you're going to get this one?
Possibly.
Possibly, right. There it is. No, it's in the UK, I'll give you that.
UK, okay. Is it the old Silverstone?
No,
it's not on the touring car calendar this year.
Not on the touring car calendar.
I don't think it's on any calendar.
68.754 seconds.
Tough, isn't it? Really tough.
Only on his tins excessive.
Oh, this is weird. I don't know. Hang on. Is it British?
Yes.
He is British. Hang on, what's that?
Really trying hard on this one.
It feels like unless has it been on the touring cars?
No.
No overlapping, it's just in Top Gear test track.
He's trying really hard, okay.
609.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
to. Take it off, have a look. You know,
is that
I think that's fairly close.
Oh, it's called. Show me the name.
Lighton Park. That's near me. I'm embarrassed. I've got no idea.
There we go. Lighton Park. I reckon this is going to stump people today, I reckon.
That is, because I have no idea. Oh, I don't need to break it.
Okay, yeah, I got it. There we go.
Thank you.
No problem. Did you have fun?
I did, yes.
Yeah, you got all the touring, got all of the touring cars. There's a tricky bonus one that you didn't get.
Same as me. So, and to be fair, we're both journalists, so
Yeah.
I think we found
If we, let's get costume.
Yeah. Then again, did you see did you see at the start of the year that they did a Sky Sports thing where
Yes, it is, yes.
And half of them got like Miami. They didn't recognise Miami or like some of the other circuits. Whereas I'm sure you and I would have got that almost immediately.
We got Miami straight away, yeah. And well, that was. I'm proud. I deserve Here, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Thank you, Lucy. Right, we are now going to put our time mics on and go trackside. Are you hanging around here? Coming with us?
I can come with if you want.
Come with. We've got mics. Right. That's Tom's. I don't know. Yeah, that one's yours. Yeah. Thank you, Alex. That's very much fun as well. Right, I'm just having a look to see if I can see any victims of my own, as Lucy's gone looking.
Only the second light's still not working.
Oh, the second light's still not working, okay. Right, so look and see if we've got anyone. Okay, well, we've got the time where we
idea that like
so we can resync our mics. But I think if we give the microphone to JT in a minute, the one that Tom, is your first mic working?
This one is, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me through this one here, or just get Josh to speak through that one?
Very faintly, apparently, Megan says.
Faint coming through.
Very faintly, Megan says.
Okay.
Okay.
Watch it across the back.
Over there with his touring car pass coming through. I don't think I can see any more. Okay, JT. He's running away. He's running away. Okay.
For London then, or as well? Are you going to come?
Basically, yes. I'm going to try and get a commentary box as well with a laptop.
Okay, so just try and bribe. Just try and bribe Formula Raters. Like, just give. There's plenty of rooms in the XL. I'm sure you'll find somewhere.
Just give me one. If not, yeah.
Have you been up into the media bit at XL before? Yeah, basically it's 3 floors up, and we've got like a whole room. You've got a separate room for the press conferences, but there's lots of different other rooms around there. So yeah, no, you'll probably get.
I think Megan, could you hear that? I can hear you. Yeah. No, it's in my ear. Can you hear this? Okay, right.
Is that working better?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right, we're going to move over. So, Tom, you want to start rambling for a few minutes?
Okay.
While I swap. Megan, can you please go to battle screen? Thank you. Okay, so over to you, Tom. Start rambling while I change.
Okay. So yeah, how are you enjoying life for the season launch so far? It's been it's quite a turnout actually. It's quite a fun weekend. Are you right?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. You're right there, Ross. Excellent. Thank you very much. It's got no audio.
Hello.
So no audio comes through. It's strange.
Okay, so we've got no audio at the moment from Tom. We'll give it a second. Sorry, Lucy. Can someone grab my bag? We'll go down to the bench. Are we still on the emergency screen,
between them. So you've got 2,000 between those two.
Megan? Hello? Hello? Could you please turn... Oh, I can do this. Oh, no, man. Next, you see on the audio tracks, there is a separate one that's been playing in the background. Could you unmute it, please?
To try and put a bit of time to get right back to where it was. It was at the top
on the top screen of the Discord, it's application audio input. Sorry, viewers, I'm talking to Megan. Unmute it.
Top of the times. Tom Ingram out on track.
And let's go down to Trackside Audio.
Red Gate Corner. And he has, at the moment, got to try and make up a bit of time to get right back to where he was. He was in the top 3 earlier, only 7th at the moment, but he's about 4/10 of a second away from the absolute pace. But he looked like he got his head down on the way through Red Gate Corner.
He used to design all of his car liveries himself.
Didn't he? Yeah.
I don't know if he's had a hand in it. I love the green on that car this year. It's absolutely spectacular. And we just had a royal visit up in the Toka Live studio. He's just sort of overviewing the whole setup, likes what he sees, so he's on his way.
This one's now working. I don't know whether it just keeps...
Championship boss. He just said to me, "When's it going to rain?" So I said, "No, the weather forecast is good all day today." So
just before qualifying in 10 days' time, surely, or in the middle of it.
About 7 o'clock this evening. It's maybe a pitter and patter of rain, but nothing to worry about today. So we've got a lovely day here. And people are sending in pictures as well, selfies in the grandstand, which is great. A great day here at the launch of the BTCC 2025. That's from Alan, and a selfie to prove it as well. Great to have you here, guys. Thank you very much indeed. More messages. Hi, Alan. We're listening in Sevenoaks in Kent, but our 16-year-old son, Jack Simmons, is there with his granddad, Peter, and has found one of the BTCC Easter eggs. He's a kart racer and would love to race in the BTCC one day. Hope you all have a fab day. That's from Becca and Mike Simmons. Great to have you listening, guys, and well done to Jack. And this one says, good morning, gents. Regards to your families. Thank you for keeping me company after my wife has had to work instead of being here. Looking forward to seeing the battle between Ash, Tom and Jake this season, and then the surprise package. I think this will be Shedden. Who do you think is the outside title contender? Thanks from Danny. Well, I think we've both already said we sit very squarely on the fence until I reckon about the third weekend of October. How about that?
Yeah, like race 3.
Get back to us then, Danny.
In the final round, yeah.
Get back to us then.
That's the beauty, though, isn't it? You really have got no idea. I mean,
just talking to Alan Gow, I said this is a superb lineup this year. He said it's really good, isn't it? There's absolutely no one that you can discount being on a podium or being on the top step of the podium over the course of the year. An absolutely quality field with so many variables and so many unknowns at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Quality field.
Yeah, if you said a name, I'd be guessing as to who could win it. Yeah, all the usual names you will say.
Tell you what you need to do.
Ingram, drivers like that.
Tell you what you need to do is to write it down on a little piece of paper and fold it up and keep it until October.
Yeah.
And I'll do the same.
And then show you that I got it wrong again.
Yes, well,
for another year.
I don't think we ever get it quite right, do we? Tom Ingram has gone to the top of the times.
Yes,
you said he was out there. He's just done it. He's put in a quick lap to demote Ash down to second, Dan Camish in third, Josh Cook, Max Hall and Dan Lloyd the top 6. But those four of them, Ash, Dan, Josh and Max, are all down in pit lane at the moment.
Yeah, and a 67.799 for Tom Ingram. So we're only just over 0.6 of a second away from qualifying lap record pace on a Tuesday afternoon at Donington on a test and media day. Pretty good, that, isn't it? I think we're going to see lots of lap records going this year, qualifying and race, with the cars being lighter now with no hybrid battery to carry, more than 50 kilograms lighter than they were. That's a significant amount. So, and it's kind of a perfect day as well in terms of it's not too hot for tyres to start overheating. It's not too hot that engines are going to start to struggle. But it seems to be nice and grippy out there, that's for sure. And the car's working well. So, since some very good lap times, and you probably think we're only going to get quicker this afternoon as well. Mikey Doble comes into the pits. A lot more red on the car this year. New sponsor, of course. The Evans Halshaw sponsorship last second pulled unexpectedly, and Adam Weaver and the team have done a mega job to get out there and get a new sponsor on board. So welcome to Motor Parts Direct. That's now the name of the team, Motor Parts Direct with PowerMaxed Racing. Just the one Vauxhall Astra out there, Mikey Doble, but Adam has said, we've still got the other car, and who knows, there might be an opportunity that will become a 2-car team once again. And great to see Mikey Doble getting another crack, because he's certainly shown what he can do. Runner-up in the Independence Championship last year. Of course, 2 years ago, he managed to qualify on pole position at Silverstone. The race didn't go to plan, unfortunately, but he has proven to be a very quick driver, and he's got that relationship that they've built together now. In fact, Mikey Doble is the first ever driver to race for PowerMaxed for 3 years in a row this year. So, he's become a stalwart of the team now. And the 26-year-old, another driver that came up through the ranks, Ginetta GT5s. He was a challenge champion in that a few years ago before he came into touring cars in 2023. We used to race BMWs in the Compact Cup as well. And Jack Sears Trophy winner last year, Mikey Doble, with dominant 15 wins in that category. And he's going to be another one fighting for that independence title this year, that's for sure. So Mikey Doble in at the moment. He's in the mix. He's 12th quickest at the 68.9. 9/10 of a second between the top 7. Ingram, Sutton, Camish, Cook, Hall, Lloyd and Pearson. And then there's only a 1/10 of a second between the next 5. Dorlin, Taylor Smith, Patterson, Shedden and Doble to round out the top 12. And into the pits comes Dan Rowbottom. And I think I'm right in saying that means that there's nobody on the track just for now. But it won't be for long because I can see Adam Morgan's car being wheeled out of the garage.
And this is the way that testing happens. We've had it in the past. Probably a good opportunity to grab the radio mic and go down and have a chat to a few of the drivers if they feel so inclined. So Tom Ingram, top of the times, a 1:07.799 is the time. Your messages continue to come in. This is great. Thank you very much indeed. This says, morning, Alan, Chris. Hope you're well, gents. Hoppers here, listening in while preparing for the BTCC season preview show on the vlog page tomorrow evening. Hoppers in an overcast Kendall. Also, come on, Robo, let's go, number 32. We'll talk about Dan Rowbottom as well, because he's had a busy winter, but not necessarily for the best of reasons, because he had to have an operation, didn't he? And it was so frustrating for Dan. He's needed this operation for many years, and it just had to be the right time to have it. And it was at the end of the season last season. They got him all prepared, ready to go. You know, a bit nervous as you are the night before a big operation, and then they came into him in the middle of the night and said, we can't do it. We've had an emergency operation which has come in, so off you go back home again. That was horrible. That was so difficult to have to deal with. You get yourself into the mental state. You've been sort of thinking, probably he's been thinking about having this operation his whole life. And,
it's a condition since he was a kid, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah, a heart condition. I spoke to him yesterday. He's looking really very smart, very slick for the start of the year. New, fresh haircut. Looks pretty cool.
Got the beard oil in as well.
All of that. And I said to him, how are you doing? Are you sort of recovered? And he said, yeah, I'm absolutely fine. Complete success when he finally got the operation done. Complete success. Everything is good. But I'm still a bit sore in the morning when you sort of twist, because there's quite a bit of his body that was opened up in order to conduct that operation. But absolutely superb that Robo is back to full strength. That's good news.
Yeah, absolutely right. And looking for a good season. He's worked so hard to get here, hasn't he? All the work that he's done. With his sponsor, his main sponsor, Cataclean. He's worked so incredibly hard with them, and he's brought them a lot of success as well. I distinctly remember when he was racing in Clio's, a very windy, blustery, grey day at Rockingham after qualifying on the Saturday. And he was there in the car park, and the wind was blowing awnings everywhere. And he was there trying to tie down this awning with all the Cataclean flags. He got a load of guests coming the next day, just doing it all himself. He was last driver there, still working hard. And it's that hard work that has got him here. It was a brilliant kart race, It was a multiple British champion in karts. He beat the likes, or raced against the likes of James Collado. Of course, he's a Le Mans winner now a couple of years ago with Ferrari. And I think from what I've read, the sort of brief from this year from Cataclean has been, right, don't worry, we're with you. He signed a 2-year deal with Alliance Racing, so he's going to be in the Ford this season and next. And they've said, Dan, you can stop working so hard on the sponsorship. We're all with you. Just go and be a racing driver now. And I think that might help him this year. And,
just do what you do. And in fairness, when he was in Clio's, those races were some of the best races ever, weren't they? When he was qualified down the order, and one thing that Robo can do is to overtake. Absolutely superb to watch. Absolutely brilliant. And he's also, you can understand why he's successful as regards getting good name brands to back him, because not only is he a very quick driver, he's also a thoroughly likeable bloke. Yeah, he's a really nice guy. Yeah. He's funny, well, he's intelligent.
He's a bit sweary mind, isn't he?
He is a bit.
He's giving you a few moments on the radio mic.
Giving me a run for my money, yeah.
Yeah, I think we got the swear box fund up to about 20 quid at one point last year. It was 19 of it was from Dan.
Yeah. He does it with a twinkle in his eye.
Yes.
In fact, there was a former double BTCC champion that Dan Rowbottom did a video feature tail end of last year with, who also did exactly the same. He would drop a couple of words into an interview and give me that sort of look in his eye, knowing that he'd done the wrong thing. So in Robo's defence, he's fallen in with the wrong crowd. That's what's happened.
Absolutely right. And there's no going back. So yeah, he's, I think, if you're looking at a dark horse, somebody who's going to be up there, you could definitely put Robo in that fight. I think in that.
It's gone second, you know.
Yeah, and he's gone second, and we also have had a couple of other improvements a bit further back as well. So Robo did a 68.398 on his most recent lap. He's on a quicker lap at the moment as well. He's done a personal best through the first sector of the lap. So he's, 0.6 of a second away from Ingram's time, which was a flyer. But he's now ahead of Sutton and Camish, two of his three teammates. Josh Cook is fifth, but not on track at the moment. Maxwell's sixth, not on track. And the other one that improved was Adam Morgan. He's just gone up to seventh quickest. Aaron Taylor-Smith across the line, followed by Dan Rowbottom. He's at a better lap for Robo. He goes through with a 68.447, so it's very close to what he'd done before. Did a 68.398. He's about half a tenth off, so not bad at all. Two good laps there for Rowbottom. It's getting busier on track as well. More and more cars going over the start-finish line. Aidan Moffat out there as well. The BMW goes into Redgate Corner. At the moment, Aidan is in 20th place, but as I say, it's not necessarily about just getting in quick lap times. But after a bit of a lull out on track, it is now starting to get busier. It's getting sunnier as well, and that track temperature and that air temperature is going to creep up as the afternoon goes on as well. If this sun stays out, I'm just going to have a little check on the TSL timing system to see how warm it is. It's better than last summer already, isn't it? It is 20 degrees, the track temperature. Pretty perfect, I'd say that. So air temperature, maybe it's not as warm as it looks, 12 degrees according to that, but it depends where the sensor is. Surely it's a bit warmer than 12 degrees, but that track temperature, 20 degrees, just about perfect. So, yeah, I think we'll see some quick lap times as Rowbottom comes into the pits.
We actually have had sunshine since the touring cars went on circuit, a little bit like the legacy of the sheep on the field on the hill at Knock Hill. Yeah. They always come down to the bottom to get a good close look at touring cars. They just like touring cars, what can I say? A little bit like that. We've had sunshine here at Donington Park ever since the touring cars have gone onto the circuit this morning, which is really, really good news. With Tom Ingram top of the time, 67.799 around the national circuit here at Donington. Dan Rowbottom is second, 68.398. Ash Sutton is third. Dan Camish is fourth. Josh Cook is fifth. Adam Morgan is sixth in that new Hyundai for him this year. And Max Hall just outside the top six now, ahead of Dan Lloyd in seventh and eighth places respectively. And Ronan Pearson, James Dorling complete the top 10. You're listening to Toker Live here at Donington on 94.3 FM.
On speakers, on radio, online, this is Toker Live.
Here at Donington Park on 94.3 FM, and you can get in touch with us as well. WhatsApp, all you need to do is send your message and your name. We only need your first name to 07482 877 877. You can email us, studio@tokerlive.net, studio@tokerlive.net. Chris is going to grab the radio mic and go down to the pit lane. Have you got a radio, Chris? Do you need a radio? So you can, I can arm you with a pre-tuned radio. You pop your headset back on for a second, and I'll get you all sorted out so we can hear each other, and we can get some interviews. It seems right and proper that we hear from some of the drivers, because there are now, Chris, so many down in pit lane.
Yes. You got all the kit, Alan. It's brilliant.
I've got all the kit.
All of the kit up here. I'm not as techie as Alan, so he's going to sort it all out and tell me which buttons not to press. So yeah, I'll go down. I mean, I'm only going. I'll reiterate. I'm only going down because the sun is out. Because as we all know, Alan is the one that goes down when it's snowing or hailing or torrential rain at Donington Park, not me.
No more. I can delegate.
You can. Oh yes, that might be happening quite a bit this year with Toka Live. Yeah.
I reckon we're going to be all right this year. The weather that we had over the last couple of weeks was reminiscent of lockdown year, when we had just the most beautiful spring, lovely summer. I reckon, you know, we haven't had a decent one like it since, have we? So we are due for a jolly nice year. There was a period of time in touring car racing when we didn't use a wet tyre for, I think, 2 years. And we made up for it last year.
Was it in Australia? Did you move the championship? Can't have been in Britain.
It was about 2 years that we didn't use a wet tyre.
Yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that year.
So constantly they were bringing the tyres here on the truck, and they were always going home not used. Yeah,
saved a bit of money, didn't it?
I suppose.
You got a lot of slicks, I suppose. So maybe not. But yeah. Last year was pretty ropey, wasn't it? All year long, really. I think we had rain at every meeting but one, wasn't it, last year? That's rain at some point during one of the races or one of the sessions or all of them. Okay, so yeah, we've got half a dozen cars out on track at the moment in this first of 2 3-hour sessions. We've still got an hour and 20 minutes to go, and the top 4, Ingram, Rowbottom, Sutton and Camish, have all done their times on a medium tyre. The next 2, Cook in 5th and Morgan, who, as Alan said, has now crept up to 6th place, have done their best lap times on the soft tyre. And then you've got Max Hall, who's the anomaly, who's done his best time fairly early in the session, about 25 minutes, 30 minutes into the session, did his best lap time on a hard tyre, which is not meant to be as quick. So that's a bit of a worry for everybody else. And he was only, 0.69 seconds away from the best time on a medium tyre, the best time of the session, belonging to Tom Ingram. That was a good sector time from Adam Morgan before he came into the pits, but he didn't quite improve upon his overall lap time. He did do a couple of back-to-back quick laps, though, so Morgan in a good spot. Robo had got himself up to 2nd place, did a couple of back-to-back quick laps, came into the pits, but he's quickly gone back out again, so he's still not yet on a charge lap, still weaving the tyres as he made his way down into Redgate Corner, but he's back out there already. The Midlander in the number 32 car. Nick Hamilton is out as well. Aaron Taylor-Smith goes over the line as Aidan Moffat on the other side of the pit wall comes back into the pits in his white and blue BMW. So a couple of other drivers to keep an eye on out on track. Next one coming out of the chicane is Gordon Shedden. So Flash goes over the start-finish line. He's 13th at the moment with a 68.968 second lap as his best lap from a little while ago. So Shedden back out there with lots of space as well. He's got the track to himself really on this half of the lap as he makes his way now down through Hollywood and down through the Craner Curves. The 3-time champion coming back into this year's championship. So 4 champions on the grid this year. Ash Sutton, of course, with 4 titles. Gordon Shedden with 3. Tom Ingram and your reigning champion Jake Hill with a title apiece. In the field this year, just to underline the quality that we've got 14 different BTCC race winners. So, you know, kind of 2/3 of the field have won at least one race in the BTCC. If you're Gordon Shedden, you've won 52 of them, fittingly. That's his race number. Ash Sutton, 42 wins, and Tom Ingram, 33 wins. And then you've got Josh Cook and Jake Hill, who've got 20 wins apiece as well. Between all of those 14 drivers, they've won nearly 230 touring car races, 228 races. So huge experience. Got the 3 rookies, James Dorlin, Max Hall and Charles Rainford, who've all won elsewhere. Charles most recently in Porsches, Max in Minis, and James Dorlin in Porsches, in Porsche Caymans a couple of years ago as well. And then you've got the experience out there as well to mix with the rookies. Tom Chilton's had 501 races in the BTCC now, with Gordon Shedden. He'll have 400 this year in the not too distant future. He's in the 390s at the moment. And Adam Morgan will have his 400th race in the British Touring Car Championship this year as well.
You are fully approved to go down. We've got a red flag at the moment, so the session is interrupted. And because it is a test session, essentially what we would have on a race weekend, one of the practice sessions in the morning, the clock will continue to count down to 1 o'clock. So 1 hour and 17 minutes remain, and we'll find out the reason for the red flag in due course. But Chris is going to go down and have a chat to a few of the drivers that will be situated down. It's quite nice to have a chat to drivers over the course. What have you got, Chris? You've got someone over in the old hairpin in the gravel trap, and it's one of the Toyotas. So we've got a car that needs to be rescued from the gravel trap. In the middle of the gravel trap, they're zooming in for us to give us it's Aaron Taylor-Smith, sadly, the reigning independent champion, who is beached in the gravel, and it's in the middle of the gravel, so that's good news as far as doesn't look like it's hit anything, but just down at the old hairpin. That vehicle needs to be recovered. Thank you for your messages on WhatsApp. Once again from Perrin, who's listening down in Kent. He says, "Hi guys, I'd like to give a massive thanks to Steve Ryder for his incredible presentation of the BTCC over the years. We'll all miss him after his retirement announcement over the last week. Good luck, Steve." And we all reiterate that. Steve is anchoring the ITV Sport coverage for the first half of this year. But from Alton onwards, he will go into his retirement period. Well, that's what he thinks. We're still going to do our very best to talk him into hosting our end-of-season awards, that's for sure. And he's always going to be very much part of the BTCC family, going all the way back to the 1980s with the coverage that we had of the British Touring Car Championship on BBC's Grandstand, and right the way through as well. Steve is an absolute legend. He's a friend to so many of us in the paddock, and we all absolutely completely reiterate what you say, Perrin. Thanks indeed for your messages that continue to come in. And also we've got a selfie from Andy, who is listening. Here we go, supporting Robo at home, looking forward to being at Snetterton, making the long trip again for the third season running. Strange weather for most of last season, but never put off the hardcore BTCC fans, even me and Jen at Snetterton. Fingers crossed it's sunny this year instead of a wet weekend. I've probably jinxed it now, says Andy Hopley. Great to have you listening, Andy. Thank you very much indeed. And a selfie listening at home as well. If you want to get in touch with us, all you have to do is to, even if you just want to say hello to the people that you're with, or say hello to your friends that are at work today and you're not, all you do is WhatsApp us. So add this number as your one of your WhatsApp contacts. Add it as Toka Live, because it will be a number that you can use all year. 07482 877 877. Or you can email us if you've got slightly more to say. You can do that, studio@tokalive.net. Tokalive.net is where you can listen into us live. And I hear sounds off, which means we've got Chris down in the...
Oh, that's
yeah,
good.
I can hear you. I can hear you panting. So you've got down to the pit lane.
Hang on, I've been doing exercise. I'm
I'm
not
very-
out of breath at all.
No,
New
you
man
are.
this year.
Are you indeed?
Well, a new old man. Yeah,
Very good. Well done.
I thought I'd just gloat that it's really sunny down in the pit lane. Something you've never.
It is
been able to say
gorgeous,
to
isn't
me.
it? It's lovely. Donington Park never looks so
Beautiful.
lovely.
Yeah, I'm going to wonder and see who I can go out and see. Dexter Patterson is a bit of a discussion. I'm going to go in the garage because I'd like to catch up with Dexter if I can, if he's got a second. Dexter, have you got a second for a quick chat? I'll just drag you this way a little bit. It is very good to see you back, Dexter. You've got unfinished business in this championship.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It's good to be back.
Yeah, and this car looks mega as well with the backing on it. How has it been to drive so far is the key thing?
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, we've had a couple of days now, the 2 days at Croft and then a couple at Brands Hatch and stuff like that. So, and then the morning here. So it seems all right. The car seems pretty balanced and the engine package is good.
Yeah, you last year with us a couple of years ago, you getting some good results, you're getting some good pace, but you know, then you went off and did GT4s last year. Was it always the plan to try and come back to this at some point?
Yeah, I think so, mate. It was more just budget. We went away for a year, but that last year I done, you know, we were pretty consistent all the way through the year, and we just kept sort of building. So it's nice to actually jump back in a Cupra where we sort of left off with a little bit less weight in it.
Yeah, it's a good car, isn't it? It's proven itself over the last couple of years.
100%, 100%. And then, I mean, every year's a bit more experience with it, because, I mean, it's still a relatively new car in the championship. So I think every year's just been building.
Yeah, and you're one of the older men in the championship now, 21 years of age. All these youngsters coming through. It's a real interesting mix of drivers this year, isn't it? Got the real experienced drivers coming back like Gordon Shedden and Stephen Jelly and people like that, and then people like Max Hall, just 18 years of age. So it should be pretty interesting. It's quite hard to call this year, isn't it?
No, exactly. I think the grid looks very strong from the front to the back, and a bit more numbers than last year. But no, looking at Max, 18, sort of how I was a couple of years ago, but it just sort of reminds you how young you probably were coming into it. But yeah, no, it's nice to have a couple of years under my belt now, and a bit more experience.
So just finally, what's your aim? What's your real goal for this year?
I mean, just to build off the first round, I'd like to get the first round out of the way and then get a base and see where we are and just keep going from there. I mean, we're in the Jack Seal still, so we'll aim for that, but it's going to be tough. Really good to see you back, and good luck today. Thanks for your time. Cheers, mate. Cheers. So Dexter Patterson, who will, I think, not be too far away from getting back in the car by the looks of things. And good to see him here. The number 17 Cupra, looking absolutely fantastic,
Chris,
that livery.
I did get a message from Mike Hills, one of our photographers, that questions whether there's been a bit of fluid down on the circuit as well. So
Okay.
maybe that's something that they're going to have to be dealing with, which may well be because Mike's picture that he sent me is of Aaron's car being recovered. May well have been the reason
That he went off,
for Aaron Taylor-Smith going off.
Okay.
Yeah.
See if we can find out. Yes, that might be the case or the cause. Max, have you got a second? Max Hall. Wow, I spoke to you at Knock Hill last year when you were racing minis, and you mentioned to me, we're looking at touring cars last year. You've made it. Brilliant. 18 years of age. And you've gone quite well so far, at Croft in particular.
Mate, yeah, I can't believe it. I said it half jokingly in minis, but turns out we're actually here, so yeah, I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, so you have to pinch yourself when you look around and you see, Ingram and Sutton and Shedden and people like that.
Yeah, definitely. It's like a dream come true being here right now. I'm just so happy we pulled it off.
Yeah, you can't give them too much reverence, though, can you? You've got to go and beat these guys.
Yeah, we did a good job of that at Croft, but obviously I reckon we're 7th for the moment, which is still good. We haven't put our quali setup on yet, so we've still got a bit of time to find, but good so far.
What sort of thing do you do on a day like this? Are you trying all sorts of different runs out, long runs, short runs, just testing things?
Yeah, we've just done our long runs so far on old tyres, but I reckon after this red flag goes, maybe after lunch, we'll bolt on our quali setup, new tyres and that, and quali map on the engine, and then see what we can do.
What's the biggest difference for you to go from the Mini to driving this car? Has it been a big change, a lot to get used to, or did the Minis help you? Is that a really good stepping stone?
I think the Minis are a really good stepping stone. Obviously, both the cars are front-wheel drive, so it's not terribly different. The only difference is this is a lot more powerful. But apart from that, I mean, I found it easy to op in this, to be honest. So, yeah, really good.
I'd say you've adapted quite well so far, Max.
Yeah, it's been good, yeah.
Listen, have a good day today. Nice to see you, and good luck for the season.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you, mate.
Thanks very much. Max Hall then, 18 years young. That makes me feel even older now, would you believe? So I've got to go and speak to somebody who's not quite as young now, if that's all right, if he's got a moment. Dan, hey. Dan Lloyd, one of our returnees. Yeah, you had a tough season in Porsche Carrera Cup last year, so mega for you to get back into this championship, where, of course, you've been going really well the year before.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster for the last 3 years, since the crash with Accelerate, kind of on the back foot, nearly got some great results with Team Hard, but struggled again, and then obviously I had to have a year out, and at the end of last year I thought that was going to be it at one point. Then this opportunity came around and worked mega hard over winter to make it happen, and so far so good.
Just give the fans here at the track just a bit of an idea of what it takes to get in this car. In terms of I know you do an enormous amount of work trying to get the deals together and working with sponsors.
Yeah, I mean, I think every single person on the grid works so hard, and just getting here is a massive achievement. And it's a bit of you get a bit emotional initial days when you come here, because it's like 5-6 months of a lot of stress, a lot of hard work. But then when it comes together, it's a great feeling. And while all the stress is happening, there's no racing, there's no testing, there's nothing to get people excited. But so when this starts happening, it's great. You got something to show for it, especially to the sponsors.
and you're with a team that's on the up, and a car should be good.
Yeah, it should be really good. Had a bit of a rocky start last week at Croft. Had some teething issues, but then we got them sorted on another day, and so far so good today. We've been constantly in the top 10. Obviously everyone's doing their own thing, but still been a really solid start. There's still plenty of improvements come with the car. Obviously with it being a new chassis, we've got a lot of work to do, but to be in the mix early on, I'll take that for now.
Does the fact that we're back here in, 10 days' time, does that affect what you do today as opposed to what you might have done at Croft in terms of testing the car?
It does in a way, but at the moment, because I've had such little running, I think we're just going through the usual process of trying to improve the general balance and just get a general understanding of it. To be honest, it helps the fact that we're here in 10 days, because whatever we find today, that's what will be on it in 10 days' time. So, yeah, it's quite good for us.
Dan, thanks for your time. You'll be fine. You'll be good this year. Have a good one, and I will catch you later. Cheers.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Dan Lloyd, great to see him back. He's just suiting up, which might be a signal that we're not too far away. Alan from getting cars back out on track. But I'll have a wander down the other end of the pit lane, see what I can find, and be back with you shortly.
Which will be good news. Chris Hartley down in pit lane here on Toker Live on Radio Donington 94.3 FM here at Donington Park. The sound of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship for 2025. Your messages continue to come in. Your message and your name, please, to 07482 877 877. It might just be that you want to say hi to someone. You can do that here on Toker Live. 07482 877 877, or you can email the studio at tokerlive.net. This one says, hi guys, currently listening and observing from Hollywood here at Donington Park in the haze of fuel and freshly mown grass. Excited for the season. That comes with love from heroics into sandevot.com. You should have put your name as well. But not just the website address. But great to have you listening. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. Enjoy the view from Hollywood, and hopefully you get the chance to see from a few other places around the Donington Park circuit today as well, which I can see many of you doing, making the most of the fact that we don't have a full race crowd here today, because it's one of those kind of naughty days on a work day when you take the day off work and come and enjoy a motor racing circuit midweek, which is always a very special feel. We are just over 1 hour left of this session, so when we are back under green, we'll have probably just about an hour until we have our lunch break, when we're also having a pit lane walkabout, your chance to come down to the pit lane, get a closer look at these great new liveries on the cars. The field looks absolutely fantastic, having done their photographs this morning and their videos yesterday for ITV. And we have got a green flag, so as I think another Ryanair jet comes into East Midlands Airport, we go green again at the end of pit lane. Currently, it's the champion from a couple of years ago, Tom Ingram, who is top of the times today in testing with a 1 minute 7.799. Dan Rowbottom in the Napa Racing Ford is second quickest with a 108.398. And Ash Sutton, he's back out on track, by the way. Dan, one of the cars to go back out on circuit as soon as the green flag comes out. Who else has left pit lane? So too is three-time champion Gordon Shedden, currently 13th in the number 52 Toyota. Who else has left pit lane? I think Stephen Jelly has gone out as well, currently 16th in car number 12. Chris Smiley, Nick Hamilton and Darryl DeLeon all having left pit lane. Everybody else still in pit lane, but we are green for the rest of this session with 1 hour and 3 minutes remaining until we go into our lunch break. Chris, you're down in pit lane. Have you found someone at the other end of pit lane to chat to, or are they all sort of scrambling to get back into cars?
No, some are. Charles Rainford is about to get in, so he's just helmeting out. I'm just patiently waiting down at WSR because I can see two people I'd definitely like to have a chat with. It'd be quite good to get both of them, actually, because it's a bit of a handover in terms of the BMW, because Aidan Moffat is down here, but Colin Turkington is down here with the team as well. So just in a bit of a discussion at the moment as Charles Rainford is just getting into his number 99 BMW. This LKQ Euro car parts livery on these two cars, the blue and the white, looks absolutely mega, like a
Looks
really nice,
stunning, doesn't it?
clean design, isn't it?
Yeah, really nice.
Very smart indeed. So Charles with his usual number 99, which he's raced for the last few years with in the Porsche Carrera Cup, because he's running a team as well. He's got lots of engineering knowledge, running the CCK Motorsports team with his dad as well, and they still compete in Porsches as well. So that experience that he's got, as I say, even though he's new to touring cars, is going to be pretty mega. I can see Jake Hill, he's helmeted up as well, having a chat with his engineer, just looking like he's about to get into the car. So I'm going to come back and see if we can grab Aidan and Colin shortly, because they are in deep discussion. Never seen Aidan look so serious. Ash Sutton is out here looking like he's not going to go anywhere soon. See, Ash, we got a quick moment to have a chat with us. Nice to see you. Well, you've had a busy few weeks recently. Dad again now, so number 2 on the way. Well, here, and probably coming here soon, I guess, to Donington Park, knowing you.
Yeah, I think we're going to have both the Herberts right here at round 1. So yeah, new addition. He's only he's pretty much 3 weeks today. So yeah, exciting. It's all a change within our household, but a good change.
You know, she's going to get really expensive for you one day.
You know, I've had that comment said to me probably 5 or 6 times already this morning, so I'm just going to give him a set of golf clubs and take him that route, I think. It's easy.
Oh, that's expensive as well, don't do that.
Yeah, well, it's definitely not as dear as this place.
No, that's true. So, I said to Alan this morning, it feels like kind of almost a reset for touring cars. We've got the experienced guys like you and Jake and Tom here as well, but we've got a whole new set of young drivers coming in. We've got drivers that have moved teams or moved from independents to manufacturers. It's quite hard to call this year, isn't it?
Yeah, big mix-up with the rules, the driver and car combinations we got. So yeah, it's exciting. I think it's good for British touring cars. Got more cars on the grid than we did last year as well, which is a big part of that. But yeah, the rule changes we've got. If you're looking at a tyre regulation thing, we're going to see a lot more of a delta between the soft and hard. We're going to see, obviously, the top 3 drivers from race 1 having to use the next hardest tyre available. That's also going to cause a headache for race 2 for those. So I think there's a lot of spice being added.
Yeah, always is. About for you and the car and the team over the winter, have you worked hard to find just a little bit of extra that you maybe didn't have last year?
Yeah, there's always hard work going on, and that's said for every team on the grid. No one stood still. But for sure, the guys have been sort of narrowing in to how we can improve. Obviously, look, it's nice running a number 1 on the car. To have it taken off of the car is not so nice. So the plan's to try and get that back and go for that 5th title.
Yeah, and that's on your mind then, clearly, to become what would be the greatest ever champion, 5 titles.
Yeah, of course it is. And the fact that when my firstborn was here, I won the championship for him. So I've now kind of got to do the same for little Hadley. So it's my own.
Can't keep having kids just to win the championship, though. That's also going to be hard work.
Yeah, it's never easy.
Good. Well, just finally today, what's the plan for today? What kind of things will you go through without giving too much away?
Yeah, ultimately we're still continuing our testing program. Luckily, the skies, the rain stayed away, and we've got some clearer skies above us. So we're going to stick to our testing program, stick to going through the procedures we've been doing so far for all the testing, and yeah, maybe later on we get a chance to have a little tickle, but yeah.
Of course you will.
We'll wait and see.
Chris, can you just very quickly...
Yeah, Alan's just asking me to ask you something, yeah.
Chris, just very quickly ask him what his memories of that 2016 test day
were. You're a mind
were.
reader. I was going to ask him that. We were talking about 2016, first time I commentated on touring cars. Your debut was here in the test day, and until I think about 5 minutes from the end, you were quickest. You didn't even have a seat fitting that day.
Exactly, yeah. I can remember not being able to actually see properly out of the car. I sat too low, but yeah, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Matt Neal sort of peed on that fire and took that away from me. But yeah, that was a nice moment for me to come into the championship and kind of prove my mark.
Yeah, and you've done all right since, Ash. Listen, good luck today. Great, best of luck for the rest of the season. You're going to be out there. You always are. Have a good one.
Lovely. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Ash Sutton, the 4-time champion. What's that number 1 back on the car, Alan? Of course he does.
I'm glad it's not just us that remembers that day with very fond recollections. And also that, yeah, just a minor detail, couldn't see properly out the car. I remember him saying to me afterwards, he couldn't see the apexes. He was sort of having to do it by memory, which is just stunning. These guys are on a different
Next
level, aren't they?
Yeah. Right, I've come back to WSR. Still in deep discussion. Trying to catch the eye.
Debriefs are legendary at WSR.
You got a sec, Aidan. You look deep in conversation. Aidan, you have got a weapon here this year. What's it like to be a WSR BMW driver?
You say I've got a weapon or I am a weapon?
Both, Aidan.
In Scotland, that's an insult.
Oh no, well, not in England. You are quick, that's what I mean.
To be fair, that's not even in the top 5 worst things I've been called, so it's fine. No, it's taking a little bit getting used to, actually. It's I thought it'd be a lot more like the Infinity. So
yeah, which you had a great season in the Infinity, didn't you?
Yeah, so I've came expecting that feeling and that way of driving, and that doesn't work on this car. It's a very different car. So yeah, it's just a little bit resetting the mind and treating it for what it is. So it's just taking a bit of time to adapt. But it's a great car, great package. I think we're still trying to find our feet a little bit after the obviously the hybrid system coming out. The weight has made that a different car. Front wheel drive cars, you take the weight out, they come alive. These it takes just a bit more time to find where it needs to be. With the rear wheel drive stuff, as it carry weight really well. So even going back to the days of ballast, you put the ballast in, you just be generally a bit slower, but the balance was the same. Front wheel drive, you put the weight in and think, what the hell is this? It was great last race. So yeah, I think it will come good. It's just taking a little bit of time to get where we need to be.
So what specifically is it in the corners that you having to change a little bit with your driving style? Is it through the corner into it?
It's just a little bit of things everywhere. It's Infinity had to drive a lot more on the brake. It was such a soft car that rolled so much. They had to try and influence that a lot with the brake pedals. So this car's got different strengths, different weaknesses to what that had. So it's just trying to, just trying to learn these strengths and weaknesses and make the most of them.
Tell you what, though, you're with the team to get it sorted, aren't you? Has it been settling in with this this amazing squad?
Yeah, easy. Everything's right, everything's ready to rock, and everything. You're told the time you're going out is when you're going out. It's how it should be. So it's refreshing.
Getting a few little tips here and there from Colin as well, by the looks of things.
Yeah, I've got Colin along, give him a little hand as well, so it would be nice to have him in the team. I think there's a few people you'll learn more from, and Colin Turkington. So yeah, it's good having Colin along. He knows his car at the back of his hand, and he knows a thing or two about driving, Colin, doesn't he? So
it's all right. It's not bad.
So no, it's good to have his experience helping us out too.
And your experience now, you see Max Hall, 18 years old. I mean, you're even younger than him when you came here, but now sort of one of the elder statesmen of the championship. Well, more than 300 races in BTCC.
Time flies.
Good. Well, you'll be good. I'm sure you'll get it sorted, and we'll look forward to seeing what you can do in this BMW in 2025.
Thank you very much, mate.
Yes, nice to see you. Thank you, mate. Take care. So Aidan Moffat there, and I'll just walk to the last garage. Number 1 car. That's nice, isn't it? That's the first time I've seen it up close to the number 1 on the Laser Tools Beamer. Jake Hill doesn't look like he's going to go out at the moment. They just got the car up off on the flatbed, just checking the geometrics of the car at the moment. So I won't interrupt Jake. He's having one of those debriefs with Dick Bennett. I'm sure we'll be able to grab Jake later, though, and have a chat with him about all the other stuff that he's been doing, apart from touring cars this year. So what you mean about these flashy suits, Alan? These reversible Napa suits.
Put your sunglasses on.
Yeah. Stan Robottom as I've never seen him before. That is, he wouldn't be out of place in NASCAR or something like that, would he? We'll see if we can grab him in a sec.
Shining brightly he is, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, we've both trimmed our beards as well. Marcus Simmons for Autosport always describes Dan as the bearded Midlander, and I always thought that was me, so I trimmed my beard, but no, he's trimmed his as well now, so I don't know what he's going to call us.
I told you he looked smart, didn't I?
Yeah, he does. He's got a better haircut than me as well, as in he's got some hair.
That's a very fresh haircut as well.
It is, yeah.
Yep.
No, looking trim and ready to go, and yeah, the car at the moment has got the blowers on it in the number 33 garage, so just running, and I think probably not too far away from getting into the car. Just having a chat with Mickey Butler. You got a sec, Dan? I'm going to chat with another Midlander. You're looking very fresh, Dan. Look at this fancy new boots, race suit, trim the beard. Already, this is the year. This is it.
I hope so. We're going to have a good go this year. We do look a bit bright, I'm not going to lie. Look very yellow.
I'm not sure it goes in my eyes, but yeah, no, it's good. You know, everyone's worked really hard in preparation over the winter, so hopefully we'll have a good go at it.
Yeah, and anything specifically you worked on with the car or yourself to just find that bit more?
A bit of all of it, you know, for sure. I've taken a long, hard look at myself. Not that I don't think I did anything particularly badly, I just didn't do it very well either. You know, a lot of things going on last year, a lot of things on my mind, so yeah, new year, ready to go.
Yeah, it sounds, from what I've read, like the plan this year is like just go and be a racing driver, because you do all this hard work. You know, I was talking earlier about at Rockingham when you were in Clio's Force 10 win and you were trying to tie the flags down for Cataclean, doing all of that yourself. It's a lot to take on, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it's yeah, it is tough, you know, and I've got great support, you know, and obviously everybody at Napa puts in such a lot of hard work that I need to do the same for them. So yeah, I think, you know, this is the time to do it. I'm getting old.
No, not that old. Good to see you, Dan. Have a good one. So, Dan, I think we're about to go out. Ash Sutton has just come back in. And, Alan, more and more cars being wheeled out into the pit lane apron. So it's about to get busy again.
Was that Dan Rowbottom saying he's getting old?
Yeah, I know.
Silly boy.
Yeah. How do you think that makes me feel?
silly boy. Right, Tom Ingram is top of the times, a 107.799 to the former champion, Tom Ingram, runner-up in the championship, of course, last year, and clearly having a chat down in pit lane spurs on great things. Dexter Patterson has jumped up the times. He's second quickest at the moment, 68.288 around the Donington National Circuit. Dan Rowbottom, just heard from Dan down in pit lane, a 108.340 is third. Ash Sutton is of course, four-time champion we've just heard from down in the pit lane. A 108.438 is currently fourth quickest. Dan Camish, his teammate, that needs a great meeting here at Donington Park in a couple of weeks' time. Traditionally, he has had bad luck at the opening meeting of the year here at Donington for one reason or another. Car 99, that's the car of Charles Rainford, is getting a black and white warning flag for track limits. Okay, it's only testing, but you do need to know if you're a driver, if you are exceeding the track limits. And Charles Rainford, new to WSR and the BMW this year, is receiving a black and white warning flag, car number 99, for track limits. That'll be shown down on the starting gantry just next to the lights. The starting gantry here at Donington Park has a great facility of putting up the car number and the flag as well on the start-finish line.
How often do you think we're going to be saying the words track limits this year?
Well, I thought we might have a test today. There you go. We've just had it.
We should probably never ever count that, should we?
No.
It's going to be a lot. Right. So yeah, just wandered to the other end of the pit lane next. Getting a lot of cars going out. I think Stephen Cieli has just headed back out on track as well. I'm just down at PowerMaxed at the moment. So Mikey Doble's just gone back through the garage. It's great, this car, I think, this year with this new sponsorship, this new more red on the car, looking fantastic. Let's see if Adam, would you have time for a quick minute? Quick minute. Oh, they're all the same length. I realised that as soon as I said it.
What's heavier, a ton of feathers or a ton of lead?
A ton of lead, I think, is the answer. I was awful at maths at school. As you can tell, that's why I'm doing this job. Adam, great to see you. Just talking to the fans that have come out here today to get their first taste of BTCC. And it's brilliant to see you back, because it was a bit touch and go, to say the least, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's kind to our situation. So, you know, we certainly didn't expect to be in the situation we were in. We thought we'd got another 2 years to find a sponsor to replace them. So, yeah, it was a bit of a shock, to be honest.
Done an amazing job in no time to get a new sponsor on board and get back out here with Mikey, though.
Yeah, Motorparts Direct have been our biggest customer for the PowerMaxed brand for years, and it's something I've been trying to get them involved with every year we've been in the championship, but I think now was about right for them. They've had a very, very good deal to kind of get their first taste of BTCC, and they're over the moon already with the feedback that they're getting from their staff, from their customers, interaction online and things like that. So I hope we can build them into a much bigger partner, and certainly by next year be back to 2 cars.
You certainly showed what you can do last year. An amazing year last year, utterly dominating the top 2 places in the Independence Championship.
Yep, independent drivers, independent teams, and the Jack Sears Trophy. Couldn't really have won anything else other than the outright, so it was fantastic. And then obviously it's been quite stressful getting this car together and relatively last minute. And then obviously we went out at Croft and topped the times over 2 days, which, you know, you couldn't get a better reward really for the effort that the guys and girls have put in at PowerMaxed Racing.
Yeah, I think Mikey had the fastest 3 laps, didn't he, that day?
Yeah, he's pretty consistent, and you know, people have said things like, "Oh, you were running underweight, you were running more boost." You know, the engine suppliers are very professional outfits. They don't allow you to do things like that. So we definitely weren't running more boost, and I can assure you we were overweight as well. So you know, we're quite happy with the performance of the car so far.
And I think I'm right in saying it's the first time that you've had the same driver in the car for 3 years running, Mikey Doble. So the fact that you've gelled so well, that must be a plus.
Yeah, 3 years full stop. We've never had a driver do 3 years with us. We've had a couple like Senna Proctor and Josh Cook that have done 2, and yeah, we haven't had one do 3. So obviously Aaron did 2 with us as well. So yeah, he's the first driver that's done 3 years with us and 3 years straight. You know, all with the same crew. I genuinely believe, and I've always said this, that if you want to win the championship in BTCC, you need to find your team and you need to be there for 5 years and you need to work together to get there. And certainly by your 4th year, you should be challenging for a championship and getting one in the 5th. If you know, obviously as long as the driver can actually pedal.
Mikey's definitely all right.
Yeah, Mikey is definitely all right. You know, he led all of the laps at Alton Park last year and then ended up finishing 2nd with Aaron coming 3rd. You know, he's definitely got the ability and he's improving all the time. And there's lots of things we can see in the data where we can improve both the car and the driver. So, yeah, looking forward to this year. I'm sure he'll win a race this year, I'm sure of that.
I know that you'd love to have 2 cars out there, but I guess there must be some benefits to just being able to focus on the one car and the one driver.
Yeah, price. That's a good benefit. It costs half the amount of running 2. The benefit really is the fact that, you know, the guys all know each other, but we can focus intently on Mikey. We're not going to get distracted by another car. You know, we're not going to have another car that needs rebuilding in between races that drags people's attention away. You know, all the focus is on Mikey, so he'll be properly looked after, more so than you could ever do with 2 drivers, basically. So yeah, I think, well, proof is in the pudding. We'll see by the end of the year whether it's been a benefit or not.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. Adam, great to chat to you. Thanks for your time. Car looks great, by the way. I really like the livery on it. It stands out nicely. So yeah, have a good season. Have a good day today. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thanks very much. Adam Weaver, team principal at PowerMaxed, and Mikey Doble's not going out just yet by the looks of things, but I'm sure he's doing some photo session, that's why. He's having a photo session outside the garage, so we'll catch up with Mikey in a little bit, because I'm sure he was... I might hover actually. I'm sure he was watching the golf on Sunday, because he was a very decent golfer himself before he came into motorsport.
He was certainly commenting on the result of the golf, because I saw it online.
Oh, yeah, he's ready. Hi, Mikey. Nice to see you. We were just saying, I bet you're watching the golf on Sunday night.
Yeah, and into Monday morning.
yeah. We had an early start, so I was delighted it went to a playoff. But that was drama, wasn't it? The Masters.
I know, I think that's got to be the most exciting Masters I've ever watched, the most exciting major championship I've ever watched, other than the Ryder Cup perhaps. But no, that was fantastic. I was really pleased to see Rory finally get the Grand Slam after 11 years, 14 years of trying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he made hard work of it, though, didn't he? That just shows, though, just to sort of bring it back to motorsport, weird things happen when you've got that pressure, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you're in the heat of the moment, sometimes the lights just switch off just for 10 minutes, and all of a sudden you think, what's just happened there? You know, I've just gone off, made a mistake, lost 3 places, and I can't even remember doing it. It's just like brain fade. So, you know, with that amount of pressure, you know, when you're up against it, it's just sometimes your brain doesn't think properly.
And I guess you still play a lot of golf when you can, because you're a plus handicapper, weren't you?
I was, yeah, I struggled to maintain it for more than a couple of years, but still play off scratch now. Played quite well the other day, shot 1 over par on Sunday, so not a bad start to the golfing season. But yeah, my focus is well and truly on motorsport now. So
Yeah, and we're just chatting to Adam, team boss. He said you're going to be well looked after this year because obviously just the one car, and you know, you'd like to have 2 cars out, but there's definitely a benefit to just being able to focus all the attention on you and the one car, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I mean, you know, they did a great job with 2 cars last year, but I think because I've driven the car now for 2 years, it's my 3rd year back with the team. I know the car really well. Everyone within the team has kind of been with us from the start, so we're all kind of like a bit of a family now. We all sing from the same hymn sheet, and yeah, we're making great progress with the car every time we get out into it. Obviously had a great test up at Croft. That was our first test of the year as well, you know, so the car hadn't turned a lap since Brands Hatch last year. The car was in a great place. I felt like I'm driving the best I ever have as well at the moment, so happy driver, happy team. Hopefully we'll have a mega year.
Yeah, it was amazing at Croft because you say everybody else has been out doing private tests. You basically haven't sat in the car, hadn't run the car, and not only were you the quickest, I think you set the fastest 3 lap times, didn't you?
I know, yeah. There was a lot of good things to take from Croft. Obviously, yeah, it is only testing, so we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. But you know, we know that our car was run to the regulations. Yeah, there was no games going on like maybe people assumed for us to be there. So I think regardless of what pace the rest of the field find when we go back there in the summer, if I can repeat those laps again, we're not going to be a million miles away from pole position. So
I'm not sure why anybody would be surprised there, because you led almost the whole race at Alton Park. You've been on pole position. You've been taking independence wins. You've been up there in the top 6 on a regular basis. So it's not really a surprise that now, you know, third year in with the team, 3rd year in BTCC, you're stepping up to feel a lot more comfortable in this environment.
Yeah, I'd say this is the first year coming into the championship where I really feel like I'm established and I belong here. You know, it takes a couple of years to really feel like you fit in and that you're fully comfortable with your surroundings. And now I come in and, you know, I look up and down the pit lane and there isn't really another car here that I don't think that we can beat when we're on our day. And that's kind of where we're at, and it's in a really good place. So really looking forward to getting the proper stuff underway next weekend and seeing where we really are.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Have a good season. Have a good day today, and thanks for your time, Mikey.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much, Mikey Doble. Then just on media duties now. You have to do all these things, see, don't you? As a BTCC race, all the media duties, interviews and photo shoots. But I remember speaking to Mikey first year. He was in the championship, Alan, and he was all a bit like goggle-eyed. He's like, I can't believe people are asking for my autograph and wanting selfies with me and taking photos. But 3 years later, or 2 and a bit years later, and it's all kind of, you know, settled in now, and he belongs.
I find him fascinating, Chris, for that very reason. You know, a scratch golfer who also happens to be rather good at driving a touring car as well. We've been joined up in the Toka Live studio by ITV's commentator, David Addison. David, nice to see you. Does this take you back? A radio station for Toka meetings like the 1990s when you and I first started.
I only came up for a warm. I didn't expect how to actually think about putting a sentence together. Yeah, it does. Toka Radio was, what, 96-ish when it started, and there was a radio truck, and it was all something quite exciting. And I'm delighted that you've been able to bring it back, because people forget the importance of being able to hear and follow what's going on. You know, when we're in our exalted positions, you kind of forget how noisy it can be out on the bank, and how you do need to know things and follow things, especially in perhaps we slightly made the sport more complicated, you can argue, in some respects, because we have in certain categories pit stops, and we have ballast, or we have extra time in the pits or whatever. And now with the turbo boost and the number panels, you know, it is going to take a bit of explaining, and you halfway through hearing what's being said, and then, you know, car goes past. I mean, to me, having a radio station and giving people the option to listen to what you and Chris are talking about is essential. So yeah, well done. And glad it's back.
Thank you very much. Yes, so am I. And people can get in touch. WhatsApp messages and emails. It's all part of the new look for the presentation at the circuits of BTCC this year. And in fairness, for those of us that talk about it, we've got lots to talk about. This, I was saying to Alan Gow, the championship director, looks like a very, very good grid indeed, with a lot of unknowns. Drivers coming back into the championship, new drivers. The Jack Sears has never looked so good. There are lots of imponderables.
Which is good, because you don't want to go into a season saying it's going to be another Sutton year or another Ingram year or another Hill year or whatever it might be. And there's nobody on this grid either talking about the newcomers that you would point at and go, why are they here?
Yeah,
you know, they're all there on merit. I'm excited to see how Charles Rainford goes on. I think Max Hall in testing has already made people sit up and take notice.
He's great,
now, okay, it's only testing, and it's really hard to know where you are in the pecking order, because your run plan might be different from his and theirs, and on it goes. So yeah, I mean, it just makes the 27th, 28th of April weekend here at Donington even more interesting, doesn't it? Because that's when you start to really see. And Gordon Shedden coming back, I find a fascinating one as well.
None of us saw that one coming, did we?
I don't think so.
It was all put together very quickly in the space of about 7 days.
So I gather. Yeah. And it's interesting as to partly why he wants to come back, partly why that team appealed.
Unfinished business, I reckon.
Yeah. But by the same token, it's disappointing, isn't it, not to have Rob Huff back for another year? But
Agreed with that.
You can't have everything, I
Agreed
suppose.
with that.
Somebody stopped me this morning and said, isn't it a shame that we haven't got Colin Turkington here? And I was able to say, well, he is, because he's in the garage. But he's been off the grid and back on before. Don't think that he won't be back in the future. And equally, nothing lasts forever. I can count on the fingers of one hand how many people have ever come up to me and said, what happened to Jason Plato? You know, the world, you forget, it just moves on so quickly.
Yes.
And that's not to do Colin a disservice, but there are enough people on this grid that will take up the attention of people, and that's who we'll be talking about.
And as you would expect from WSR, they are absorbing all of those years of information from Colin, having him down there in the garage today, for example.
Yeah, talking to Charles Rainford this morning, he's got Dan Millard, who engineered Colin for the last year or two, and so that brains trust is going to stand him in really good stead. No, it's going to be very, very interesting indeed, that's for sure. You know, Aidan Moffat in a BMW was interesting.
I know. We just heard from him. He's had success in the BTCC in rear-wheel drive before, so who knows what could happen this year. You've picked on one of my favourites, because I do like the personalities of the BTCC. Max Hall is a real personality.
Well, you have the advantage, in a sense, don't you, over some of us, of being able to see these guys coming up through the ranks, whether it was in F4 for single-seaters or Ginetta Juniors. You know, you and I have talked at Macau about people in the single-seater race, and you've said, well, I remember interviewing him in Formula 4,
true.
almost fresh out of his pram. And the same in Max's case, I guess, coming up through the mini ranks. So you've been able to see how they develop as people as well as drivers, perhaps before we get the chance to take note in touring cars.
It makes me giggle. He does have a personality. I had him on Tin Top Tuesday last week.
Right.
Told the story earlier on, so apologies to everybody that heard this earlier on. But he'd been testing here during the day, so I was interviewing him when he got home in the evening, and he told me, oh no, we had to go home early because the gearbox broke. So I was in the middle of saying, oh well, that's a shame, but at least you got a few miles. And then he interrupted me and say, wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything. So I never said you did. So,
proper racing driver.
He's a great personality. He's going really well today, isn't he? Look at him, he's on a hard tyre.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, again, let's say, you don't know how light or heavy the cars are on fuel, but even so, you've got to be able to drive it. And then you sort of look at the lap time in isolation. And what is he, 4/10 away from an Ingram time? You'd be proud of that.
Yeah, very, very proud indeed. We were also talking about Ash Sutton, 2016, first time in a touring car, this test session, and he sat there in an MG that he didn't have a proper seat for, couldn't see the apexes of the corner, or the apices of the corners, couldn't see where he was going, but he sat at the top of the times until the last couple of minutes when Matt Neal went quickest. So there is maybe a sight to the future out of testing.
And that's another good thing about the Toka package, isn't it? That you know, people come in and develop. I was looking for photographs of things that happened in 2015 for reasons I won't bore you with. And one that came up was a pack shot of Clios with Ash at the front, naturally. And you think, blimey, has he really been on the touring car grid for that long then, if that was his last year in Clios?
Yes,
but as you say, he made that MG absolutely sing.
Didn't he?
And he's never looked back.
No, never looked back. 4 championship titles. Anything else that particularly stands out? Because Chris and I were talking earlier on about things that we didn't see coming. Gordon Shedden was one of them. James Dorlin was another, and he's a jolly good driver.
He is. I'm interested to see how you go in any team with 4 cars. And the one thing that slightly worries me there is that there's not a huge amount of continuity in drivers. You know, you've had a complete wholesale switch so you've got 4 new people coming in and 4, if you like, 8 people trying to learn the processes, drivers and engineers. That continuity doesn't happen in the driving strength. But having said that, you know, if you're good, you can adapt. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly James gets his hat on with it. But yeah, he's clearly going to be a man to watch. Charles Rainford, another one for Jack Sears Trophy. I reckon there's an outright win in Mikey Doble. Ronan Pearson got rather sorely treated, you could argue, after his win at Accelerate, so he's got a point to prove. Gordon Shedden wants to prove he's top dog. Anybody in a One Motorsport car wants to remind people that One Motorsport is a team to be reckoned with. I said to Stephen Jelly, when did you last race a front-wheel drive car? He said, oh, probably last Tuesday, and we worked out that round Tesco's car park didn't count, and then he had to go away and have a think about the real answer. You know, but Josh Cook back in one of those Hondas.
Yeah,
that's his happy place.
So your friend of mine, Matt James, the editor of Motorsport News, last week on what's that?
He's still alive.
He is, and coming up with season predictions before the season starts. I asked him last week, Tin Top Tuesday, who would be champion this year. There was a long pause. It was almost an Ofcom crime of dead air, and then he said, Josh Cook. Not a bad shout.
No, I think he's probably right. I mean, I said to somebody a week or two ago that they might find themselves on the back foot in the sense that you've had to sort of rebuild the team. Well, Steve Dudman was saying this morning, no, you know, we've got most of the old guys back together again, and they know what they're doing, and the car is what we had before hybrid came in, so we've already got that data and information. Yeah. So they're probably in a more advanced place, and certainly Josh has got a big input into that team. And
looks good as well, doesn't it?
It does, and I think Josh. I don't quite understand why people don't bang on about him in the same way that they do Ingram or Sutton or now Jake Hill. Maybe it's purely that he hasn't won a championship. But I think Jake is another of Josh rather is another of the absolute stars on the grid.
Agreed.
And he's a good character. I heard you talking this morning about the frown that he always does to
always,
the cameras.
Always.
And you need somebody like that with the personality to not be a villain necessarily, but be a character, but also deliver on track. Because if you're trying to be a character and the results aren't there, you just look like a so-and-so. But Josh can get away with it because he can win races.
Yeah, and traditionally he's gone really well around here. Look at this, David. Sunshine looks down on Donington Park.
Do you know, I was at Paul Ricard at the weekend.
Were you indeed?
And I was wetter than a mermaid's flannel on Sunday because it was the most un-Paul Ricard-like weather you could imagine.
Well, welcome to Donington.
Well, absolutely. I wish I'd not had to go away. I could have stayed here. Bearing in mind all I'd taken was a couple of T-shirts and a pair of shorts, I felt all right, Lemon. Thankfully, the SRO clothing budget looked after me. But this is proper. And actually, for the teams who yesterday were saying, oh, it's going to be showery and we're not going to get any running in, they'll be really pleased about this because, A, it's a proper day of running, and B, it's relevant running because of what we're going to have here come qualifying in, what are we under? 2 weeks, just under
week and a half.
2 weeks' time, week and a half. Yeah. Crikey.
Scary, isn't it?
Absolutely. Can't wait, though.
You've got your Easter egg hunt in between, haven't you, this weekend?
It's either Skegness on Good Friday or it's Ipswich on Easter Monday, or it might be in my office on Sunday where there's the last round of Carrera Cup GB Esports, in which we've had Charles Rainford this year.
Well, yes, you have. Yeah.
He's had to miss the previous event and he will miss this weekend because of real-world commitments. But I had one of those really surreal moments doing esports 10 days ago here, all right? So it was British GT here. We used one of the hospitality buildings the other side of Scrutineering Bay. And at the end of the 2-hour GT race, I legged it into the back of the Hayfisher OB truck to do Carrera Cup esports from a virtual Donington.
Wow.
So I was at Donington pretending to be at Donington.
I hope you took a selfie.
No, I didn't.
No,
I should have done. Really.
What is wrong with you?
Well, would it have been a real me or a virtual me? Because the virtual me looks a lot nicer.
Have you got an action figure?
Not yet. I'm working on it. Okay. Everybody else seems to have.
Everyone seems to have an action figure.
I'm late to the party again.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Oh, no. Now, apparently, it was in the offing, but the tariff now on the amount of plastic that would be needed has rendered it unviable.
Final question, David. Part of the ITV Sport team for 10 years now? 10 years, 11 years?
2013 was the first one, so whatever that makes it.
And the numbers keep climbing, don't they?
Yeah, thanks.
And obviously the mainstay, the host of the broadcast, which is no mean feat in itself, hosting 6 hours plus of live television. If there was one man that was good for the job for a touring car paddock, it was Steve Ryder. And lots of messages coming in wishing Steve all the very best. He's doing the first half of this year and then not the second half of this year. What's it like working with Steve? He's been there and done it and done everything since before you and I were even thought about.
He's got some very good stories.
Yeah, hasn't he
and
just?
I remember talking to Toby Moody at the start of 13, before it was announced that I was taking over from Toby. And he said, when Steve Ryder hands over to you for the first time, he said, you will get goosebumps.
Yeah.
And I held my hands up, and I did, because it's quite a thing.
It's that voice.
Yeah, and also, if you'll indulge me, on a slightly personal note, because Steve kind of gets a bit of the blame for all of this. I think I've really told this story very often, but in 1990, Foster's had a competition. And it was something like the amateur sports commentator competition, and you sent in a demo tape, if you like, of racing, of your sport. And a judging panel would whittle that down to 8 people, and they had 8 regional finals, and there was a winner of each and then a grand final. And I got into the Northwest, or the North final, which I won, and then into the grand final. But the people that were doing things like cricket or football or rugby as their sports, that was fine because it was a chunk of live. What they gave me for the motor racing bit, and you were warned in advance what it was, but it was a Formula 3 race from Brands Hatch. But if you think about it, in 1990, 89, 90, it was a BHP edit.
Yes.
So therefore,
for BBC.
Yeah, and so you might have a lap and a half and then be on to lap 5. And so I was the only person before, and I was first up as well, the only person that before they did their bit was worded up. And it was Steve that came out and explained that I was going to be given this, which was fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I can remember him saying, well done on choosing the right sport. And so I got through that, and then obviously didn't see him for 100 years. But I think he showed the photograph of him presenting the prize to me at a Toka dinner a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And God, we didn't half look young.
That was a great picture.
Yeah, but no, he is slightly to blame, at least, for offering encouragement. And,
I have another Steve Ryder story. I can't tell it in entirety because and to tell the story properly, you need to use absolutely verbatim what the words were.
Yeah.
But all I'll say, I was about to host, and I was really nervous about doing it, a memorial service. And Steve came over. You may know that, of course, working with him, that he's got a very deadpan delivery of a very funny line. And ultimately, he delivered a very funny line to me. Up until that point, he'd been really sincere in saying, you're the best person for this job, etc., etc. Oh, and by the way. And it was the by the way line that got me, I'm afraid.
Yeah. He has... This isn't, I'm not saying this because it's expected, but he is an outstanding broadcaster, because a bomb could go off next to him and he would not flap.
Yeah.
You know, he is so calm and able to cope with everything. And you and I watch a lot of motorsport, we watch a lot of other sports, we listen to a lot of people doing it.
Yeah.
And the one thing that you do not hear from Steve in an interview is I or me. It's never about him.
It's true.
Everything is about the person he's
That's
interviewing.
true.
You don't hear, I thought you were going to catch him on that last lap. It's, did you think you could catch him on the last lap? It's never his thought or his opinion. It's always
really
constructed
good
in
point.
the way of the person he's interviewing.
Yeah.
And Steve understands that he's the conduit to do that. It's not about him trying to make himself into the star tone or a personality, because that's the guy he's talking to.
Really perceptive point, that.
I
David,
have my moments, you know.
You absolutely do. Thank you very much indeed. It's a joy to welcome you into the commentary box.
Now that Toka Live is back, I shall try and be a regular visitor.
And so you should. Lunch times are going to be very, very welcome up here, because we'll do, through the lunch hour, we're not going to go quiet anymore. We're going to carry on chatting to people.
Play music?
Play music, do all that
Alabama
kind of
3.
if you ask nicely.
I'm asking nicely now.
Have you discussed rates though, David?
Well,
he's quite tight these days.
Why do you bring up nasty subjects like money at this
to wind
stage?
you up.
But the strange thing is, Chris, you're not wrong, because when I walked up here, I had a coat and a hat, and he's already put them in his bag to sell.
I've had a lot.
Yeah,
I've had a lot.
I'm keeping it under my watch, but that's all I can walk out of here with now.
eBay.com/Alan.
Yeah, Toka Live is back. Yeah, it'll cost you. Yeah.
David
Keep up the good work, both of
Thank you very much indeed. Lovely to see you. And Chris, you're still down in pit lane. It's got a bit gloomier, hasn't it? Has it got a bit cloudy?
And there was you promoting sunshine.
Yeah, it has. It's a bit over. It's only a couple of clouds. I think it's going to be gone soon. But There's one slightly darker one. I don't think we're going to get any rain though. It's all right. It's just a bit April really, a bit like it always is at this time of year. But it's got a bit busier for this last portion before the lunch break, out on track. And Tom Ingram briefly in is just climbing back into his car. Just a lovely livery on that. And Camish has just come in. I think Jake Hill's just come in down the other end of the pit lane as well. So it's been pretty busy out on track for the last sort of 15-20 minutes. There's an awful lot of engineer discussions and looking at data, as you can imagine, today, because, you know, that's big chance to get it right, really, before we turn a few wheels in hangar in 10 days' time here for the first rounds of the championship. So, yeah, just wandered down to WSR again. Yeah, Jake Hill's still got his helmet on, actually, so that's a GS. Car's up on the jacks. He's going to be going back out pretty swiftly and having another run at it. So just checking the car over now, bonnet up, but Jake's still suited up and I think probably going to get back out soon. James Dorling just heading back out. He's been impressive so far, but yeah, it's a bit quieter in the pit lane than it has been for a while now. So I think just getting those last few runs in before we have an hour off and a bit of time to think about it before we go again this afternoon.
It's Toker Live on Radio Donington, 94.3 FM, Donington Park. We are taking your WhatsApp messages. All you need to do is send in your message and your name to 07482 877 877. You can email the studio@tokerlive.net. Loads of your messages. Is coming in. Reese, thank you very much indeed. Currently stood at Redgate watching the cars when it's green flag. Day off work and very much worth it. Reese, thank you very much indeed for writing in. More messages coming in through WhatsApp. This one says a shout out for the British Touring Car Podcast. Russell and Sam at Trackside getting all the pictures and the ins and outs for this season. Great to have you here, guys. Russell and Sam. Great to have you here at Donington. This one says, can you say happy birthday to Ashton, turned 18 today, and a lovely selfie as well. Thank you very much indeed. Happy birthday, Ashton. Great to have you here at Donington Park. And this one says, this is a request for music. Hello. It says, can we have Let's Go by Calvin Harris? Let's see what we can do over the lunch hour. Meanwhile, Adam Morgan has gone second quickest to 107.888. We've got 21 minutes until we go into our lunch break for 1 hour. So the order is Tom Ingram, former champion, top of the times, car number 80, 107.799. Adam Morgan is second. Max Hall is third. Tom Chilton has put in a great lap in the number 3 car and 108.242. He is fourth. Dexter Patterson is fifth, and Ashley Sutton completes the top 6. Chris, whereabouts in pit lane are you?
I've wandered back up to near pit lane entry. Josh Cook has just come in, looking pretty good so far. So I've come up to One Motorsport. Stephen Jelly came in a few laps ago, a few minutes ago, so we can grab a quick word with Stephen, actually see what life is like for him in his early phase with his new car and his new team. As Josh gets his helmet off and balaclava off, probably done for the morning session now. And the cars do look great, don't they? And veiled delivery of these two Hondas a few days ago, the gold and black and white. I mean, just works as a livery. That colour combination that we've seen so often on various cars in the past. So he's pairing up again. They've been teammates in the past, back when they were driving Ford Focuses. For Team Parker in the championship, they spent half a season together before Josh moved on. So I'm going to wander into the garage and see if we can have a quick chat with one or both, either or. Josh's daughter, I think, at the moment. And Stephen's just popped back to the team garage. I don't think he's going to the team truck. So I don't think he's going to be going out any time soon. See if we can, sorry, tripping over people and tyres. It's very busy in the garage. There's a lot of people at the back of the garage as well, fans here. A chance to try and catch up with the drivers when they can, which is great to see so many of you here. So team just prepping. I'm going to wonder my way back out the garage actually. Can't quite get either of those two, but I'll be back and I will grab them. I don't want to interrupt when they're in a bit of downtime at the moment.
No, you're quite right. It's an important day of work this morning and this afternoon. Okay, we're here to enjoy it and be entertained, but final official test before the season gets underway in a week and a half's time. There's lots of work to be doing. I can already see there is a nice big queue for pit lane walkabout, and it's all the way down the side of Garage 39, who are offering food and drinks throughout today, which is really good news. And an orderly queue has already formed for the start of the pit lane walkabout.
Yeah, great idea to be doing that today. I was just speaking to John Gilbert, I've known for a long time, who works at Speedworks, and he was saying it's been a busy few weeks because a couple of these deals, we touched upon the Gordon Shen deal, late to put together, but he said he brings so much experience, and it's been, you know, already noticeable how much he can bring, you know, from his knowledge of these cars, engineering and setup knowledge. It's really useful for the other team members. And he said at Speedworks, you know, it's open data. All the drivers in the team can at any time check the data, the setup of the other drivers in the same team. So that's how they work at Speedworks. Obviously having a 3-time champion, that's got to be a massive benefit to the less experienced drivers in that team. And I also asked about Aaron Taylor-Smith. I said, that's got to be a ray of sunshine, even if you're having a bad day, hasn't it, having Aaron in the team? And he smiled, he said, yeah. He said, sometimes though, Alan, you do have to put your headset back on because it's Monday and you want to go home, and he's still talking. He did say that out of earshot of Aaron. But yeah, he's, yeah, I think important to recognise that element that you bring to a team as well. And Adam Weaver talked about it, didn't he? The way you gel together is really important.
So important, and yeah, that was one of the major reasons why it would have been such an absolute travesty if PowerMaxed hadn't been out this year, because they are such a great collection of people that have been put together. Chris, I think you've got someone, haven't you? I think you've got someone. Chris, your mic's still live. Chris, are you there? I can hear your microphone. I can hear you chatting to somebody, but I have a feeling that maybe you've taken your headset off for a moment. If let's have a look and see if we hear from Chris. In the meantime, just a quick reminder, you can get in touch with us on WhatsApp. A message plus your name, only your first name, that's all we need, to 07482 877 877. Or you can email the studio with studio@tokalive.net on the email address. Quick rundown of the times. Tom Ingram, he's out on track, 107.799, top of the times. Adam Morgan, he is in pit lane. A 107.888. Max Hall is third, a 108.215. Tom Chilton is fourth, 108.242. Dexter Patterson is fifth. Ash Sutton is sixth. Dan Rowbottom, Chris Smiley, Gordon Shedden and Dan Camish complete the top 10, with Josh Cook, Dan Lloyd, Jake Hill, Ronan Pearson, Stephen Jelly and James Dorlin up to 16th. Can you hear me, Chris?
Hello, sorry. I think we've got it working again now. Yes, okay.
What turned off? Your ears.
Blind spot. No, all good. Yeah, busy, isn't it? Sun's back out as well. I'm enjoying this. It's been a long time since I've walked up and down the pit lane with a microphone.
A little question that I didn't get a chance to ask you. Aaron Taylor-Smith's car, when it was recovered back, did you get a chance to see it? Was it all okay? Just a bit of gravel?
Yeah, nothing. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't long before he was back out, was it? So,
good news.
Yeah, it was all fine. He's been back out since.
I saw a picture of Aaron yesterday on social media here at Donington. And it didn't take long for that big broad Irish smile to creep across his face because he found a cat to cuddle. I think it was at the hotel for the night. Absolute, he and Lauren, his wife, absolute animal lovers, and yeah, he's never as happy as when he's found a cat or some animal that he gets the chance to bestow some love upon.
Wasn't there on Tin Top Tuesday last year? Wasn't the story like he found a cat and it came to live with him for a bit, but then the owners turned up a few weeks later and he was quite reluctant to give the cat
It
back.
was a bird.
Yeah.
It was a bird.
That was it.
It was a bird. He found an injured bird, or an escaped bird. It wasn't injured. It was escaped, and he kind of made a home for the bird. But live while he was doing the interview on Tin Top Tuesday, the owner appeared.
Oh, that was right. Yeah, that was it. I did. Yeah.
The collection of said bird happened.
Dr. Doolittle.
Lauren used to insist on a resuscitation kit in the back of the car on every journey for injured roadside animals.
Right.
Serious.
Was he that bad a driver?
Well, see, the only thing is, I've never seen an injured roadside animal. I've either seen them alive or dead.
True.
So they must have been really seeking out the injured, or maybe they were just repairing ones that didn't need repair.
Repairing ones, yeah.
Who knows?
Right, Ash Sutton is about to go back out, so you're going to see a bit more Ash before the lunch break. He hasn't been out for a while, has he? But he's now been wheeled out of the garage. On the other side of me, one of his teammates, Dan Rowbottom, has just come in, but stays in the car. So medium tyres on again for Ash. Medium tyres, just did a tyre swap with the front left and the right rear on Dan Rowbottom's car. So he's going to go pretty much straight back out, I think. Charles Rainford has been in for a few minutes, but has stayed in the car as well, also on medium tyres in the number 99 BMW. So he, I think, is heading back out, and just seeing if Jake Hill might be going back out or not before the lunch break. Car being looked at, still up on the jacks. I don't think he's in the car though, so no, I think Jake might be done for the morning session for now, but definitely quite a few cars poised and ready to go, so I think we're going to see a busy end to this session. Gordon Shedden has just come back in, but again stays in the car. Is Toyota again with medium tyres, which is the majority of them are on at the moment. So he's in. Dan Rowbottom, sure enough, he's been wheeled back out, and I've spotted a lesser-known Tom Chilton in the garage. Let's see if we can have a.
He's going really well. He's fourth at the moment,
yeah,
Chris.
He is. He's been out of the car for a while. Let's see if we can. Have you got a minute for a quick chat? You go back, brief one, going back out. Tom's going really well, fourth quickest at the moment.
Yeah, very happy with that. I think I'm the only one to be on old tyres at the moment, not new, so I'm very happy with that time. As you can see, we're changing my brakes because it's very hard around here on brakes. So I nearly went straight onto the chicane. So I was like, we need to change it, boys. So they're doing it. And we're trying to get out now for the practice starts, which is at 5:2. So I need to get my helmet on and get back in.
Right, nice to chat to you. Good luck this afternoon. And yeah, there you go. Going to try and dash back out. Brake change. And Tom, he normally chats for hours, has got to get back into the car. But yeah, practice start. So if you are near the start-finish line on the inside of the circuit, cameras at the ready, because that's what they're going to be doing right at the end of the session, which also explains partially why it is about to get so busy and so many cars are about to leave the garage, Alan.
Decent question as well has come in on WhatsApp. Loving the coverage. I have a question about the LEDs on the back passenger window. What do they show? In a similar way to how they showed boost being deployed or deployment of the hybrid system in previous years, when they were deploying the hybrid, in the same way they will display when they are deploying boost in the cars now, but also the colour that goes around, I have been reliably informed, will correspond to the tyres that they are on. So the colours that are around the light panel in the back of the car will correlate to the Goodyear tyres that they'll be running on.
So that's the plan for this year. So we're keeping everyone trackside up to date with everything that's happening inside the car tech-wise, but a really innovative display on the side of the cars for this year. Very bright car of Max Hall goes through. He remains in third place. Quite a few of them down in pit lane. Tom Ingram now down in pit lane. So too Adam Morgan and Tom Chilton, as we just heard. Chris is down in pit lane as well.
Yeah, and almost from nowhere, Jake Hill obviously appeared, got into the car, and has just gone back out. So he is going to go out and have a bit more track time and a practice start, the reigning champion.
He's a champion now. He'll be more elusive.
He'll be all right. We'll grab him. It'll be much sought after, though. You're right. It's going to be a busy weekend for him, isn't it? The first rounds here at Donington, because everybody's going to want to speak to him, and television for sure are going to want to have a lot of coverage. But
for sure,
he won't mind because he's the champion. That's what he's dreamed of doing, and now he's got one under the belt. More maybe to come. Nick Hamilton's come in. He's just having a tyre swap. Car up and Jacks. His dad Anthony is here today as well, so he's just on the other side of the car. Watching things go on. You talk about the displays as well. One thing that's maybe not directly relevant to trackside spectators, but maybe more so to TV viewers, is the fact that this year the number of boosts that the drivers have got left is not going to be displayed on the timing screens, because obviously all the teams look at the timing screens so they can see exactly what other cars have got left. So you'll be able to see it on the cars trackside, but if you're in the garage looking at a timing screen, you won't be able to tell that way, which is quite an interesting change that they've made this year. Well, I'm pretty lonely down here, Alan. I think almost everybody's gone back out.
I know that feeling. I know that feeling really well.
Is something
all of a sudden you do start to wonder, don't you? Mickey Butler from Goodyear has come up to get a look from the best seat in the house without a shadow of a doubt, because the commentary box that we have here at Donington, you can pretty much, because you're normal size, Mickey, you'll be able to see right over. You can see right into the distance in coming through the corner as well, and on the run down towards us on the national circuit here at Donington. We are afforded such a good view here. We see them around Schwanz Curve, up around the top part of the circuit, and then right the way down to the final elements of the national circuit here at Donington. Tom Ingram is quickest. We've got 7 minutes just under of the session remaining. Tom Ingram's time a 67.799 around the national circuit here at Donington. Adam Morgan is second, and just fractions of a second behind. 107.888 is Adam Morgan's time. Clearly getting to grips pretty well with that Hyundai. And Max Hall, this testing sensation that we have in the number 93 car, is currently third. 68.105. Tom Chilton, Dexter Patterson, Ash Sutton complete the top six. And yeah, you're quite right. You've only got maybe half a dozen cars down there, maybe slightly over half a dozen down in pit lane, because everybody else, as we get towards the end of the first segment of qualifying, is out on track making the most of these conditions.
Two champions going out on track together. Tom Ingram just rejoining the pit lane exit in his Hyundai, and right behind him, Gordon Shedden, the three-time champion, returning to the BTC, has gone out. He's actually ducked to the inside of the curve at Redgate to keep out of the way of one of the Napa Racing Fords. So they go back out, and also about to rejoin Daryl De Leon, who's on the soft tyre still, so he's going back out. Charles Rainford's still in his BMW, but he's in the pit lane apron and will try and get out if he can for these practice starts. So I think other than for Max Hall, who's just come back in, Tom Chilton, who's about to go out, so it looks like they've got that. Yep, they've got that brake change done, and it's just dropped off the jacks. And Tom has been here for a while now. He's been well back out on the medium tyre, bed them in, and get the practice starting, which is what he wanted to do. That was the key thing. So Tom, they made it. Of course, they made it. It's amazing, isn't it, what these teams can do and how quickly they can do it. And then I wander up to Adam Morgan, who is just putting his earphones in, and balaclava about to go on, so he's going to try and dip out there as well. And the Draper liveried car, which looks great as well, doesn't it? Livery, one of the more recent ones to be unveiled. The Virtue livery of number 33, Adam Morgan. So exciting new chapter in his BTCC career, and he's gone well so far today.
It's Toker Live on Radio Donington 94.3 FM. Good to catch up with you, Mickey. Thank you for joining us. Mickey Butler from Goodyear, bringing us up to date with a few of the updates for 2025. Some exciting things to look forward to with Goodyear, our official tyre supplier for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Under 5 minutes to go, and we've now got two sides of a square queuing up for the pit lane walkabout. So wow, that's quite a lot of people queuing up on a weekday for a pit lane walkabout, all the way down the side of Garage 39 and then some, and all the way down the side of the Paddock as well. So if you're not already in that queue, I recommend you are, and the usual rules apply for pit lane walkabout. If you have a favourite driver and you don't want to be disappointed, go there first, and then get the autographs, photographs of any of the other drivers after that. But make sure you're not disappointed as far as your favourite driver is concerned, and make sure you join that queue from the very outset when you're down in pit lane. I'm not sure if it's obligatory for all of the drivers to appear on this pit lane walkabout, because it's an official test, but it's not an official race weekend. So if drivers are busy with a debrief following the morning's work, it might be that they're not going to be appearing on the pit lane walkabout, but I'm sure most of them will be down there, and Chris will be able to maybe report when the gates are open on the other end of the pit lane just how many of the drivers make it down. I'm pretty sure it's going to be most of them. It is a finable offence to not be on the pit lane walkabout if you're a driver for the race weekend, so they're always there. And I think they also get fined if they're a little bit late as well. So you can be absolutely sure if it's going to hurt them in the pocket, they will be there. But we shall wait and see if they all appear for our pit lane walkabout here at Donington today. 2.5 minutes just under of the session remaining. Still, Tom Ingram, top of the times. Adam Morgan is second. Max Hall, Tom Chilton, Dexter Patterson and Ash Sutton are the top six, with Robo, James Dorlin, Chris Smiley. He's gone well. He's got himself up into 9th place. And three-time champion Gordon Shedden completing the top 10. All of it here on Toker Live on Radio Donington 94.3 FM here at Donington Park. And during the lunch break, we'll keep you company. We're not going to leave you, and that will be the story throughout this year. Might have a couple of guests turning up here in the studio, keep you company with a bit of music as well over the course of lunchtime. We've already had a few requests for songs that you might want blaring out round the speakers around Donington Park. You can keep those musical requests coming in. We'll take those requests on WhatsApp. So 07482 877 877 the number, or email studio@tokerlive.net. 1 minute and 20 seconds until the checkered flag comes out for this first segment of free practice testing. Call it what you will. It is essentially the same as we have on the Saturday morning of a touring car weekend, where we have two 40-minute free practice sessions, testing essentially, and those free practice sessions at race meetings are essentially testing in public, on the public domain. And if you don't get all the laps done in those two free practice sessions, well, it can rather unsettle the afternoon when we have the all-important qualifying, and it can unsettle race day as well if you haven't done all of the work necessary ahead of the race weekend. Less than a minute to go until the checkered flag comes out. It's still Tom Ingram on the top of the times. 107.799 for Tom Ingram. Adam Morgan, new team for Adam, and clearly going well in this test session today. 107.888. Max Hall 68.105. Chris, have you got anything more from us from down in pit lane? See if we can get a word with Chris before we see the checker flag go out.
I will. They're mostly about to go out or already out to do these practice starts. And then we'll try and grab a couple when they come back in. But I think to a driver, they're either in a car or about to go out at the moment. They did get Adam Morgan. I left it late, but they got Adam Morgan out about 60 seconds ago. Tom Chilton, with those new brakes on, did go out and do just one recce lap. He's now, for a couple of checks, just about to go down the pit lane in the number 3. Hyundai ahead of Dexter Patterson, who was very briefly in. Gordon Shedden is in. Max Hall is in, but again up on the Jackson, still in the car. So looks like pretty much everybody is going to be out there for this last few seconds of the session. The only one of the Napa cars that he's in is Dan Camish, and he's not in the car, and he's got his helmet off, so he's at the back of the garage at the moment.
I've got a cryptic message which has come in from David C, and he's in Scotland. No, surely not. No, surely not. David, great to have you listening. He says, listening from Scotland at my work and on my phone. Could you say hi to all the Motorsport UK marshals all over Great Britain? Yes, absolutely we can. Thank you to all of them that are here, allowing us to have what is the final official test for the BTCC, and of course throughout our year as well. David, great to have you listening. Thank you very much indeed. This one says, I think Max Hawley is going to be a big surprise this season, as he seems to be adapting very well. I think the adaptation is complete, isn't it? He's up there. He was up there at the first official test at Croft. He is up there in 3rd position at the moment in this first segment of the second and final official test. The queue, Chris, for the pit lane walkabout
big,
continues to grow, and you've got practice starts about to happen down on the start line.
Yeah, because the flag has just come out, so the first 3-hour session ends. Tom Ingram won't be doing a practice start because he's just come in, or they might get him back out, to be fair, but he's just come back into the pits. Yeah, onto Max Hall though. The proof will be in the pudding when we get to the race, won't it? Because being quick is a great advantage, obviously, and he is quick. We've seen that, but he's got to go wheel to wheel with these guys. And one of the interesting things, I think, at the start of the season for Max and the other 2 rookies is going to be that not knowing what to expect.
Good afternoon. Right, let's go on for a pit walk, shall we? That's all the session done, 2 hours and 55 minutes. We had an hour lunch break ourselves, charging equipment. We were on a bit longer than we thought. So now we're gearing up for an hour's pit walk with interviews with all the drivers. We're going through the and then we're going trackside. And when we go trackside, we will have time hikes and a lot more information. Now, alongside me, I'm going to rotate a bit here. Hello.
How are you?
Well, how are you?
I'm really good. Yeah.
Me too. And this time, I'm not holding your whole mic.
Here and looking forward to having a little wander up pit lane.
Very fun, isn't it? And on a separate mic behind the camera at the moment is Tom Cans. Hello, Tom. How are you doing? Excellent.
It is quite unclear at the moment. Cars coming back into the pits, and you can hear them quite loudly at the moment. So they'll shut off engines shortly.
We are doorstepping from down here in Virtual Racing. That's where we're going into today. Because Kappa is a bit speedy. Megan says it's victory. I don't know what that is. Is that my... That could be me. Okay. How am I, Megan? Am I sounding okay? Okay, good. Sounds like okay. Kingdom's here again. Okay, there's just a bit of feedback from the mics, that's okay. Tom Ingram's coming in from his divots. Looks to be okay, looks like he's keeping it right. He's keeping the overalls white overall, which is good news. Top next door. Don't want to get hit by things over the head. Adam Morgan. How to hold. Moving bins out of the way because they're lowering the truck down. Adam Morgan, everybody. Yeah, practice rev start. I don't know where JT is. He's listening. But JT's down at turn 1 taking some trackside photography. I I do want to get a word with Adam now before he gets out of the car. I may as well give him a little something. How's it looking with that ball coming through? I'm just. The thing is, we're still stuck. We can't move. If I'm going to get a look at shot of that, it's a pole moving down over there if I get a shot. So we can't move yet. I'm stuck. Do you want to come over? Yeah, I think there's okay. We do that. I'll take it. I've become cameraman again on my own channel. Hey, Morgan. Yeah, I'll great having a good looking car. Oh, you can come round now. Yeah, Tom. Yeah, you can come round now. I lean here. I'm going to put the mic in, that's very rude. What do you think, Tom? Practice starts this afternoon as well? You're going to do some practice starts this afternoon too?
Sorry, just repeat the question again.
Do you think you'll do some practice starts?
I would reckon so, yeah. I think now that...
Adam, can I have a quick word? Hiya. How did you go out there to a new car, new team? How's it all going?
It's been good. Yeah, happy with the car, happy with me. I'm still learning little bits. I'm not remembering back into front-wheel drive and getting used to it, but yeah, so far so good.
Excellent. And this afternoon, what's your run plan? You're going to do some soft runs with nice hot weather?
Well, we've done our softs now, so we'll move back onto the mediums. A few little bits to try. Yeah, just get some laps in. For me, race distances, seeing how the tyre reacts over a full race distance, and then we're going to enjoy it.
How comparable is Donington to other circuits on the calendar? Because we do move around lots of variations.
Every track is completely different. The from the tarmac and everything. Different tyre compounds. So nothing's the same.
Excellent. Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Right, we'll go this way. Don't bump into it. My goodness. That's a door. I'm not learning already. Right, where are we now? The boys still here? Yes, we are. Down at Toyota. I can see Flash. I'm going in. I'll be waiting. This is the one that everybody's wanted to get an interview with. We're definitely going to be waiting around for Flash Gordon. Yeah, opposite lock, I think he's saying there. Okay. Pico, I can bring you in here. You're more akin to driver analysis. Rear stability there as well as complaining for a new car coming back. What do you think for Shedden?
Well, we know that Gordy's one of the best British touring car racers that there's ever been, and so yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he adapts to the Toyota. We're more used to seeing him in a Honda and past with the team dynamics, but I mean he's fantastic. I'm sure it won't take him that long to get up to speed in the new Toyota.
I think you do as well on that one. So I'm hearing the lag. I thought you'd finished talking. It's a tiny bit disconcerting. That's only when you're in one earpiece. If people are wondering. There's his helmet coming in. I will try and flag him down, but I think Aaron Taylor-Smith, who did end up in the gravel earlier on, has disappeared. Yeah, did you see it, Tom? If you look at the front there, there's the gravel work on the front of the bodywork and suspension. He's gone in as well. I don't want to break the line when technically the pit lane is cold, but the paddock turns hot. How much do you think I get away with there, Peter?
What?
Do you think I get away with going in there and catching his eye?
Potentially, I'm not sure. You're more than welcome to give it a go, but it's yeah.
Oh, it's getting hot, isn't it? That sun's really burning my face now. I don't know if someone wants that.
How's it being ginger?
Oh, I've got ginger undertone on the beard. You might be able to see it.
I've got ginger here though, so yeah, it's quite bad.
Okay, so Vampire will get out of the way. Owen, you pop here for a sec. I'll go this way. What do you think as well with Flash coming back in? First time we're actually seeing his new car.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting with Shedden because I've been used to him running races in touring cars since I was 5-6 years old. He won his first championship when I was just about 7 years old. So it's going to be really interesting to see what he can do in the Toyota, of course. We're used to seeing him in Hondas, but it's going to be really interesting to see how quickly he adapts to that Toyota and see if he can win some races.
Yeah, let's hope he wins some races straight off as well. He's in a long debrief, but I'm holding it because this is the one that you want to talk to. He's not ever dressed like the stick. Has anyone else noticed that? Hash Gordon is the stick.
Yeah,
There's going to be vibes, even someone trying to do a 10K in a full 60 or something like that. But no, it's I do get those vibes a little bit with the white overalls with the white sensor. So, but yeah, I'm not sure what exactly they're discussing about. I'm sure that's not something that they would want us to necessarily know. But you can see that's my Goodyear tyres have just been. I wonder how hot they'll be at this moment in time, given the amount of mileage. Don't think you can actually touch that.
I'm going to try. I'll feel it. No, it's warm. It's warm to the touch. It's not boiling hot. Okay. It's like it's like warm milk. That's how it describes it. It's like when you drink warm milk. That's what it feels like right now. With this one, on the inside front, left front, yeah, you can feel it there. Boiling smooth. I'm not wearing any safety measures. Go on.
That's only done a race start. That's it.
That's only a race start. That's how much distance on a race start only.
Yeah, I suppose if they want to try and do it on like a scrub set on a new set of tyres, because they're obviously allocated something like, what was it, like 8 sets of fly tyres for the weekend or something that these drivers, yeah. So they want to try and scrub a set before they do a practice start of it for obvious reasons, because you don't want to be sliding or getting wheel spin off the line. So I think the fact they've done a practice start with these only, just maybe tell us that
it's covered.
Yeah, it's just covered. Yeah, you can just see almost like there's like treads a little bit when you look at them from the distance. And I suppose that's kind of a little bit adaptable. You know, if the track is a little bit damp, I suppose that's what those treads are designed to do is just not for local wet conditions, but even if it's just like a touch of rain or something like that left on the circuit, then they wouldn't need to make a drastic change of tyres for when they do need to pit in, because it's very rare you see pit stops nowadays. But go back to the thing about Nicholas Hamilton earlier. He played the strategy very well in terms of the tyres that he was on at the right time.
Absolutely, JT's back with us now as well. How's the practice start?
They were good. I've got a couple of things. I don't know how well you'll be able to see it if I get them up.
We are waiting for flash. Let's see if we can get the camera in.
No. I'll try and show the camera.
I'm going to bring in Lucy. She's just behind me. How you finding it, Lucy?
The people yearn for last lap, Lucy. Hello.
Are you been popular around here?
No.
Oh, come on, I've got
you. I'm popular with you.
Well, yes, obviously, you've been on this thing. We're always waiting for Gordon Shannon. Are you going to try and get Gordon?
I have not done any driver interviews yet.
Megan's asking if she finds more victims.
I found more victims. I managed to get 8.
8 in total?
8 blindfolded victims, and out of context, this is going to sound terrible.
Yeah, if you weren't watching earlier on, Lucy, do you want us to say what you're doing?
So I was doing a YouTube video where we blindfolded people and had them name the British touring car track blindfolded. So we had a 3D printed model of each track, and people could have like a tactile, like have a little feel of it.
I'm not saying what I did very well. She's watched earlier on.
Very well. He did do very well. We did have some fairly mixed results. Yeah, some people really struggled, and other people like you. Yeah.
I look at track maps for a living. I think JT can't do it because he saw it, but you would have smashed it as well, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Journalists have to. Well, so how are you finding it first day here?
Yeah, honestly, a bit overwhelming, to be honest, because I don't know my way around this place. I think, if you dropped me in the GB3 paddock, Formula E paddock, I'd be a lot more familiar with what's going on, but I don't know anyone. I don't know the drivers, I don't know the teams, I don't know any of the team members, so it's like, it's so hard. I'm walking around like,
you make a job though.
Thank you. So I'm currently waiting to talk to Aaron Taylor-Smith, but
yeah, he had a problem earlier on. He was in the gravel, so
and the problems are continuing, unfortunately, so I've been told to come back a little bit later, just so I'm not waiting around, because they're busy focusing on getting that sorted. So fair enough, to be honest. I'm not here to get in the way. That's freed me up to go and find some other drivers or some other. You've got important, exciting people.
In 5 minutes, you've got the pit walk, so stay here. You can just walk through.
Really?
Well, we've going in with the mic and camera.
Fair enough. I mean, there's a big long queue over there, so.
Yeah, but that's the public. We don't count. We're in the back of the garage.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Megan's giggling now.
She's giggling. Where is Megan?
She's in the studio.
Hello, Megan in the studio. Oh, I heard that. I heard hi.
How did you hear hi?
I don't know. Did you say hi?
Did you say hi?
Do we have listener or viewer interaction going on? Is there like a live chat we can?
Megan, is there anything in the live chat? I'm asking the student. Some earlier, what were they? Let's see while we're flash.
I want to speak to the people. yearns for the people.
Adam says he's really enjoying today. Anything else?
Adam.
Oh, yeah, JT's trying. Have I missed that? He's still there. It's fine.
They've all been keeping an eye out for you. Don't worry.
Lovely. As I ramble on.
Indeed.
Still, yeah, it's got cool again. That's what I've noticed. So the sun's going. That's going to play havoc with this track temperature.
Do you like my double mic setup? Why are you double mic'd? Because then when I get to one, I can pass them all very quickly.
Oh, I see.
And already be mic'd up.
Where's Alex? Where's she? Oh, there. Hello.
Yeah. So we're hovering. Would you recommend a good starting point for me? Where would you say I should go? Who should I try and talk to?
2 doors down, Ingram.
Ingram. Oh, he's going to be really busy though.
Nah, he's a pussycat. Just go up and say hello.
I'm not going to have time. He's not going to have time. He's been swamped. Every time I walk past, there's been 100 fans like, hello.
Well, I tell you who has been visible. Nick Hamilton.
You've not even seen him?
I haven't even seen him.
I've been looking out for him. That's
We'll
a
get
shame.
him on the driver walk in a minute. Anthony Hamilton's here as well, apparently.
I met him at the British Grand Prix at the Paddock exit. It was lovely. It was so lovely. Everyone was like, Anthony, and he was like, no, don't worry about me. Lewis is coming. I said, no, we want to get a picture with you. And
I really need to say thank you very much for what you did to Isaac.
Oh God, yeah, that tears in my eyes. That was honestly, that's what motorsport's all about. It's about giving your rival a hug. You know, that was a really special one. I hope that goes down in F1 history. To be honest, it's what a beautiful moment of sportsmanship that extends beyond the racing. You know, that was just a human moment, and that was absolutely beautiful.
Anyone else feel like we've got a crowd around us now?
I am starting to.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna try and catch his eye in a minute. Nico, swapping Lucy with Nico's. Hello, Nico. Yeah.
Oh, I'm staying.
He's just holding his hand. Yeah. This is a media launch. Everyone's getting ready to go in, and 5 minutes for the media, no drivers around.
Well, yeah, I think some of them might have just gone off, maybe just like giving themselves like a comfy break or something, because obviously they've got the fan pit walk in 2 minutes time. So yeah, but yeah, I think some of them snuck out, but Flash is having a fairly long debrief here with his engineers. So yeah, I'll be honest, I've sort of just been like sort of wandering around to see if I can find anyone sort of in.
He's gonna go grab some to bring it to me.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
top man.
But I haven't spotted anyone yet, so if I do find anyone, I'll try and send them your direction.
Send them Lucy's way as well, which I think is he's getting ready.
Please do. I'm desperate for a driver interview today. The problem is because it's easier for you to take literally 30 seconds of a driver's time. Hello, how are you? For me, ask if it's okay if they don't mind being in my video. I'm very polite with it. And maybe it needs to be a bit
just
more.
Just doorstep.
Interview.
That's what I need to do, Alex. Just get the mic, shove it in there. That's what we do.
No, I'm very polite, and I would like to come back. I want to get back.
And listen, I've done far worse than doing car paddocks and still been invited back. Just dive in.
I just want to point out my first Formula E race in Rome in 2018. I doorstepped Fanbird after he won the race, just not knowing the protocol, anything like that, and they let me back in a few years later. So yeah.
Emphasis on a few years later.
COVID happened. I didn't really do anything.
Sorry. He's here, and I'm not missing this opportunity. He's popping his cap. Let's try and catch his eye. That's always a weird thing. Sorry for cutting you both off. Garage, Colin Turkington's in Garage 39. Okay, so we'll head that way because he's not driving, and I'd love to get into with him. Driving his helmet. If he's going up this way, I'm going to stop him. I'm not going to stop him. Oops. Gordon, you got time for a quick word? 30 seconds? Oh, lovely. You're back in the championship. How's it going with the new car?
Yeah, all good. I think we'll wait and see what happens when we get to qualifying next week.
I can't wait. See you then. Quick word. Okay. We'll get him in a minute. Hello, how are you doing? Oh, very well. How are you doing?
Very well. Very well indeed. How are you?
Live all day, and I'm Jay Smith. Sorry, I'll catch you in. That's so embarrassing. I've literally just doorstepped. Sorry, Richard. Sorry, go first. Not to get in the view.
No stress at all.
Hello, Aaron. How's it going? You had an off, I hear.
A little bit of an off. Crashed the proof you're trying hard, so I thought I'd put it down to. No, we didn't hit anything. Just parked it in the gravel. small little mistake, but these things happen.
Yeah, no damage?
Nah, not at all, just ego. So I'm not.
Excellent. What's the start of your time like?
Go fast. No big man. Yeah. No, we're just working through a program. It all feels pretty good, to be fair. So keep chipping away at it and see where the afternoon gets us.
What do you think you're already looking into next weekend or 2 weeks after?
We'll be in the mix. I feel like the car's thereabouts, so we'll have a good crack at this.
How do you feel? Because I never got to meet you for the Independence Trophy because I got to take and then you'd already left celebrate with it. How was it winning the title last year?
To be fair, it's like a box ticking exercise. Like it's something that I've always worked towards. So it's really nice to have that under your belt. And no, I think now we've kind of moved on up through the grid. Hopefully, put on another fight and see if we can get through that main one this year.
Excellent, thanks. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
No worries.
Lucy and Alex are there ready for you when you're ready. Now, where's Richard? There he is. Hello, how you doing?
Right, should we try again?
Yes, hello, how are you? How are you?
Very well. I'm very well. It's been a long day already and the calves are hurting, but now we're all good.
Yeah, we're done. We're under the track court yet. We're doing that in the afternoon, but we've been live all day for once.
Live all day?
Live all day.
Live all day. But I mean, you need to get a sandwich or something.
We had lunch. We gave it to Chris and to Alan.
Oh, good.
But, yeah, so what have you been up to here?
I've just been milling up and down, speaking to some past interview guests of mine and sorting a few more out and just
getting a bit buzzed here, Tom.
Doing a bit of plane watching. Very nice.
Very nice.
And yeah, just getting some photos, creating a bit of content, so and just catching up with old friends.
Maybe in 2 weeks.
Sadly not. No.
Oh no.
No, sadly not. Other commitments and things like that, and saving the pennies off to the 6 hours of Spa.
Yeah. Oh, that's a better choice.
I mean, nothing against Donington; it's a great place, but you can watch Jensen Button thumping around Spa in a Porsche, in a Cadillac, isn't it? Cadillac, yeah.
It's starting to rain. A little bit of sprinkler. It's felt.
It's April, isn't it?
Yeah. April shower. Hey, stay tuned. Take care. Hard compliments to have you, by the way. What? Where am I being pointed to? I'm being pointed everywhere. Where am I going?
Over there, left.
To who? I'm now asking to who? I can see the barriers. There's an interview going on. I can't really doorstep it. Ronan Pearson's gone down there. I'll get him on the. I'll get him on the pit walk. Pit walk's coming in a minute. Yeah. Oh yes. Right. Who are you pointing to me to, Jason? James Doolan. Yes. No, Tops. He was good, isn't he?
He is good.
Yeah. Looking forward to see how we get on.
Right, Jen. Have I still okay? Yeah. Both will take it. Megan, right there? I've lost that one. I think I've looked in this thing.
I think you've just gone straight.
They've gone through the garage. Okay, now it's time to go. Let's go down the other end. Local walk. It's muffled. You sure? How's that? And now? I've changed frequencies.
I think a week when you'll be.
The winning is going to be. How's that, Meg? Yeah, Meg. We're going to have a little bit. Hang on, we're going to have to miss a moment. Right, Meg, go to battle screen, please, for hypixels. So be with us. Hello, Megan. Are we back on cameras? Okay, so far. Yeah, so just a few issues because with so many people coming through. Right, let's go through then garage to garage. Although I'm hearing myself 3 times now. That's very disconcerting.
No one else around here, so we can go. I'm assuming we're going in. Yeah.
Straight into the garage. Okay, let's go through. Okay, it's going to be a bit awkward. BMW have put their screens up, which means no. That's always handy. That's so unfair from BMW. Should I try and sneak it to get into him? Oh, well, it's open here. I'm going to try. Yeah, Tom, do you want to come with me? You two go. Don't show the cars. Oh, they're not here yet. The driver's here yet, not here. 2 next door, 2 next door. Let's go next door. Sorry, guys. We've been set next door. We can go next door. Can you fit? Where are they? I don't want to show you technical data. Yes, hello.
It's over there.
It's over there. Okay. We're out to come in. Do you know where the driver? Should we just go to the driver? Over there. Cheers. Right, we don't show anything. Come through, don't show anything. Ah, here they are. Dal Dion and Jake Hill. Oh, sorry. No, don't worry. There's a queue. We have to take a ticket. See, some other people do it, taking our idea as well. BMW being mean. Oh, careful, Tom. BMW being mean with about media passes. There isn't a media pass for this event. So, yeah, BMW being mean again. That's because they've got something with their cars. So one side saying yes, the other side saying no. Right, let's go back this way. And we'll just try to BMW with... Say again, Max? Purchase because media. Well, GT, can I borrow you for a second? Come here. Do you remember last year when BMW was so secretive with their car and it turned out it was because they had an awesome start procedure?
Yeah, that happened, didn't it? They had the garage things up they have in race weekend, like which they normally have in race weekend. They had them untested.
Yeah. So we can't go there. That's really annoying with BMW. And we do have a media pass. We went to 3 events last year to get our media pass. Okay, I'm really having audio issues at the moment. I need to disconnect and reconnect. So.
Your mic, Tom's mic, join them together.
Okay, how's that? Better. Okay. No, it's not hearing 3. Sorry, I'm hearing 3 loud. 1. It's really. Right, Megan's hearing double, so that means it's coming to the iPad. Oh, if you just go, JT, start talking.
Okay, so hello and welcome. And I don't know what to say, so I'm going to come to you, Tom. Hello, do you want me to take that for you? And what have you thought of the morning session so far?
I mean, it was mentioned earlier, I think some of the BMW drivers may be sandbagging a little bit, hence why we've not seen the fastest of times from them so far, from any of them, including Jake Hill. So, you know, I think it's been a reasonable session. You know, there haven't been too many incidents. We did have that red flag thanks to Aaron Taylor-Smith beached it in the gravel. Wasn't too downbeat by it. These things happen. I think it's better to have it during testing than it is to have it during the race. So, Yeah, I think they're raring to go for the afternoon session. Asked people getting their opportunities to have their autographs signed, and away we go for the afternoon when it comes round.
Yeah, absolutely. Around 3 hours ahead of us, and well, I held the camera for 30 seconds and my arm kills me, so I feel bad for you, Owen. Back to you, JB.
Thanks, JT. Right, we're back. I can hear myself now, which is great news. Are there any drivers nearby?
There's not, no.
No. Oh, they're right at the front now. Oh, that's Ingram. We already had Ingram, so. If we get any more, we got a restraining order against him. Where's the front? We've had Adam. Let's go down the other end of the guy, shall we? BMW being secretive. We'll get them at the end of the day, though. BMW. What are you hiding? Go down. Sorry, running away from this way. Darrell Dorman. Oh, Lucy's got him. Well, this is fun. Lucy's got him. With Aaron Taylor Smith. And, oh, there's what, behind the scenes.
Yeah, behind the scenes of Last Lap Lucy.
We're in the back of shot. Let's go. Sun's out again. Jeez, it's going to get really warm, isn't it? Right, where are we now? We got proof, though. We got told to go next door. And then they covered something up because we're next to the Champs Cup. Still staying. Did you say Colin Turkington was Garage 39? Is he still there?
I don't know, but he was seen at Garage 39 about 10-15 minutes ago.
He'll be around here.
Yeah, somewhere around here now, probably.
Actually, I'm going to put my shades on screen because I can't actually see people. I apologise for doing a non-Murray Walker thing, having shades on. But it's got so bright here all of a sudden, you can't actually see. How are you managing, JT?
The smell of rubber has suddenly got stronger.
Yeah, and we're at more going on. This is down at Restart. Is Chris Smiley about? I can see Daniel Lloyd, but I don't know if I want to pop in and have a conversation. BMW, another thing about them, they are the only professional, like, world-class team that are here. Toyota may be racing here, but they're very relaxed. BMW take this very seriously, as they will. I'll get them back. I always do. Wasn't that the same one that gave me, like, what's this? Oh, thank you. Top 10. So, from that session. Oh, Nick! Hello! Oh, I'll take my shades off. You got a second. And that. Nick, hello. Brilliant to see you back in the championship. How you doing?
I'm doing really well, thank you. Yeah, just out of the car, a little bit hot, but yeah, about to go to signing.
Excellent, good luck. I won't give you any more. I'll see you next to Donington. Anthony, hello. I just want to say, I was commentating in the Australian Grand Prix.
Oh, right, okay.
And I want to say, I said it on air, I wish I could thank you for what you did to Isaac Hatcher. It was a true sporting procedure. I agree with what you said afterwards. You've got to nurture them and everyone starts somewhere.
Everybody starts somewhere. The thing is, these drivers, they work, hard from the age of 8 to try and get to Formula 1. When they get to Formula 1 and something like that happens, it's never over. It's just the beginning for him.
It is. And
he's going to be a great driver. Great driver.
What about Nick? How's Nick coming in? Back in the throwing cars once more. This is fantastic news.
Nick works hard, goes and finds his sponsors, and gets himself back on the grid. And sometimes beats himself up because he wants to go fast and fast. But as I said to him, every time you get in the car, you win, and that's the most important thing.
And also, obviously, not about Lewis here, but what's he like in Ferrari at the moment? What's he like?
Loving it, absolutely loving it.
Main Grand Prix victory? Coming up? Main Grand Prix victory coming up this year?
Oh, who knows? Every time Lewis gets to the car for me as well, it's a win, so we'll see what.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you. See you later. Oh, sorry. Well, I was happy I got hold of that because that was something I've really wanted to do since Australia, was to thank Anthony Hamilton and get Nick as well. That's fantastic news as well. So tick that off the bucket list. Where are we now? One motorsport. Jack's down to BMW. Okay. Cut through BMW. Go where? I can't go through BMW. That didn't work. Unless it means go back to the back of the pit lane. I don't know. Okay, top 10. Ingram was top 107.799, Morgan second, 89 thousandths off the pace. And then we got Hall in third, Chilton fourth, Patterson was fifth, Sutton sixth, Rowbottom seventh, Rawlin in eighth, Miley ninth, and Gordon Shen actually round out the top 10. Not a bad job overall. Thanks, Jason. Coming through. I still doing all the activity coming through. But hello. We are. Hello. You right?
On YouTube.
Yes, we are. Hello.
Yeah, I'm fine.
How are you doing?
Good.
Excellent. As well. So who are you supporting? Napa?
Yeah, Napa.
Are they going to win? Who's winning on?
Ash.
Ash, always Ash. Take care. Have a good day. Always nice. Right, let's see who's at the back of the paddock. Because often you get a couple hanging around. Like last year, Donald Young was hanging around. Wasn't exactly the greatest there. He spent the whole media day not being able to get in the car, feeling very down, very dejected. But, oh, hello, Jesse.
I think it's been a little bit better than last year.
Just a bit, topping. So, I don't want to cut through. Where does he actually want me to cut through?
Look at this plane here. Perfect example of the wind, of how the wind is doing. You could see it moving as it came in.
Jack's in pit lane. Right, Jack, we're coming to you in pit lane. Hello. You said Josh.
I have been told by my sources that Colin Turkington is wearing a black baseball cap, so we need to look out for that.
Black baseball cap. Okay. I mean, last time I tried to get him live on here, he did hear me. So let's hope he changes that. I see a black baseball cap, but it doesn't. Is that? Napa. Okay. Whoops, sorry. That baseball cap. GT, black baseball cap.
Look how nice this custom printed wooden laser thing for all of the Speedworks radios are.
I like it. Whose idea was that? Napa's down there. Oh, it's all go today, isn't it? Thing is, he could have gone be a canoe now anymore. It'd be anybody's business. I can hear everybody rules the world in the background. Okay, well, we're outside Napa. Where is he? Yeah, Jack, you're in the pit lane. How did you get through Napa? JT seems to know where we're going. That's BMW. We can't go through BMW. Oh, I know how he's done it. Okay. You've got into the pit lane. I'm with you now. I forgot about this. You've got a pace on, boys, behind me. Yes. I mean, this microphone is going up to, well, from the commentary box to my kitchen sink. Okay, pit lane. That's better. That stickler for BMW is still there. Oops. JT, come here. Go with the microphone, you get anywhere. Okay, that's better. In front of Napa. Where is he? There you are. I see you holding up your arm. Hello, what have you got?
No. So basically, when you guys were down here at BMW, I just came through this way instead.
We should have done that.
I just thought, why not? I thought I'd have a little wander around it. Yeah, I think all the drivers are now sort of out, and everyone's now starting to collect their autograph things. And
excellent.
Should we go doorstep?
Yes, because I am not going anywhere near BMW at the moment, because I don't really fancy getting sued. So I need GT. He can't hear me. So Owen, who's who? I can see obviously Dan Camsh.
I'm sorry.
Who's who?
So we have on the middle on the right, Dan Camish, and then we have Ash Sutton, Sam Osborne, and then on the left, I can't see. That is Dan Rowbottom.
So Sam Osborne, Dan Camish, Ash Sutton,
and then Dan Rowbottom.
I'm going to get this wrong a million times. I don't know where I want to jump in. Oh, actually, I see somebody that I can step after into. Sorry, can I come through? Sorry. Oh, go your own way. Yeah, see, now this is going to be a surprise compared to earlier. Yeah, so we've got Dan Rowan coming up, and then we'll get Ash Sutton. Hello, sorry. No worries at all. I'm going to wait. See, is my mic all right? Yes. Keep on them. Hi, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, well, I have no idea of who we can approach because BMW gave us a stern no. They're hiding something, aren't they?
I can't say.
Oh, yeah, no, you can't. Fair dues, fair dues, fair dues. Yes, I just want to get that right with Dan Robot. I'm coming in.
Don't quote me if I'm wrong.
That's always the way, isn't it? As well. Oh, hello. No. 3 times actually, Gary. 3 times. Wonderful new nap livery if you want to have a look, Tom, while we're here. You want to have a look? They won't bite. Napper and friendly. JT, beautiful, beautiful colours to show.
Yeah, absolutely. They've changed the livery a little bit, haven't they? Not much. They've kept the blue and yellow as expected. But even the Bristol F1 they have looks very nice.
I'm going to get through now as well and try and doorstep. Hello, Dan, can I have a quick word?
Yeah,
Sorry, we are live.
Yeah,
Yeah. Sorry. How's the car this morning?
So far, so good. We've got a few issues. I think all of us have got a little bit to work on, but yeah, it's good.
Excellent. Thoughts going into Donington next week or 2 weeks time?
Yeah, it's all a bit quick for me. I was hoping for a nice, but April end of it was here, so we'll have to come back.
Did you go well over the winter?
Yeah, it's been all right. It's been all right. You never really know what you're doing, do you, until you get to here. So yeah, it's fun.
Good luck this afternoon. I'm going to move on down the line. Ash, hello. Have you got a second?
Yeah.
Hello. What are you thinking coming into the season? I mean, I know bad end to last year, but good car this year, hybrid gone. So your car should be faster. How's it feeling?
Yeah, we're just going through the testing procedures at the minute. So trying to get a bit of a steer on the car, make sure we're happy, ready for when we come back in for round 1.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'll move the other way. I'll go to Dan Camish now, the other side. Oops, sorry. Last thing I want to do is get in the way of people out here. So, JT, we've got Dan Camish. Dan Oswald, yes. I don't want to get it wrong. I'm blind to faces, remember. Can you hear me, right? How long is that left? A few minutes coming in. You're not filming, I don't want to get in the way. No, oh, lovely. I've gone wrong again, has it? I've gone wrong. My brain's gone blind. Did you help me?
Nah.
Why? Yeah, you guys throwing me. Yeah? Help me.
Osborne.
Osborne first.
I believe, yeah.
I've gone mind blank as well. This is what happens when you don't sleep. Yeah, that helps. I'm doing past the way. I'm not going to. Okay. Go on then. Lex, if I knew that, I would be able to tell you back in the studio. I see it. They've got a lot to get through, and I don't want to disturb them. Let's move on. I don't want to disturb them anymore. Giving up trying. Giving up trying. I'm not doing that again. It was Sam Osborne. You did that on purpose. No offense, but we've heard from those three too much. Oh, we're over from Tom. I might try and go to Tom, England. Sorry. Hi, you alright? Yeah, not too bad. I can't see where. I'm behind here, Tom, if you can see me. I'm over here. I'm just noticing the back here. It says Birch. That's quite ironic.
Do you want me to take that or do you want
BI, not BU. I can see it as well. Hello, Tom. Can I steal you for a second? Nice to see you. How was the car then? Better than last year, or still going to tell me that? Oh, it's too early to tell.
It's always too early to tell. But actually, we're currently P1, 2, and 4, and I don't think we've ever been all at the top before. So that's a very good sign. We've got a very good car this year.
Using out the hybrid though and going to the synthetic fuel, what are you thinking?
Brilliant.
Does it feel better?
Absolutely brilliant. It feels cleaner. Do you know sustainable fuel is cleaner?
Yes.
It burns cleaner, which actually burns more power, which is good. I don't mind going sustainable when it gives you more power.
You're just loving the power.
So you get more power and it's eco-friendly. And we don't have a heavy 50 kilos of battery in the car. And the team don't need to pay rent on a big battery. So it's a win-win-win for everyone.
How much was that battery? I heard it was like 100k last year.
No.
Go for that.
No, it's not. It might have been that over 5 years, but not over a year, no.
Cheers, you're the only one I didn't get, so thank you.
Thank
See
you.
later.
Cheers.
Oh, there's JT. Okay, all right. No. Right, where am I going? I'm going this way, JT. Oh, no. He was the only one I didn't get hold of, because we've had the others. Aaron Taylor Smith, oh, my. He's blinding me now. Okay, who haven't we had? Who's left, JT?
It's a payback for the microphone earlier.
Oh, thanks. Punch him in the face. That's always the worst. No payback on air. No, maximum payback on air. Oh, you do want payback on air? Okay. I'm rambling. I feel like I'm doing a pit walk. Who have we got here? Aaron Taylor Smith here. We've had Shedden. Have we had Pearson? Who have we got here, JT? Actually, Owen, come here a second. Who have we got here now? Because we've had Shedden, we've had Aaron, we haven't had Pearson or Dorling.
I don't know Dorland's first.
James Dorland and Ronan Pearson look quite similar, so I'm
Scott
not
Howard.
sure which is which.
Do you want to do this one?
No, I don't know which one they are.
I'm pretty sure I know. So far right is obviously Aaron Taylor Smith.
Yeah.
Then I believe it's Doran, then Ronan Pearson. Then
Yeah, I recognise Ronan's face. JT.
Oh yeah, no, I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's right.
JT, Ronan is the second one in, isn't it? Excellent. Okay. Let's dive in then with. Not you. I'm now more confused. I feel like I'm getting in their way. No, I'm more confused because he signed it Dorland. It's Pearson. I want to get into this, but I don't want to say, so how are you? And then wrong driver face.
Yeah, no, that's the worst thing possible. A couple of years ago, when I was in Monaco, and there was someone who went in front of me, they got confused with Nick Cassidy and Sam Bird. So,
that's easy to know.
Yeah, but they were different teams at the time.
Oh,
So, yeah, so it was an interesting one. But yeah, no. So. But the thing is, when they're actually the same team, they do look quite similar. I do sympathise that, like, yeah, we don't want to get it wrong.
I'm not getting it wrong. Tom, is your mic back working now? Hello. Yeah, right. Ronan Pearson is blonde and the number 14. Does Megan know that both of them are blonde?
I'm not. I still think Ronan Pearson is the one next to Shedden.
I could just ask a bland question, couldn't I? I can ask a bland question. I'm doing it. Hello. Sorry, do you repeat? Oh, sorry. Just quickly, I'll ask you a question. How was the car this morning?
Yeah, not too bad. Our plan for the day. So yeah, all in all, we're all happy here.
Thank you. I don't want to get in the way. Oops. Can I have a quick word? Hello. How was the car this morning?
It was lively.
Lively?
Yeah, but great. No, I enjoyed it. It's nice to get some good running in the car. We didn't get many laps in at Cross on the official test. So, yeah, just every lap and every corner I do, I'm still learning. But, yeah, really enjoying it.
Is it going to be beneficial for you then going into Donington 2 weeks' time?
Absolutely, yeah. The more laps and running I can do, the better. It's so different to anything I've ever done. So I just need that running to understand where the limit is. But, yeah, really enjoying it and looking forward to next week.
How's this afternoon's plan?
We're just more of the same, hoping that the rain doesn't come. Would be good, but yeah, just playing around with different setups. So like for me, I need to understand what a setup change is going to do to this car, and we've been doing that this morning, and kind of one works and it doesn't. So yeah, just learning like that. It'd be nice if we did get a little bit of rain at the end of the day, just ahead of next week. But yeah, just more laps and learning for me.
Okay, good luck as well. See you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, okay. Do we get in front of that photograph? I'll come this way. I think that's. Where's GT? That's GT. Okay, we've got to start clearing the pit lane. I've lost ears as well. Let's hurry. JT, we're going down to the fast. We've got to start clearing the pits, which is bad news for us. Get this one sorted as well. Sorry, clearing the pit lane. Are you lot are waiting? That's mean of me to ask a question of Mikey Doble there as well coming into it. Is it JT? Is it me? I've lost Megan by the way, so I can't hear at the moment. JT's here on audio, but I've lost Megan. And yeah, what have we got left? Rocket. I've got Nick earlier. That's okay coming through. I think we should be okay with who's left. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get in there. I'd like to come on, we've got to get out of the pit lane, boys. Although, considering we can just go through the garage, we've got a few more minutes, haven't we? Okay,
I think they're clearing that way. Look.
Yeah, but we don't go through here. Oh, Lloyd. That's handy. I'll wait. We're live all day. We've got time. We have time. All right, we'll catch him later. He's got proper time. That's just handy. I just walked in and found Dan Lloyd. It's like you've got to start talking, haven't you? Right, who's left? JT, how much time have we got? Because I can't actually hear Megan talking. How much time? 10 minutes until we're going back to Pat. Pit lane over 10 minutes. What have you got for me?
I was just going to ask if you wanted me to hold over and wait for
Aaron?
Yeah, no.
Dan Lloyd.
Dan Lloyd, there we go.
We're going to hover? Hover, we'll stay around. Okay, give us a shout. Okay, so we're going to hover. Let's see if we can get down here in front of the garages. Goodyear's tyres looking strong. I would like to get a word with them about the compound changes this year at some point. I think we've done them all, boys, really. Everyone who we can. I don't think we've got anybody left. So pit lane will be getting ready to go out shortly. Find out what the run plan this afternoon is, though. That would be that's Morgan again. It's a small paddock, but there's a lot of people. So it's hard to talk. You catching up with me, JT? I was just checking to see if Steve Ryder was in there. I thought a bit darker. That rain could come in, you know. We've got the Napa boys, haven't we? Yeah, I've got all them. I really want to get BMW. And Dick Bennett as well. If I can grab him. I don't think I can. Is it gearing up for the start of the session? Yes, hello.
Darryl De Leon ahead.
Where? Oh, I get it. I'll put my hand up, I'll signal to him, I want a word. I'm ready, Elizabeth. Hello, Jesse. Where's the camera? Tom's got it. Oh, wait. See, now BMW are being nice to me because that's the nice press officer who helped me last year. See? Right, here you know, here you know. Oh, and Richard's got him there before me. Like a bad penny he is. Am I sweating? I've worked up quite a sweat, haven't I? We're going Trackside next week. Well, you ready for it? There's no chance of grabbing Jake Hill. That's super annoying. BMW press officer, that was annoying, is behind me. Come over here. Yes. Oh, come in. Thanks. You said it. I'll ask one question. Hello, better than BJ than last year as well, but new team BMW, how you feeling?
Yeah, good. Excited. I can't wait for round 1.
Excellent, thanks. I'll get back in the car. I'll catch you later. I'll see you in 2 weeks. And I'll join us. Right, that's everyone. A very quick word. Thank you for that, by the way. I'll give him a thumbs up. Because that was the last year.
I do recognise his face from somewhere.
When I was in the, when me and JT were waiting for Jake Hill's championship, we were in the queue, do you remember? After Louise. And he said 1 question. I asked 3, but he gave me a thumbs up, so they were good questions. Oh, let's go this way. Sorry. Oops. Trying to get out of the situation here. Sorry, we're coming through. Trying to get out of the flow of the pit lane, Paddock people. Come on. Because it is bedlam with 10 minutes to go before the start of the session. I need to reconnect up and get to Megan, which is going to be a very easy task when things get going on as well. So, Megan, has the radio started again from the world feed? That's my question to you. Still music. Megan, tell us as soon as it's not, then we can throw over. We can switch mics to go Trackside for the opener as well. Did we get Napa? We did all of them. There's Lucy. We'll get Lucy. How did Aaron Taylor Smith go?
We did it!
Excellent. And we saw you behind the scenes.
Oh my god, that was so intense. I wasn't quite expecting to do it straight away. But literally Aaron waved me over. I guess he was told in advance that I was coming because he was like, and I was like, me? Like, that's I panicked. I was like, you want me to come over? And I was like, yeah, okay. So I came over and I'm like, what? So literally, I kid you not, I'm going to demonstrate. I'm here like this, and he's like, that's a power squat. Except he said it in an Irish accent. That's a power squat. And I was like, thank you. Are you flexible? And,
Yeah, man, don't.
and then I realised I started wobbling. I was like, I'm not going to be able to hold this for the whole interview.
No, how did you do it?
I died. No, so I started kneeling after that.
Oh, that's my line.
You're eyeing someone up. Are you wanting to dash over?
That time goes so much, she's going to give me a restraining order.
Oh, fantastic. That's wonderful. He just looked in our direction, actually. Bless him. I might try and grab him later.
If you want to grab it now before you can take the car, he's got 30 seconds. Get your cameras ready, go for it.
Short.
No, just. He's wearing a mic as well. See?
Very busy, probably. Yeah, look, he's moving away. All good.
Grab it at the end of the day, it'll be.
All right. And I'll learn to get my elbows out the more times I'm in a paddock. Don't you worry, guys. This.
Yeah, well, no, that's a compliment, Alex. Thank you. That's a compliment, but just shove it in. Also, we got turned away by BMW, and then this same guy who saw me at Brands Hatchet, she said, "Come in and have an interview." So, yeah.
Don't you? Like, you get used to knowing when is a good time to bother a driver. At the minute, I'm still on red alert. I don't. They're professionals. They're working. I really don't want to get in their way. But that's why when Aaron waved me over, I was like, go on then.
It's confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really hard to juggle. And, I'm autistic. I'm really bad with cues as it is. So I get extra nervous because I'm like, help. What do I, is it okay? Like, I don't know if someone's mad at me. So I always go really cautious with it because, I don't want to get it wrong. I don't want to mess up and I don't want to not be allowed back.
Don't worry, I'm not thinking you're boring or anything. I'm just eyeing up to see if I miss anybody.
That's absolutely fine.
I'm doing the masters. Yes, go on.
Ditchy,
come on,
the camera. Do you want to just come around?
Group hug.
So I was interviewing her. You can see my dainty little squat going on here. So I'm giving this man a wonderful interview, and obviously he's signing for the fans at the same time. Oh, here comes a fan. Yeah, take me out, why don't you? That is a really funny cut. I might just crop that and make a TikTok or a reel or something, some sort of short.
That works.
That works. Is that Tom Ingram then? I'm really bad.
Where? Yeah, he's gone over that way.
That way.
It's because he's got time. Go get the interview. Go try. Try. Just go ask. Go ask. Yeah, everyone going yes. Oh, wait, we're going trackside. We'll be in turn 1. They can't hear me. No, say. We're going trackside. We'll be in turn 1. See you then. Viewers, if you're deafened, I apologise. Megan, if you're saying anything, I can't hear you. It's all gone to pot. Yes. Yes, Megan, JT can still hear you. So he's going to relay everything to me. So just JT because he's the only one with a working earpiece. My earpiece has disconnected from the iPad, and I need to reconnect. What?
Still, it could be worse.
It could be worse. It could be a lot worse. Let's have a quick scan, because we're heading down towards turn 1. If you want to know where we're going. Yes. Where? Where?
In the window.
Where's Alan Gal?
In the window.
We're going in. He's in the middle of lunch. Is it worth? Is it Alan Gal? Are you sure that's Alan Gal? He's growing his hair out if it is. I'll pop in and pop my head round. It is not Alan Gal. It is not Alan Gal. It is not Alan Gal. To the third person I told you.
On lunch, I think would have been a risky move, anyways.
Yeah, I don't want to get fired. Right, turn 1. 3 minutes. Megan just shouted to me. Yeah, one thing. Lucy's here.
Copy that, Megan.
Max!
Oh, hello.
I decided not to.
Oh, okay.
Taking it. May have got a bit scared. No. This is great. We should come here more. This is we're just blasting tunes here. This is. I'm taking your mic. I like this thing. I'm the presenter now. You've been replaced. Goodbye.
Do we do this? Yeah.
We're in charge now. Yeah. We'll take it. So, you're going that way. We're going to be in field, so we'll see you later.
We'll see you later. We can't go over there because it's. No, we can't. Well, I can't go there because there's no signal.
Oh,
so
we can now. I was like, are we not allowed?
Wave. See you later. See you. Okay. Fine. I'm going. With the copyright music. Great. Hang on. Who's deciding to give me copyrighted music? Let's back off a sec so that everyone else stood. I'm gonna wait. Oh, that's good then. Right, get off the podium. That was an ambitious jump. There, happy? Yes, right. Champagne time. Right, turn 1, ladies and gentlemen. This is the other end of the paddock. Now, usually, if you joined us in our coverage of the, it's where WCR was. Yes. We asked them if they wanted to stand on the trackside. We're just waiting for the audio to get through, and then we can all wear tie mics. And
they've asked me to turn 1, 3, 4. Yeah.
That is true. That is true. Okay, London Red Bus, everybody. Ooh, hang on a minute. Mikey Dobles.
That I think would be Adam Morgan's RV, that's Sicily Motorsport, which is this sort of like family sort of thing. She used to be part of a family team about 10 years ago in the touring cars. So that's probably his RV. Most of the drivers over the course of the year, when they come and race here, they will stay in an RV over the course of the weekend, just because it's cheaper than getting a hotel nearby.
It is cheaper than getting. Yes.
And exactly at the point which we were last time. Look how much it's crabbing. That is how much the wind is.
Yeah, you can see it velocity on the side as well. So not great there. Do you reckon this is going to play havoc? Because the wind's coming in now, changing time and time again.
Yeah, possibly. Hold on. Let me try and multitask.
We're multitasking a plane going overhead.
Camera and a camera.
Over goes the plane. Is it easy, Jet?
I can now hear Jess Lynn in the background. It's Jet 2 Holiday.
Darling, hold my hand.
I'm not.
I'm not over the microphone. You'll have to come towards me anyway. I did message, by the way, to ask Paul O'Neill if he was going to be here. He is not, sadly. He's working. But he will be here in 2 weeks' time, and we will get the content for you.
I wouldn't be worried if he's not here in 2 weeks' time. I think he's contractually obliged to be.
That is a good point. And he's also apparently taking over from Steve Ryder. So, was I not supposed to say that yet?
That's
He's put it on Twitter.
Okay, good.
That's an interesting choice. I would have let Lou take over if I'm completely honest. Like, as much as I like Paul O'Neill, I think Lou holds the show together. Would hold the show together a little bit better than Paul O'Neill. As much as I love Paul O'Neill, he is probably my favourite part of the team. But I think he's far better funded than he would be a presenter.
Well, Louise Goodman has basically been the second pundit after sort of Steve Ryder for 10, 15 years now, more. So I think I probably would have given it to Louise Goodman as well, to be honest.
I agree. Okay, so Megan, if you can now click the stream where the timings are alongside the full screen pictures, that will be appreciated because the session is about to begin and the trackside commentary is underway as the green light goes on and the afternoon session is underway here at Donington Park for the pre-season season launch of 2025. And I tell you what, so that's a very good way to get around the circuit. I wish I had one of those. Walking around this entire circuit, which we're about to do for you live on the channel. What could possibly go wrong? We're going to sync back up to Megan.
My stamina could go wrong.
I did do it. It's about 50. Oh, brilliant. We're down to one again. Okay, so let's get the cars going out, and then we're going to switch to our time mics. And that means that we'll have the world feed in 5 minutes. Hey, Marshall point here, I noticed.
When I was around here earlier, through this whole turn one, there is one marshal. They are relying solely on the CCTV cameras and the light panels.
Okay, well, the green light is on. The session is underway. However, no drivers are going out. I can see them too. I'll give them a wave. Lucy, if you're looking. Hello. Give them a wave. Okay, we'll have a phone call conversation. We are going to have mics, by the way, so don't worry. We're going to be revolving around for the next 90 minutes or so, coming through. JBT's going to get the position ready. Right, have you got a caller?
I can't remember which one is the new number. I've got two of them. Hold on, what's that?
Answered.
Two more rings.
Give him a chance.
Yeah. Hello. Look to your left. Next to the grey box.
Wave your hand. I'm waving around. I've got a microphone.
Next to the building.
There you are. Hello, I see you waving too.
I can see a big lady. You're waving. You want to know a fun fact? That's the Marshall post I was at 2 weeks ago. That was my post. That one there.
There's not a blue plaque here already. Can we contact Donington Park to get that in place?
Say that again.
There's not a blue plaque to commemorate you doing marshalling. Should we contact the circuit to get that done?
Yeah, immediately. That's unacceptable from them.
Yeah, okay, we'll do. We'll pass it on.
Right. Right, well, we are going to go trackside now, so we will be getting ready to go out. So, Megan, if you can hear me, please transfer over to the emergency screen, and we will now hand over the for a few moments while we prepare and get ready to go trackside to Chris and to Alan.
Now he's only 20 thousandths of a second behind Dexter Patterson, but he was only 32 thousandths quicker than the driver of number 32, Dan Rowbottom, in his Napa Ford. So Ford's 6th and 7th. James Dorlin, who's one of the 3 rookies in the championship this year, former Porsche Sprint Challenge champion and former runner-up in Clio Cups. He was 8th quickest, best of the Toyotas for Gazoo Racing with IAA, and in his Corolla he set a time of 68.383 seconds. So again, only 43 thousandths of a second behind Dan Rowbottom. Chris Smiley in the top 9 as well for Restart Racing, with whom he raced last year in the championship. It was their first season in the championship, but they raced together before elsewhere. And so they've got a good rapport. They've switched, though, from the Cupra to the Hyundai this year. So number 22, Chris Smiley, last ever BTCC race winner at Rockingham before that ceased to be a racing circuit. And the Northern Irish driver in the top 10, 9th quickest for him, and 10th quickest was Gordon Shedden, who kept creeping up the order as the morning went on and ended up late on getting into the top 10 in his Toyota Gazoo Racing Corolla at 1 minute 8.405 seconds. So that means only 0.6 of a second between the top 10. Mikey Doble was 11th. Dan Camish was 12th this morning. Josh Cook, who was near the top of the times in the first hour or so, but as times changed and others got quicker, he dropped back a bit in the end overall. He was 13th quickest. Dan Lloyd was 14th. Jake Hill, didn't see that much of him running on track compared to some of the others. He was 15th quickest in the number 1 BMW. Ronan Pearson was 16th. Stephen Jelly, 17th. Aaron Taylor-Smith was 18th. And then it was Sam Osborne in 19th place in this morning's session, ahead of Charles Rainford, Aidan Moffat, and Darryl DeLeon and Nick Hamilton. And the only one that's going to be racing in the championship but isn't here on track today, Michael Crease. He's here, but not out in his car today. So 23 of the 24 cars taking advantage of these 2 long practice sessions, although none of them yet taking advantage of this afternoon session. Got a couple of, for those listening in online, a couple of darker clouds have appeared over the last 20 minutes or so. So it's got a bit more blustery and some darker clouds. No, just 1 or 2 little spots of rain every now and again, but it's still a dry track, still pretty good conditions, and I think that's going to blow away. It looks like it should be a dry afternoon. So Donington Park, the start of the championship this year, as it's been for the last couple of years, on the 26th and 27th of April. Then we go to Brands Hatch for the first of 2 visits. The Indy Circuit hosting the second weekend of the BTCC this year on May 10th and 11th. And then it's Snetterton at the end of that month. In June, we've got visits to Thruxton and Alton Park. In August, we go to Croft and Knockhill. And then back at Donington, but using the full Grand Prix circuit on August the 30th and 31st. And then we're getting into the crux of the championship with the final 2 races, or 2 race weekends, 6 races being at Silverstone around the national circuit on the 20th and 21st of September. And slightly earlier finish than we've had in some years. On the 4th and 5th of October, we go to Brands Hatch around the Grand Prix circuit for what I'm sure is going to be a championship decider, because it almost always is, right down to the wire in this championship. It's the 68th season now of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and we continue to have some of the best drivers in the country going head-to-head in this championship. For those of you new to the championship, the car's all production-based, essentially. They've got 375 brake horsepower or thereabouts, 2-litre engines, got turbos, and it's the turbo that's being used to deliver extra horsepower this year, whereas for the last 3 years, it's been the hybrid system. So hybrid is now not on the cars, but there is an extra 60 brake horsepower to be had from using the turbo for a boost, but you're only allowed to have it for a certain number of seconds per lap in qualifying and a certain amount of laps during the race. And those in the once the championship has gone past the first round, those in the top 7 in the championship have less use of it. So it's the same scale and lack of extra power that you had last year. It's just that it's coming from the hybrid, not from the hybrid, but from the turbo this year. What that does mean is that with the hybrid system out, and particularly the batteries which we use to regenerate the power, these cars are 55 kilograms lighter than they were last year, which means that they are going to be quicker than last year, less weight to accelerate, to brake, more nimble through the corners. And we've already seen some very quick lap times in the test session at Croft, and here this morning to be already on a test day down into the 107s, albeit just about, was really impressive. So the fastest lap time we've had so far today from Tom Ingram was, as I say, a 67.799, but the lap record here in terms of qualifying is not much quicker than that. It's a 67.570, so it's only 0.4 of a second away from the qualifying lap record already, which was set by Ash Sutton 2 years ago in 2023. The race lap record here around the national circuit is held by Ronan Pearson, one of the drivers back in the championship after a bit of time away. Missed the second half of last year, and that's a 69.134 seconds. We've had Josh Cook having a little venture out onto the track, but just a recce lap really. So the number 66 Honda goes out, does a slow lap, comes straight back in. That's the only car that's so far been out onto the track in the second part of this season. Impressive as ever from Gordon Shedden, back in, new car, new team, late deal to come in, and not expecting even himself to be in the championship this year. But into the top 10 this morning. Says he's had a number of calls over the years to come back into the BTCC, but he was waiting for the right offer, the right team, the right car, because he didn't just want to come back. He wanted to come back with a chance of winning, and I said it feels like perfect timing because the hybrid's gone from the BTCC and it's kind of back to what it was when I was last in it in 2022. The car's not dissimilar, and yes, he switched from having always been a Honda Civic driver to a Toyota driver in the Corolla, but he says it shouldn't be too difficult to adapt because it's a short wheelbase car, front wheel drive of course still, and I'll see what he can do. So Gordon Shedden, we'll see how the three-time champion gets on as the season goes on, but all of that experience, as we've touched upon, is going to be massively important to the team and to the younger drivers in that team as well. Stephen Jelly and Josh Cook will be an interesting partnership as well in the Hondas. And as I said earlier, Josh has had 16 of his 20 wins have come in Hondas run by that team or the predecessor to One Motorsport, which was BTC Racing. So it should work for him. He was driving a Corolla last year. He's back now in a Honda and having been in the top 3 in the championship previously. He'd like to now go for the overall win. Twice he's been an independence champion, but still looking for his first overall title. As I touched upon briefly earlier on, he has raced as a teammate with Stephen Jelly before, only for half a season, all the way back in 2017. That was when they were both with Team Parker and both racing Ford Focuses. And in fact, that was the last time that Stephen Jelly actually raced a front-wheel drive car. Rear-wheel drive car since then in the BTCC, and raced in Porsches as well, including last year. So back to front-wheel drive car. Best results were only a couple of 15th place finishes at Croft and Snetterton that season, but it wasn't a particularly competitive car, the Ford Focus. So see what Stephen does. His home circuit is from Leicestershire, so he'll always look to go well here when we get back to the first race weekend in 10 days time. So that'll be an interesting driver pairing, I think, because they're both obviously mega experienced, those two, and I think they'll get on well together as well and help drive and develop that car. So if you've got to look at a team that's going to be really knocking on the door of lots of race wins this year, I think that would be a pretty good bet because they've got a really good setup there and lots of experienced, clever people working behind the scenes at One Motorsport. So, yeah, Josh Cook so far, his best season was 2021 when he finished 3rd in the championship, 5 wins that year. But he has been in the top 6 in the championship for 4 years running now, including a 6th place last year. So he's always thereabouts. It's just taking that extra little step now. He's over the line because he has gone back out, and he's the first one to set a time in this afternoon session with a 69.723 second lap. So obviously goes quickest for now because he's the only one setting any lap times. So it's almost like a private test for him now as he makes his way through Redgate, through Hollywood, down now through the Craner curves, disappears out of view of the commentary box. But if you're down on the inside there overlooking the Craners, you'll get a good view of him down into the old hairpin, and then he'll climb up out of there, turn right, turn left through Schwantz in a moment, and then should pop back into my view, which he does now. Gets to the top of the hill, hits the brakes, and turns right through McLean's, goes from the outside of the circuit, cuts the line straight through that almost S-bend section at Schwantz and McLean's, takes the tight line through the corner. It's a little tiny drop down out of McLean's, down into a bit of a valley, but then you immediately uphill, and it's uphill all the way into Coppice. Makes it a tricky corner because you can't see the corner until you get to the corner. You kind of go over a brow into Coppice, and then you go through there, and you've got to get the exit right because it's a long run down the back straight before you go to the Roberts chicane. You go right, you go left, you put the foot to the gas, you go up through the gears, you go over the curb, you go over the line, and you complete a lap of the Donington Park National Circuit. That one a bit quicker than the one before, so 69.193 seconds now for Josh Cook as he goes through. He's one of the stalwarts of the championship now. As I said earlier, he's going to have his 300th race in a few weekends' time in the British Touring Car Championship. He's got his 20 wins, he's got 51 podiums. He's only had 4 pole positions, but he's, for my money, one of the bravest drivers in the championship. He's super late on the brakes. He's one of the drivers that's prepared to really throw it down the inside or even around the outside. He's had some tremendous battles over the years with Ash Sutton, his teammate back when Ash came into the championship in 2016, and they both raced in the old MG, and gave us a great race at Brands Hatch a few years ago, the last race of the season as well. Well, those two went hell for leather, so he's always been entertaining to watch. His first season of the championship was back in 2015 now, and that was with PowerMaxed, where so that was, what, 7 years ago now. He got his first win. He's done pretty well since. Of course, he's best known for all the wins that he gets at
Is
Trust.
World Feed muted? Welcome to Trackside Live. So now we are wireless, and hopefully going to be interesting. If I can ask Tom, no, Owen, can I just ask you for a second?
Yeah.
We're wireless. Sorry, Jack. I'm wearing a lav mic, which means that boys get a break holding. I'll take over, and let's go trackside. JT, are you ready to go? Do you need a few minutes? No, blue. It's all right.
Can you guys hear me?
Megan, can you hear? Oh, I assume so. You're connected to me, and that works usually. Okay, we'll just keep JT in position of the monitor. I think Jack's going to check if our mics are working or not. That's very kind. Excellent. So I'm working. They should be working. If you wonder where Last Lap Lucy is, by the way, I've got earless. So, because Megan and I can hear out the phone. Last Lap Lucy and Alex are over there. You can just see them waiting to go out there, but no one's out on the circuit right now, as this is probably the shakiest cam weight we've ever seen. We've... JT, say something. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear him?
Yeah, it sounds quite distant.
Oh. Well, this will be interesting.
Nothing like live TV, everybody.
Yeah, there's nothing like live TV. We have a backup plan. Don't worry, I have a plan. We might have to go to that plan in a minute. I wonder if it's something to do with Discord settings. I'm into dangerous territory here. I'm having You've got an ad.
That's good. Oh no, it's
Okay, JT, say something. Say hello. Check it. Oh, okay. A bit of a surprise.
No, I can't hear anything.
Right, well, we'll wait for Megan to get back and then we'll go back tracks. But no one's out yet. So we might just have to wait to go.
Yeah, Cookie.
Sorry, let me take this off.
Cookie's done a few laps, apart from that, we haven't really seen any track action so far. So you haven't missed.
No, you actually haven't, Tom, have they?
Yeah, the first hour. Feels like something.
I don't know how many sets of dry toes they've got for this pesky driver, so probably just, it may be that they are what the time of the race is going to be. I want to say them.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And knowing this is just working worse and worse, isn't it?
Yeah, as Tom done a few honest maps, and you could see they were just recovering that because he wasn't even pushing out of turn one when we saw it, just sort of scouting out the car, sort of working out what's going on with it.
Okay, so we'll hang around a bit, and we might go for another break ourselves. We're just gonna go back to our original plan later on. So we'll have a little look down at turn one. We're at turn one. We're down here, having a little look around, and we'll wait for Megan to get back in so we can go and hand over to. She's walked in now. Excellent timing. Hello, Megan. There's actually no one going out on the circuit at all. So, could you please send us to trackside, and we'll come back when there's actually some people to talk to. Excellent, thank you. So let's go back up to the box with Alan.
3 years, rear-wheel drive BMWs, 2 wins. Fords have had 5, Honda have had a win. Toyota have had a couple of wins as well. And qualifying, when we get to it, a week on Saturday should be lively as ever because 2 things. One thing, there's no change in terms of the lack of boost that the top 7 get, because there's no top 7 in the championship. So everybody's, for that one qualifying session, absolutely even Stevens. They've all got exactly the same amount of boost and power for that session. So it's a real level playing field. But the other thing is that in the last 5 qualifying sessions here at Donington Park, we've had 5 different drivers on pole. So there's no one that's really ever dominated it. No one car, no one driver. Jake Hill, 2022 pole. Dan Rowbottom was on pole in 2023. In one of the visits, Ash Sutton got a pole at Donington that year as well. And last year, the 2 visits to Donington on the national and then the GP circuit, Tom Ingram and Josh Cook got 1 pole position apiece. So if you're trying to work out who you think might be on pole position here at Donington in 10 days' time on the Saturday, think again, because it's even harder to predict than most of the other circuits on the calendar. We talked about the change of hybrids to turbo and the new 100% sustainable Hyperflow fuel that's been introduced this year. Another new thing to bear in mind for this year is that there's been a 2-year engine freeze has been introduced. So that means you can't develop anything on the homologated engines for this season or next season. And the idea of that is twofold. One, it's to keep the competition close, so you can't just throw money at developing engines. But 2, related to money, it's to try and keep costs down for the teams as well. So that's another change for the year. Josh Cook, busy boy at the moment, because he's been the only one on track. He's been into the pits briefly, and he's just fired the engine up and headed down the pit lane again. So Josh Cook, once more, about to go back out onto the track.
Well, it's a unique opportunity to drive around the circuit without any traffic at all.
It's good for the sponsors, isn't it?
He loves
all
Donington.
The cameras are going to be trained on him.
He absolutely loves it. Absolutely loves it. So back out on track. And doesn't that livery look good on the car?
I like
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Superb.
They all look good this year, don't they?
They do.
And kind of, sometimes you get, just by luck, some teams choose a similar, not livery, but colour scheme, you know, blues and whites or whatever it might be. I've had a few years like that, but this year they're all very striking and very different to one another, aren't they? Which makes our life a bit easier anyway. You try and follow the cars into the first corner and they're 5 abreast.
We did have a message which said, it comes from Phil. He says, hi, can you explain exactly what this sustainable fuel is? How is it sustainable exactly? You described it very well this morning, Chris.
Did I?
Yes, you did. and in the meantime...
I mean, I described it, but...
I have a very unsustainable drink, but I'm seeing this as a win. I just opened my Pepsi Max and the lid came off. So I think that is a massive win in this day and age. Look, I can drink without having a lid up my nose.
Yeah, well, as long as you recycle it, Alan.
Well, yeah. I mean, don't get me on this subject. Okay, do. But I've never put a bottle in a bin without its lid anyway.
No.
So it's like my mother telling me that I had to wear mittens with a string attached to the end of my sleeves.
Showing your age now with mittens, aren't you?
Yeah, all right.
a duffel coat as well, was it?
End of rant. It's all over now.
Yeah, the fuel was 20% renewable last year, and it's switched to completely renewable this year. And we're the first championship in the UK to do that, the BTCC. So it's, I mean, the ins and outs of it, exactly what it's made up of, but it's all sustainable, fossil-free fuel, and that's going to be. It was tested at a couple of events last year, which I think was public knowledge at the time. But Daryl DeLeon drove with it for the last 2 events of the season at Silverstone and at Donington. The feedback from the teams has been very good. They're all up for it, and it certainly doesn't have any effect on the speed of the cars, has it? That's for sure, because they've all been flying around so far at Croft and here as well. So yeah, kind of that's the way a lot of championships are going, isn't it? Using sustainable fuels. There's various other championships. DTM are doing it this year as well in Germany with GT3s that are going down that route, which is a good thing, absolutely. So that's the key. I don't think we'll really see any difference to it in terms of the performance of the cars necessarily, but if they can be as quick and produce as good racing but be better for the environment, that's all good. That's the sort of key technical changes really for the year.
I've got more technical questions. So
don't get too technical.
I've made a terrible thing here. Ask Chris. He is the technical expert.
Am I?
No. Quick question. I can do this one.
Let's talk about cars.
What are the lights in the window of the cars for
yeah.
this season, as there's no hybrid? It's for the turbo boost. So the turbo boost is exactly the same as the hybrid deployment in the last few years, in as much as you get a 60 horsepower boost, and the light display will show you when that's active, and also the colours around the panel in the rear window of the car, they designate what tyres you are on. So the colour around the window relates to the colour of the tyre.
White being the soft tyre, yellow being the medium, red the hard tyre, and blue the wet tyre. There's no intermediate tyre in touring cars, so it's just a wet tyre. Tyre supplier, as it's been for a long time now, is Goodyear. They extended their deal a year or two ago to be partners with this championship until at least the end of 2026, which is great news. So at every round of the championship, you get a standard and an option tyre that you use, and you have to use the option tyre in one of the races, and it depends on the circuit. The only exception is Thruxton, where you only use the hard tyre because it's really hard on tyres around Thruxton with all those high-speed corners. It's fairly abrasive surface as well, so that's the only exception. But at 9 of the 10 events, you've got the standard tyre and the option tyre, and the standard tyre could be the hard, or it could be the soft, or it could be the medium, and the option one of the others, and you have to use the option in one of the races.
I got this message from Josh, hopefully not the one that's, oh no, he's in pit lane now, so he could be texting in. But Josh says, it's been far too long since you chaps have been on air. I keep thinking I'm hearing David Croft.
I'm sorry about that.
Keep it up, fellas. Love the coverage. Thank you, Josh.
Don't earn as much money as him. Well, I don't know. I don't deliberately sound like anybody else.
No, there's no
just
answer
me.
to that. There's no answer to that.
If there's a Midlands twinge, it's me. If there's not, it's Croft.
It's Crofty.
Yeah. And he's probably somewhere a bit warmer than me.
Yeah, that is very possible.
Yeah, in Hospo somewhere probably. Tyres, just to go back to it, the one key change this year is that last year, at the end of race 1, you remember, it was brought in that if you finished in the top 10, you had to use the hardest available tyre. So if there was a race meeting where you got a soft and a medium tyre, you had to use that hardest tyre in race 2 if you were in the top 10. But this year, it's been changed to the top 3. So the top 3 at the end of race 1 have to run the hardest available compound in race 2. As I remember last year, we had a couple of occasions. Josh Cook was one of the drivers that did this, actually, that were out of the top 10 in race 1, 11th or 12th on the grid, and were able to then choose the quicker, softer tyre for the second race, whereas the top 10 had to use the more durable, harder tyre, and we saw charging drivers through. But it leaves a bit more, I suppose, scope for changing strategy if it's only the top 3 that have to do that this year. Teams don't have to specify before qualifying or the race which tyre they're going to use. So that's the same as last year as well. And the teams get allocated 24 tyres at each meeting, the exception of the opening round. So that's the tyres. So that's the key change really, is that one about the top 3 in race 2 having to use a harder tyre rather than the top 10. And there's been a slight change to qualifying. So we had the introduction of the quick 6 qualifying sessions last year, which I think went down a treat. Drivers liked it. We definitely liked it. We had this 3-part qualifying system where the cars were divided into, the drivers divided into 2 groups based on where they'd finished in the second free practice session, and then they ran in 2 groups, and then the fastest 6 from each group moved through to Q2. Then you got 12, and the fastest 6 from Q2 moved through to a final shootout for pole position with the fastest remaining 6 drivers. So that is, I'm happy to say, going to be kept on for the 2025 season. We're still going to have the quick 6 qualifying format for next year. But one slight change is that in qualifying 1, the grid positions for the cars that don't progress from the group from before it was whichever group you're in, it was just who got the fastest time. That's where you'd be on the grid. So if you didn't make it into the top 12, whoever got the next best time would be 13th on the grid. And that didn't matter whether you were in one group or the other. It was just based on your lap times. But now it is based on which group you're in. And the reason is to stop there being an advantage or disadvantage to being in a group that had slightly different weather conditions. So you could be in one group and it rains a bit. So you're, of course, going to be slower than everybody that was in the other group. And therefore you are disadvantaged by being lower down the grid, even if you did a good job within your group. So this year, it's the top 12 go through to Q2, but the grid positions for 13th down to the last place on the grid, you'll see those that didn't progress from Group 1 lining up on the even side of the grid, and those that didn't progress from Group 2 on the odd side of the grid. So effectively, 7th quickest in Group 1 will line up on one side, 7th quickest in Group 2 on the other, then 8th quickest in each group on the next row of the grid, and so on. So that's the only change, but the rest of the qualifying format is going to be basically exactly the same as it was last year, which I think is a good thing. And as Alan already mentioned, the other kind of key rule change is just around the Jack Sears Trophy, whereas it was previously, if you hadn't ever finished on the podium before, you could go in the Jack Sears Trophy, and everybody races for that. As long as you hadn't been on the podium prior to the start of the season, you could compete in the Jack Sears Trophy, named after the first ever British touring car champion, Jack Sears. But this year it's been tweaked slightly in that you can have finished on the podium once. No more than once, but you can have finished on the podium once. You could have even won a race. But as long as you had no more than one visit to the podium, you can go into the Jack Sears Trophy. And as Alan quite rightly said, one of the drivers that therefore counts is Ronan Pearson, because he's been a race winner, but he's only had that one visit to the podium. So that's the other slight tweak to the rules for the Jack Sears Trophy. Otherwise, as you were, just for the small matter of lots of different drivers coming in, drivers moving, teams moving cars, and it being completely wide open. So a slower start to this session, a bit like it was this morning, really. We've had Dan Camish and Stephen Jelly briefly out on track for Stephen. Dan stayed out, and he's going to complete another lap, and it is 69.436. So Josh Cook and Dan Camish, the only two that have set lap times there, just about 3.5 tenths of a second apart in terms of the lap times at the moment. But the good news is it is about to get a bit busier, because Aaron Taylor-Smith, I can see, being pushed out the back of the garage now and into the pit lane apron. So the number 40 Toyota Gazoo Racing UK with IAA Corolla heading out, one of the 4 cars, those striking, very neat black, red and white liveries. And Aaron Taylor-Smith, last year's Independence champion, now switches to becoming a manufacturer driver, manufacturer-backed driver for the 2025 season, trying to beat all the manufacturers last year with them this year. He's another one that's pretty experienced these days. He's at Brands Hatch, going to have his 300th race start. No, at Donington, sorry. He will, in race 3, have his 300th race start. He's on 297. At the moment, he's had 4 wins, outright wins in his career, 22 podiums, and his crowning glory last year to be crowned Independence champion with the PowerMaxed Racing team. And second in that category was his teammate last year, Mikey Doble, who we spoke to earlier on, and the Independence team champions are back just with Mikey this year, Adam Weaver's team. PowerMaxed Racing, but switching to Toyota this year. So his best ever season in the championship last year, 7th overall in the points as well for Aaron. A couple of podiums overall coming at Alton Park and here at Donington, 2nd visit of the year when we came back in the summer for the full Grand Prix circuit. He got a podium here as well. Prior to last year, his best season in the championship had been all the way back in 2012 when Aaron had finished 8th in the championship. Got his maiden podium and his first ever win that season in the championship as well. One of the many, many drivers that came to touring car racing via the Renault UK Clio Cup. He was runner-up in that championship all the way back in 2011. Did a few seasons of Clio Cup racing before coming into touring cars, and from a racing family as well. His brother, older brother Gavin, raced in this championship for a few seasons back in the early 2000s in the VX Racing Vauxhall. Got a 10th place finish in the 2005 championship and was top 10 again the following season. So Aaron on track at the moment, and he's been joined by Dan Rowbottom, who's gone back into the onto the track for the first time since the lunch break as well. But I think it's just going to be a recce lap. Yeah, he comes back into the pit. Stephen Jelly is being readied, I think, to go back out. He's had a little venture onto the circuit, not really driven in anger yet, but he's still in the car. They're doing a tyre swap, so switching on his medium tyres, one rear to one front and vice versa. So I think he's going to be back out soon as well. Dan Camish went a little bit quicker than previously. He's very consistent in the low 109s, but his last lap was slightly quicker, 69.070. And he's on personal best through all of the sectors so far. So Dan Camish is head down, coming out of the Roberts chicane now, goes over the grid hatchings, and the number 27 Ford Focus goes through and goes into the 108s. So 68.747 seconds for Dan. Interviewed him earlier on, and he was saying, well, we're a bit surprised. The car just wasn't behaving like it was at Croft. We're not quite sure what it is, but it's just not quite, we're not far away, so we're a few tenths and we'll be in the pack, but not quite where we wanted to be this morning. So there's a little bit of head scratching going on there, but Dan, as ever, completely honest, saying, look, we've got to have a look at it, sort it out. And it looks like they've made a stride forward, because that was a good lap, 68.7 seconds, Alan.
Not only am I a petrol head, I'm also a petrol nose, and the fuel smells different. Do you know, it's one of the first things I noticed coming down here. There is a very unique smell to the fuel this year, and I tell you what, I rather like it.
Describe the smell.
Sort of fuely. it's fuely plus.
Smell cleaner.
I remember many years ago when in Formula One they were using all sorts of different fuels, and there was one particular car which used to every time it went past, the advice was look the other way, because the vapour used to burn your face. That was many years ago when things weren't quite so regulated as they have to be now. But yeah, it was something pretty special. But yeah, it smells different. It's really nice. I like it.
Just a few more bits on that. The carbon footprint is obviously down a lot. So the fuel itself, I'm reading this now because I'm not a techie person. The fuel achieves a greenhouse gas reduction of about 55% on a what they call a well-to-wheel basis compared to the fossil fuels if they're used in a 100% fashion. So if you've got 100% fossil fuel, these are basically more than or less than half as the emissions than a fully fossil fuel. So 55% less greenhouse gases come out of them, which is pretty impressive actually. It says if the full BTCC grid adopted this fully sustainable fuel for the entire season, which it is, it would result in a CO2 reduction of about 50,000 kilograms, which is the equivalent to the combined weight of about 37 BTCC cars. When you think of it that way, a weight of 37 BTCC cars, try and lift that up, and that's the amount of emissions that you're cutting from the environment at the end of a season, which is really good news, isn't it? So that's another great sort of step forward and great proactive step forward as well from the championship. Dan Camish has come in now, having set the fastest lap of the session this afternoon. Just to compare it to where we were this morning, that's a 68.7 that he's done. The fastest lap time this morning, Tom Ingram, was 67.9. And if he'd done that 68.7 this morning, Dan Camish would have been around about mid-pack. It would have put him in, yeah, sort of 16th, 17th place. So it's the quickest lap so far, but it's not a mega lap. Dan Camish's best lap time in the morning session was a bit quicker than that even, I think. Where did he end up this morning? He was 12th quickest with a 68.4. So he has already been quicker today. But in the context of this afternoon, and the track can change and conditions can change, the wind's definitely picked up a bit, then it looked pretty competitive. So he's quickest. Josh Cook is second. And Aaron Taylor-Smith crosses the line and goes third for now in this session with a 69.570, which is nearly 9/10 of a second away from Dan Camish's best time. Next one to watch is Dan Rowbottom. So Robo has just done the absolute best first sector. He's done a personal best through the second sector. Here he comes, kicks up the dust on the way out of the Roberts chicane, and he goes across the line, and he goes second quickest, 68.895 seconds for Robo. That puts him to within 2/10 of a second of Dan Camish's time. More cars now on track. Mikey Doble over the line in the Vauxhall. Stephen Jelly in the Honda right behind him goes through as well, and Stephen goes up to fourth quickest.
Josh Cook is not only known for huge smiles on the podium, he's also known for being pretty exceptional around Donington Park. Josh, why did you not make the most of being the only car on the track a couple of minutes ago and just stay out?
I was just enjoying the scenery.
So, I tell you what, it's quite rare you get to drive around in a touring car on your own.
Yeah, just a bit of exclusive testing was quite nice for a few laps, but I didn't know if anybody else was out there, and then yeah, there was a bollard that was led down at one of the corners, and I didn't know if it was me or somebody else.
Right. How is the car feeling? Because you're reunited with an old friend.
Yeah, good. It's nice to be back in it.
And I wasn't talking about Jade, who is also here, and we're going to speak to her in a moment.
Yeah, it's you know, the car's what I expect. It's, you know, it's good to be back in it, and the guys have made a lot of advances over last year and the winter period. So yeah, we're just trying to dial it in, get it to my liking, but it feels like I'm back at home.
How many of the personnel are the same personnel that you worked with?
The what, sorry?
How many of the people are the same people that you worked with?
Yeah, there's a couple of new faces, but yeah, the vast majority, a lot of people that I've yeah, been part of the team before and worked with the team before, and I think it says a lot that you know, of course the team took a bit of a sabbatical last year. A couple of people still stayed working, but as soon as the team fired up into full action again, a number of people jumped at the chance to come back. So it says,
including you.
Yeah. So I think it says a lot about yeah, Steve Dunman and Paul Hartley and the team that everybody's been building together.
Livery looks fantastic. It happens to be a colour scheme that I adore.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
It's as cool as it gets.
Yeah, I do like it. It's yeah, a little bit different, but yeah, I think it's a stunning looking car.
Talking of a little bit different, your helmet is always something to admire at the start of a season, and a new design for that.
Yeah, it's something again a little bit out of the ordinary. Obviously, I've had the old school fighter pilot helmet. I had a little girl's bicycle helmet last year, and now you know, we've fallen foul of a few of the technical infringements over the years, and I thought, well, if you can't beat Toka Technical, you got to join them. So it's been painted like one of the Toka staff. So
technical headset.
Exactly. So yeah, a little bit different, but a bit niche for this championship.
A little bit tongue-in-cheek and unique to the BTCC. Josh, brilliant to have you out. You know, I told you in the week via the art of text that somebody that knows a bit about touring cars has sort of nailed his colours to the mast and said he thinks you might be champion this year. Are you beginning to feel that way?
Well, that's why we're here. Of course, we know how difficult this championship is. We need a competitive package. I think we're there. We need to get the foundations in place for, you know, for good structure, good process, which, you know, the team have been doing really well. We don't want to be a flash in the pan some weekends and struggling at others. You know, it's lost on the bad weekends. So need to make sure that we yeah, do a good job, stick to those processes, and just keep evolving. And hopefully, come the end of the season, we'll be somewhere in the mix.
Hope you are, Josh. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. I said we'd talk to Jade as well, who was busy last weekend down on the south coast.
I was indeed. My first ever Goodwood members meeting. First time racing at Goodwood. First time.
What's it like getting that invitation, eh?
It actually came through Instagram message, yeah, which is the modern way, I guess, of getting invited. But amazing message from the owner of the car, which was Mike Whitaker, who's a governor of Goodwood. And I initially read it and thought, was this meant for me? And in fact it was. And he basically is a huge touring car fan, had seen my story, also had watched me on the TV last year and thought he got given an options of list, which few of the names in this paddock, and he decided didn't want any of them. He wanted me. So what an honour! Absolutely loved it. Like I say, you're new to it, so didn't quite do the car justice, but I'm okay with that for the first time out.
I tell you what, there was quite a few of the pit lane here that were in the paddock, weren't there?
Yeah, there was obviously myself, Josh, Jake, Tom Ingram, Matt Neal was there, Shedden was there, you know, so a load of the touring car lot were at Goodwood, which was really, really nice, and we just go and have fun, you know. Different cars, even if you're in the same race, two Capris are not always exactly the same, so we very much all embrace the fact that we're there to have a good time. The whole vibe is brilliant. Obviously Jake had great success, and it was good to see that as well. But yeah, the touring car lot did take over the paddock a little bit.
And you know, of course, the Capri is the coolest car ever made in the history of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one that I drove is actually the original Gordon Spice car. It's actually got a drawing that his niece did for him in the window still. So I was very, very aware that it is one of one.
Don't bend it.
Exactly that. So yeah, I probably drove it slightly within its margins, just purely because I was so worried about
I would have done the same.
Any damage to it. But thankfully the owner has already spoken to me about potentially doing some more next year with him. So box ticked in that sense. You know, I gave the car back in one piece, and he's happy to let me drive it again.
How cool, Jade. Great to see you. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. And Josh as well. He's about to, I think, put on his helmet and get back into the car. So we're seeing a few more cars venturing out onto the circuit, which is really good news. But good to hear from Josh Cook and Jade Edwards.
Yeah, thanks very much. Absolutely. And yeah, as he said, Josh Cook's what we're here for. We're here to go for the championship title. I thought that was quite astute what you said as well about your bad weekends. It's almost like, how bad are your bad weekends? Because you're going to have one or two, or one or two bad races. But it's about limiting that damage and being consistent and being like Colin Turkington was in 2018. He only won one race, but he won the championship because he was just able to pick up points all the time. And that's what you've got to think about. You know, yes, get some wins, yes, get some podiums, but how bad are your bad days? Try and make them average rather than bad, and you'll probably be in a much better position. So a confident sounding Josh Cook, as he should be. He's got the pedigree, he's got the ability. He should have the car, and he's definitely got a good team behind him. At the moment, though, Mikey Doble, quickest again, like he was at Croft. The Vauxhall flying 68.31 seconds. He just did a couple of back-to-back laps. He's now gone to the top of the times by nearly 0.2 of a second. He's back in the pits. Dan Rowbottom is second and in the pits. And Dexter Patterson third quickest as it stands.
Yeah, Mikey just having his car checked out down here in pit lane. And by the way, just to follow up to the interview with Josh Cook, go on his Instagram. I'm sure he'll have a picture of his lid for the year on there. It is just stunning, and the artwork that's gone into producing that is something else. It really is well worth having a look at. Really cool.
Yeah, he likes to do something a bit different with his race helmets, doesn't he? Which is kind of become a thing for him now over the last few years. So yeah, very cool. And yeah, it'll be a quick one as well, a quick lid, I think. This season, he's definitely going to be in the mix. So top three I've given you. Dan Camish down to fourth now from his earlier laps. Aaron Taylor-Smith fifth, and they're all in the 108s. And then in the 109s, you've got Cook, sixth quickest, who was the only driver out for a little while for the first, 10 or 15 minutes of the session. Sam Osborne in the 109s in seventh, Stephen Jelly and Aidan Moffat the others. So only 9 cars have set a time yet, but Jake Hill just going over the line. He's on track. We've got Chris Smiley out there. You've got Dan Lloyd out there as well on out laps. So we'll see how they got on. Hill didn't do perhaps as much running as some of them this morning, but he's making his way through Hollywood, down through the crane of curves. We've got an absolute best first sector time for Dexter Patterson. So the number 17 Cupra, which was in the top 6 earlier, the Rocket Racing Unlimited car, going well, as was his teammate this morning in the top 3 for Max Hall. So Dexter, the 21-year-old, on a good lap here, and we've had a personal best through the first sector for Dan Camish as well, but he was about 2/10 down on what Patterson was able to do.
Did you speak to Charles Rainford this morning?
No,
you were queuing up, weren't you?
I was, but he was in the car most of the sort of last hour of the session, so didn't get a chance.
I'm going to lurk because he's having a conversation by the car. They're doing a bit of setup work on the car at the moment. So if I lurk with intent,
he's a very nice man.
He is a very nice man, and he's also very polite. So the people that he's talking to, he's not going to break his... Charles, yes, I do. I would like to have a chat to you. First of all, welcome to the BTC. No, I can't say that yet. In a week and a half, I can. But, I mean, was this always a plan?
Yeah, this is definitely something I've always wanted to do. How can you not? And then Dick was very nice enough to give me the offer, and I had to jump at it. So yeah, very, very lucky to be here. But yeah, loving every minute of it so far.
See, I hadn't predicted this move for you, and when I saw it, I thought he's going to be good in that car, without a doubt. Have you instantly felt like you bonded with the car?
Yeah, definitely. I think this car suits my style actually a lot better than the Porsche, and I did fairly well in that. So yeah, looking forward to the start of the season. There's a lot of different things to change on the car in terms of setup, and that's where we're at today. Basically, is just trying to really work on that. So times yet aren't representative, but thoroughly enjoying it, and yeah, working through all the different things we've got going on.
I guess having Colin around the team as well as Jake is quite useful at the moment, is it?
Yeah, totally. I mean, Colin and Jake have both been fantastic to me to get me up to speed so quickly, really. I've got to owe it to the whole team, because if it wasn't for them, I really wouldn't be doing the kind of good things I'm doing now. So, yeah, we'll see when we get to a week and a half's time, as you say, and go for round one.
You've won races in touring cars. I've seen you in a very smartly liveried Capri.
That's it. I love that car. Yeah, the Brute 33 Capri. I'm back racing that quite a few times again this year. So, yeah, it'd be good. Might even get the chance to go wheel to wheel with Jake in touring cars and in the classic touring cars.
Hey, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Charles, it's your first year in the BTCC. You know that this is no cakewalk. It's not a simple piece of work. It's a different style of racing. It's so much is different about it. Have you given yourself, and you don't have to tell me what they are, but have you given yourself sort of goals for the year?
Yeah, definitely. Like, the first goal has to be, you know, try and win the Jack Sears Trophy. That's kind of goal number one.
Tell you what, that's not going to be easy this year.
No, it's going to be really, really hard this year. But I'm looking forward to that challenge. I think generally otherwise, try and score as many points as I can for the first half of the season, then make a proper plan where I want to be overall for the second half of the year. Really, as Aidan comes back in the lovely Euro Car Parts car, hopefully you can hear me. He's giving us a thumbs up. And whilst he's
like that, he never stops smiling.
I know, totally. That noise you can hear is also cooling the turbo down. So they hunt quite badly, but they sound amazing. From what we're saying, you know, just go to the second half of the year and see where we're at. But my plan is just do as well as I can, really.
Chuffed to pieces that you're in the championship, Charles. Good to see you as well. So Charles Rainford down in the... oh, hello, Moffat Senior. Bring it in. Give me a hug. I'm quite happy with that. Are you all right, Bob? Yeah, good man. Very good indeed. So Aidan and Charles both in their garage. And good to hear from Charles Rainford. That's very good news indeed that he's made it into the BTCC. And he's got his realistic expectations of what's coming his way this year.
Yeah, exactly. He's very grounded. As I say, he understands how it works from behind the scenes as well, running his own team, CCK Motorsport team, which came out, you know, it's a family-run team through historic racing, essentially, which is where Charles started out. And until the year before last, the race truck that he used for the Porsches was a converted horse box. So, you know, really kind of punching above their weight in Porsche championships, and he did a great job last year. Runner-up in the Pro Championship, Pro-Am champion a couple of years before that in the Carrera Cup, and yeah, nice surprise to see him on the BTCC grid, because it probably was on his radar, but it's not something he never really talked about. And he's one of these drivers that's got loads of experience, but he's still only, what, 25 years of age, so he's got a big career ahead of him. He did kart racing when he was 8 years of age, but he started in historics when he was 16, which is fairly rare. Kicking up the dust coming out of the chicane there, Mikey Doble on a mission on the boost. A warning for track limits has gone to Dan Camish. Robo has gone quickest of all, though, while we've been hearing from Charles Rainford. So Dan Rowbottom now into the low 68s, so 68.240 on that last lap. He's done a personal best on the start of this lap as well. So Rowbottom just making his way up to McLean's with a clear track in front and behind him, looking like he's going quickly again. Mikey Doble, therefore, he's down to second place with a 68.3, only 77 thousandths between them. The next three are in the pits at the moment. Dexter Patterson, who's third, Dan Camish, who's fourth, and Sam Osborne, who's up to fifth. Aaron Taylor-Smith, sixth. Jake Hill, seventh, with the 68.995. Then Dan Lloyd, Josh Cook, Stephen Jelly, the others in the top 10. through the second sector. Dan Rowbottom does a 36.769. Mikey Doble has been the quickest through that sector so far. So he's a couple of tenths down in the middle sector. And yeah, the lap sort of falls away at the end. The third sector wasn't great either. So in the end, it's a 68.7, half a second away from what he'd done previously. But he did start the lap well, Rowbottom, with the fastest first sector, or a personal best first sector at least. But he's still top of the times from that lap 2 laps ago. And we've also got 2 others joining the fray now, because Tom Chilton has headed out and Adam Morgan has also headed out onto the track. So we're bringing you the commentary today thanks to Donington Park. First run out we've had of the new Toka Live setup. So over the race weekends, you're going to have Alan, of course, at all the race weekends, but we're also not just going to have him on the podium and on the grid and in the pit lane for the touring car meetings, but overseeing the Toka Live radio as well, which means we can interact with you all better and you can send your messages in. Play music when there's breaks and lunch breaks and so forth. We'll have myself, I'm got to miss a few this year because of clashes and commitments that I've got overseas. So I'm doing about half the rounds this year, but we'll have Matt Suckling, who's always been a long-term part of the team now, with the commentary. When I'm not here, we've got Josh Barrett joining the team. He's going to be looking after a lot of the sport race podiums and doing some of the co-commentary as well, and Ian Waterhouse. So we've got a big team lined up for you this year. TokaLive.net is the website. Go to that and you can listen in live to Toka Live, and you can send your messages in either via WhatsApp, and the number is 07482 877 877. So 07482 877 877, or you can email studio@tokalive.net and send your messages in. We'll do our best to read them out, or at least Alan will, because Alan does all the button pressing. I do not touch anything because it will break if I touch it, but when Alan's back in the box later on,
Twiddling.
read some out.
That's the official word, the button twiddling.
Glad you said the word button. Another word came into my head, but I won't say it because I'll get into trouble. And you can listen to us via the BTCC website, can't you? btcc.net. There's a link to Toka Live there as well. And on 94.3 FM, if you're here at the circuit, you can listen in, or if you're near the circuit, you can pick up that frequency. And you can listen to us at TSL Timing's website, tsl-timing.com. Or you can do it the old-fashioned way if you're here at the track and just listen to the tannoys. So you can't really get away from us. Sorry about that, but there's lots of ways to listen this year. Right, we've had 14 cars out now, so just over half of the field have been out at some point in this slightly quieter start to the afternoon session. Dan Lloyd's just crossed the line and gone 5th quickest in the number 1, 2, 3 Hyundai, so 68.589 for him. But we've got a good-looking lap here for Tom Chilton. Does he complete it? Yeah, he does. He goes quickest at best second sector, personal best in the other 2 sectors, and a 68.069. So he's the first one this afternoon to edge quite close towards the 67s, and that puts him nearly 2 tenths quicker than Dan Rowbottom, who's in the pits at the moment. Mikey Doble's gone back out. He's 3rd quickest in the Vauxhall with a 68.3. Dexter Patterson in the pits 4th with a 68.4. Dan Camish in the pits at the moment 5th with a 68.5. 3 thousandths behind him at the moment. I say at the moment because he's going quick right now. He's Dan Lloyd. He's 6th quickest. He's just done a personal best lap last time around. Although this lap is a little bit down through the first sector. So that's the way it stands currently. Not going quite as quick as we did at the top of the times earlier. Mikey Doble ventures out briefly, then comes more or less straight back in. Busiest driver out there so far this afternoon has been Stephen Jelly. He's done 17 laps, but he's done a lot of sort of recce laps rather than full laps around. They all count. And Tom Chilton goes even quicker on this lap. 2 back-to-back really good lap times, and he's into the 67s. So Chilton, 67.848. Therefore, the new brakes are working well that he put on just before the lunch break. And yeah, he was 4th quickest in the first stint. He was not at Croft, so he was one of a couple of drivers that didn't actually take part in the 2-day test at Croft at the start of the month. He's very much here now, though. 4th this morning, fastest now with a 67.848. That is 4 tenths up on the next best, which is Dan Rowbottom. So good start to the session for Tom Chilton, who is as I say, more than 500 races into his career now in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. One of the most experienced drivers out there, full stop. And just at the end of last season, the final round at Brands Hatch, he crossed the 500 race start barrier, and 501 races he has now competed in overall in the championship. So he's right up there in terms of the all-time records for most race starts in the championship.
Got a question here for you, Chris, being our technical expert.
Don't know where this has come from.
No, but I'm afraid you've got to go with this one now.
Right.
And it says, what are the top speeds the cars are reaching at the moment? I think we've got that on TSL, haven't we?
Yeah, just over 100, about 102, 103 miles an hour is the average speed on the lap record. So that's the average speed. And then the top, well, I can give you the top speed today, but I'll have to trawl through a load of TSL data, but it's going to be
about
140 to 50 around here, I would say. But we'll see, yeah. I'll come back to you on that, because there's like about 50 pages of TSL data to go through. But it is there somewhere. I'm pretty sure I've seen it.
But Chris loves a spreadsheet, so...
Yeah, true. Making me sound really sad now. Technical expert, loves a spreadsheet. He's really into calculations. I mean, I was terrible at maths at school. I don't quite know where I've got this reputation from. My old schoolmates will laugh if they hear that. Right, okay. Still looking. Talk amongst yourselves. There's even more data this year, I think, from TSL than we.
There is,
we
yeah.
have. They
tweak the system every year.
Barometric pressure.
I know.
Wind speed, wind direction, humidity. You've got splits for every driver as well. You've got top speeds through certain speed traps for every driver. Oh, no, it's not on the screen. I thought we had a top. So we have 136 miles an hour is the fastest so far through a speed trap. So yeah, just under 140, 136.8. There you go. That's in this session. I think we were probably a bit quicker than that this morning, but towards 140 miles an hour. But it depends on the setup and the track and the length of the straight, of course. A bit quicker than that. Snetterton down the back straight, which is 1 kilometre long down the Revit straight. So all of the top 8 are in the pits now. Chilton, Rowbottom, Doble, Patterson, Camish, Lloyd, Osborne and Smiley. We've got out on track Tom Ingram. He's just gone out. So he's one of the 9 drivers haven't yet set a lap time this afternoon. And we haven't had an Ash Sutton lap time yet. We haven't seen him out at all so far this afternoon. So that's another notable
No, they were doing
absence.
some work in the car down in the garage. He was very cool, very calm, very collected, just arms folded and wandering about just in front of the car. But yeah, they were doing some changes on the car, so it might be a little while before we see him go back out.
Yeah, he went out right at the end of the morning session. But before that, he'd been looking at data and looking fairly chilled out and hadn't been out for a while either. Didn't feel like he'd done tons of laps this morning either. But the ones he did do were pretty good. As Adam Morgan puts in another good lap. 5th quickest he's just gone, 68.581, up there in the second place this morning in the session. Late on he set his best time. So yeah, straight on it really. That was his first proper lap, and he's done a 68.5. So we've now got 0.8 of a second covering the top 9 in the session, 0.9 between the top 10. And Daryl De Leon's another one that's just gone out on an out lap in the largely all-white car. Right, we've talked him onto the track because Ash Sutton has just gone out. So he's on track now. It's Daryl De Leon is out there. Aidan Moffat is out there as well. He's already done 1 lap. That's a 69.5, so not a flying lap. So De Leon and Sutton and Ingram are going to be the 3 to keep an eye on next. As back into the pit lane comes Aaron Taylor-Smith. And Aaron getting used to the new team, the new car. But if he can show some of the performance that he showed last year, he's certainly going to be worth keeping an eye on this year with that. You know, battling at the front quite often. Quite often he was quickest in free practice, wasn't he? He always seemed to start the weekends well. Free practice doesn't mean that much on a race day, but he's got the outright pace to compete if he can get on top of that car, winning the independents last year. And last year just had this fact brought to me. Actually, he was in the points in every race last year. So 30 races out of 30 in the points. And that, I'm told, is the first time for 16 years that somebody finished in the points in every race in the British Touring Car Championship. So that's what you want. You want that consistency. You want somebody who's going to bring it home, get the odd really good result, but also just keep scoring points 30 round. Don't drop any scores. You need to have the consistency. And we've worked it out before in the past, haven't we, Alan? You can win a championship and if you average 7th place, 6th or 7th place in every race, that's the sort of points you need to score to win the championship.
2018, I think it was, that Colin Turkington won the title, having won only one race that year, and it was at Alton Park. So just one race win, but still you're crowned the champion is pretty impressive, consistent point scoring across the year, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's hard to, it's not, you can't go and win usually 8 or 9 or 10 races because there's half the field that can win races, that do win races. Yep. So it's just impossible to always be up there. Plus the way the championship, is set up with, if you are running in the top 7 in the championship, then you have less now turbo boost available to you for qualifying, for the race laps as well. It mixes around with the option tyres. So, it's you can't really go into a championship and think, right, I'm going to win, 30 races, I'm going to win 10 of them this year, because it really doesn't happen. If you win 6 or 7, you're doing really well.
Hey, I tell you what, Chris, you'll be delighted with this new feature that we have on Toka Live. Ask Chris a technical question.
This is like asking Liz Truss a financial question.
Well, the thing is, you don't have to ask her a question. She actually offers you the answer without even asking the question. But Will has asked the question. Hey, Alan, I just wanted to ask a technical question for Chris. Out of all the support races, which is the best to commentate on and why?
That's my kind of technical question.
There you go.
Which is the... Oh, no. Well, I've got to be careful now, because I might upset everybody.
So the best in terms of... we're going to modify the question and make it the easiest to commentate on.
Mini challenge. Never a dull moment.
They kind of speak for themselves, don't they?
never a dull moment. Yeah, I mean, there's always a battle to be had, and there's usually about 8 of them in the same battle. So, yeah, from a kind of pure entertainment point of view, I would always say the Mini. And Ginetta Juniors were the same when they were on the package. Can you ever remember a boring Ginetta Junior race? Because I can't.
No. and then you could talk about the most impressive and coolest cars that you can possibly think to talk about are Porsches.
Yes, so I love the Porsche Carrera Cup, yeah. And
if you want to see Formula One stars of the future, British F4.
Yes, exactly. And in all of the support categories, you get great racing. A British Formula 4 race at Thruxton is always mega. Something about that track and those cars just works.
Yeah.
So we get some amazing race. I love Porsche Carrera Cup. I mean, the cars are just awesome. And the racing's good as well. The structure that you have in that championship as well, and Sprint Challenge, where you've got different categories, even if maybe there's not so much going on between the first 2 or 3, you can find a battle for a class podium or a class win further back. So we're blessed really to have some really good championships, like you say, British F4 as well. It's pretty cool, isn't it? You'll be interviewing a young driver on a podium, and 3 or 4 years later, that'll be a Formula 1 race winner. So a few years ago, we would have been interviewing Oscar Piastri.
Yeah.
Here in British Formula 4, he's of course now right up there in this year's Formula 1 World Championship. You've had lots of other drivers that have come through that are on their way up to that level now, to Formula 1. That have come through. Jack Doohan
I didn't realise
was
at the
here
time.
as well.
I didn't realise at the time he was in British F4 just what a star his mother is. Do you see her social media posts?
Who's this?
Oscar.
Oscar's no.
His mum is very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well worth following.
A dry Australian sense of humour.
Very much so.
Okay.
Yeah. She's really cool. Questions are coming in, Chris. Now there's one for me. Question for you, Al. Have there ever been any embarrassing moments during the podium celebrations?
How long have you got?
There are many. There are quite a few, but the one that springs to mind is traditionally every year at Thruxton. My birthday coincided with the Thruxton Touring Car Weekend. So you can't really hide. There's nowhere to hide.
No.
And in driver briefing, at the start of that weekend, Alan Gow, the championship boss, gave the instruction that every podium that had champagne, the champagne was to be aimed at me, which was...
That's nice.
It was... so I can see the funny side. 17 years later. At the time, I might not have seen the funny side, so I had plenty of changes of clothes and all that kind of thing. But for the final touring car race, he had given explicit instructions that my hands would be cable tied to the podium so I couldn't run away. That was my I was absolutely drenched. It was horrible.
I can sympathise. I used to do a lot of commentaries, but if you're commentator at Brands Hatch on a club meet, you normally run down to the podiums as well, because they're just down a flight of stairs. And I have many a time got absolutely covered in champagne. And it's about a 2.5, 3 hour drive for me to get back home from Brands Hatch.
Doesn't smell nice,
It does not smell nice, does it, champagne, when it's all over your clothes?
It smells like vinegar.
Yeah.
And I don't like vinegar.
It's just weird, because I'm sure they only use the very highest quality of champagne on those podiums.
Absolutely right. Yeah, of course.
It's not really cheap pomade stuff.
No, it's certainly not.
Just to go back to your other question as well about support races, I do miss the Clio Cup. The Clio Cup was epic, wasn't it?
And we've got a sort of a follow-up point here, and it says Legends are for me the best support series, but I'd also love Super Tourers as a support to the BTC.
Yes.
Legends were here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
They've got new engines this year, and they are the net result. They're not quicker, they're not faster, they're not more powerful, but you can brake later into the corner, and the net result of that is maybe a couple of seconds quicker per lap for this new engine. They are something to behold. We've got them, Croft, this year.
Yes, no, I'd be very happy if the Legends were supporting on every round.
Me too.
Again, like karting, my original background was karting, and overtakes in every corner, and it's like that in Legends.
It is.
They're mega. The only thing is, it gives you a headache at the end of the day, because there's so much going on.
You have to pace yourself when commentating, that's for sure. Yeah.
But agreed. They've been mega.
And it attracts top drivers, doesn't it? Yeah, top drivers.
Yeah, it's kind of, for me, it's kind of raw motorsport, isn't it? There's no ABS and traction control. It's just steering wheel, a stick, and a brave driver, and see what you can do.
And more of them seem to be emerging with the likeness of a character from Cars. Yeah. So, which is really quite cool.
They have some pretty cool designs, don't
they?
They
do.
No, they're good. And kind of proper nice people at racing it as well, aren't they? Down to earth and just love their racing, and they do entertain. So if you come to Croft this year, you'll get to see them on the BTCC support package, and it'd be. I don't think they've been with us at Croft before, have they? Thinking about it.
Yes.
Have they?
Yeah, once.
Okay,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll work around there, won't they? That'll suit them, that track.
Oh yes, they will.
Yeah.
Very quick. Very quick indeed.
Yeah, it's kind of news to me that. You mentioned that they brake. I haven't noticed them braking very often in those cars.
Well, they use the car in front to brake.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So we've been blessed to have some really good supports, haven't we? And we've got Porsche Carrera Cup this year. We've got Porsche Sprint Challenge. Once again, that's been great to see that grow, hasn't it? That championship. They've done a great job, Porsche, because it started in the COVID year, didn't it? In 2020, that championship.
It did. Difficult time to start anything,
difficult.
Really.
And now they've got really strong grids. They've got a really good-looking driver entry in that championship this year as well. Should be really good. The Porsche Sprint Challenge, and they exclusively run their meetings with us now. It used to be they'd do kind of half with us and half elsewhere, but they do all the meetings on the Toka weekends.
Which is much better. Yeah, is it much better for us because we can follow the story of the year.
And of course, we'll have the minis, mainly the JCW, the turbo powered minis, and the mini trophy on the category as well. And that's really been, well, I spoke to Max Hall earlier and I said, has that helped? Is that because it was kind of brought in to be a proper stepping stone to touring cars? And he said, yeah, absolutely, it's helped. And
they call them little touring cars, don't they?
It seems to have worked because he stepped into one of these and he's been quick straight away, hasn't he?
He certainly has. He's one of the cars that's not been out this afternoon.
No, you're right. We've got, 3 on an out lap. Tom Ingram, Nick Hamilton, Gordon Shedden. Ingram's been out once already, but didn't do an actual run. But he's gone back out. Hamilton has gone out on an out lap, and Gordon Shedden has just made an appearance.
Only just left, yeah.
So that leaves 3 that haven't been out. Max Hall, trying to work out now who we're missing. Max Hall, we have not seen yet this afternoon. James Dorlin been out? I don't think he has he? No, James Dorlin's one of the other ones. And one other. But I can't, it's not coming to me straight away. I'll get there in a minute. But everybody else has been out there at some point. I mean, Michael Crease is in the entry list, but not, he's here, but he's not out. But there should be 23. We've had 20 so far. Ronan Pearson, what about him? I haven't seen him. No, he's the other one, isn't he? Ronan Pearson hasn't been out yet.
But he was down in the pit lane and also smiling, so so nothing to worry about. We don't worry about things here.
Plenty of time. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity to get on track, isn't there? It's almost 6 hours worth of running.
Yeah.
Got to pace themselves, Alan. It's a long season.
We all have. Can't peak too early. Not in this championship. We've learned that over the years.
No. Another thing we should write down, Alan, is the number of drivers that we think will still be in with a chance of the championship heading into Brands Hatch in October. That could be a good one.
That's a good question.
I've got a feeling it's not going to be 2 or 3 drivers this year. More like 4 or 5 or 6.
I'm looking down the list.
I mean, obviously no idea what's going to happen. All things can happen, but I've just got the feeling it's going to be wider open. It's going to be more wins shared among small drivers this year than previously.
That's a good question.
Can't see anybody winning more than sort of maybe 5 races, maybe 6. That's it, I think. Nobody winning 8, 9 races this year, I don't think. Do we have last year? Most number of race wins for one driver was 8.
I was going to say 7.
Jake Hill, 8.
Yeah.
And then Tom Ingram had 6. And 5 was the next, which was Colin, wasn't it? Colin Turkington.
It was.
Ash Sutton only had 3 wins, didn't he? And it took him ages to get his first win. It was the 4th event of the year, Thruxton Race 3.
In stark contrast to the previous year, where Napa Racing came out of the blocks, and the work they did over the winter was just so well represented in the first half of the season, would you say? And it was just utter dominance, wasn't it?
Yeah, they properly came out of the box quickly, didn't they, in 2023?
Yeah.
In 2023, when Ash won the championship, he had 12 wins. So more than a third of the wins going to one driver.
It was a very dominant year.
Feel like that's not happening this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the case. Incredible that, isn't it? He has 12 wins. 5 years before that, Colin Turkington has 1 win. The outcome is exactly the same. Both win the championship.
I will go back downstairs again in a minute and chat to a few more drivers. The reason I came back up was just literally I just wanted to check if there were any more technical questions for you. So I've. Are you
going to give all this to Matt when I'm not here?
I've scratched that itch.
Ask Matt.
No. We'll send them through to you on text message and.
Like, my dad's an engineer, right? But he did not pass any of that technical skill on to me. I mean, I struggled to put a shelf up.
But call me. I'm good at shelves.
Well,
don't be shy.
And you won't answer.
But if you have got any messages you'd like, not technical questions for Chris, but any messages, you can do it on WhatsApp. Message and your first name, please, to 07482 877 877, or you can email studio@tokalive.net.
Yeah. I mean, I read about it. I'll relay the information. I'm not a techie body. I like watching and talking about fast cars and racing. That's all right, isn't it? Don't have to be an anorak, do I?
This is a good question that's just come in, actually.
Ask Alan.
Will we ever see the 3-time race winner in one day? Jason Plato was the last one to do it in 2009. Or will this year perhaps provide those fireworks? It's a tough call.
Don't think so.
Dan Eves did it at Thruxton, and Jason Plato. They are the only 2 drivers that have done
it. Yeah. Yes, exactly. I don't think so.
I don't think it will come this year.
No, I mean, think of 68 years of touring car racing. 2005, Dan Eves. 2009, Jason Plato.
Yeah.
So it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And in fact, when Dan Eves did it driving the Honda, I think we all said that'll never happen again. So when Jason then was able to achieve it, that was pretty special.
Yeah. A few years' time, maybe listen out for the Eves name, because his son Ambrose is a really good golfer.
Is that right?
Really good golfer.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
yeah. He wins a lot of the
How old is
Gloucestershire
he?
County Championships. I think he's about 14, 15.
Is he? Wow.
Yeah, yeah. And he wins a lot of comps against considerably older players.
Does he?
Yeah, yeah.
Does Dad come along as well?
He does, yeah.
Does
He's
he?
off there with the
How cool.
yeah, walking around the course with him. Yeah, he is. Yeah, I had a chat with him a couple of times. Yeah.
Jolly good driver, Dan.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He just doesn't do anything now. You know, doesn't race anything at all these days.
No, it was, and it was very quick that he left the BTCC, and then I didn't hear much about him after that. So I'd love to see him again.
Yeah.
Really nice guy.
Doesn't look that different, actually. He doesn't quite got the funky
I'm
hair
sure,
that he used to have.
I'm
but-
sure he doesn't look different. He was
No.
blessed with some very, very elegant genes, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, got a sort of bit of a stubbly beard now, a little bit greyer than he was, but yeah, he's...
Yeah, but he's one of those people that will just look distinguished with a little bit of grey.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's got stresses of trying to watch his kids do well now. It's
Yeah.
worse, isn't it?
Yep, kind of bloke that makes me sick. With that, I'll go down.
Yeah, you better do. Thanks, Alan. So remember, if you want any really, really difficult technical questions, ask Alan on studio@tokerlife.net. Don't ask me. I will do my best to research it for you. I'm quite good at research. Right, Tom Chilton, quickest. And that was from earlier with a 67.848. Only about half a tenth of a second slower than the best lap time we've had all day, which came from Tom Ingram this morning. And most of the drivers in the top 10, all apart from Chilton and Patterson, first and sixth in the pits at the moment. Jake Hill's just done his best lap so far this afternoon and gone up to 11th place in the laser beamer, number one, 68.7 for him. Chilton goes across the line, looks like he's about to start another quick lap. So he's just completed his out lap, and Tom goes now into Redgate Corner. The only drivers in history that have had more race starts in this championship than Tom are Matt Neal, 719 race starts. Jason Plato, 659, and Colin Turkington, 567. Then it's Tom Chilton. He's in the 500 club as well now, 501 starts, just ahead of Rob Collard. And then you've got Gordon Shedden, sixth in that list as well, 395 starts. At the end of the 2024 season, we were up to 1,334 BTCC races. If you like your stats on the BTCC, go to the Inside BTCC website. Matt Salisbury puts loads of brilliant stats together. It's not me being sad and counting them up myself. He's very good on the stats, and there's loads of quite cool touring car stats on the Inside BTCC website. So yeah, over 1,300 BTCC races, incredible over 68-year period. Right, Max Hall has finally been out, but only kind of for a recce lap, didn't cross the line to set a lap time. Tom Ingram's done the same a couple of times. So we're still waiting for lap times from Ingram and Hall, and from James Dorlin and from Ronan Pearson as well. Otherwise, everybody else has been out and done at least a few. Most of them have done between 10 and 15 laps. Busier have been Dan Lloyd, who's up to second now. He's back out there, he's on an out lap. So he's done 17 laps, and also 17 laps for Dexter Patterson, 18 laps apiece for Aaron Taylor-Smith and Aidan Moffat. Aidan saying, just get used to the car. I thought I'd hop in this and it'd be really, it would fit straight away with me, because last time he raced a rear-wheel drive car, Aidan Moffat, was the Infinity, and that was, to date, his best overall season in the championship, Aidan. Back when he had Ash Sutton as a teammate. Ash won one of his championship titles that year. It was 2021 and 2022 that he raced the Infinity. Actually, the year before that as well. 3 years in the Infinity, did Aidan Moffat. But 2021 was his best year, where he finished 8th, got a win at Croft, got 4 podiums, and was super consistent, got points in 25 out of the 30 races that year. Since then, he had one more season in the Infinity in 2022, but then drove the Honda Civic in 2023 with One Motorsport, and then switched teams to go to Speedworks in the Toyota Corolla last year with the LKQ Euro car parts backed car. Got one win, that was here at Donington. Early on in the season, thought it was going to be a good year, and then more race wins never quite came about. So in the end, he finished 13th in the championship, 6th in the independents, and only scored a couple more podiums last year. So it's a bit frustrating for him. So first time in since 2022, in 3 seasons, he's been back in a rear-wheel drive car. First time in a BMW, but sounds like it's taken a bit of getting used to, but he will get there. And exciting to see how Aidan goes in that car this year, because on his day, he can mix it with absolutely anybody. Right, most of them, it's gone quiet out on track. Most of them in the pits at the moment. There are a couple of holes, one in the gravel trap coming out of the Robert chicane, pointing in the wrong direction. It's just overcooked it coming out of the corner. And that, I think, is Nick Hamilton. It is. So Nick Hamilton's just lost it coming out of the final corner and has spun into the gravel trap on the exit to the chicane, and is facing at a kind of 45-degree angle away from the track at the moment, with the rear of the car just in the gravel. And there's a narrow strip of grass between the track and the gravel trap, and the front of the car pointed in towards the barrier. He hasn't made it to the barrier, so the car should be okay. But he's going no further at the moment, which means the red flag has to come out and the session has to be stopped for the time being. Obviously, the clock keeps ticking, so an hour and 24 minutes to go in this session. Should be a pretty quick recovery, because the recovery truck comes out of the pit lane exit and does a U-E and goes then back up the start-finish straight, and we'll get there pretty quickly to the scene of the incident. Marshall's already up at the gravel trap, and then once it's loaded onto the flatbed, of course, he can then just turn it around and drive straight into the pit lane entrance. So it's about as convenient as it gets for having a moment, having a quick recovery, but it's still going to be probably 4 or 5 minutes at least before we get the session back underway. So a couple of cars had just gone out as well and started to build up their speed. And I think Max Hall was one of them, actually, who's had to come then straight back in with that red flag. So it could be, once we get the session back underway, it'll busy up quite quickly. Tom Chilton was out there as well, so he comes back off track. And yeah, Dan Lloyd was on an outlap also. And I think Tom Ingram was on an outlap, looking at the screen as well. But they've all had to bin it off for the time being. So with just under an hour and 24 minutes to go to the end of this second practice session. Number 3, Tom Chilton, quickest, 67.848 seconds. He's a 1/10.5 quicker than Dan Lloyd in the number 1, 2, 3 Restart Racing Hyundai. New car for that team in their second season of BTCC, and run the Cupra last year. And then third, the Ford of Dan Rowbottom, number 32, 68.240. Fourth, the Vauxhall of Mikey Doble, number 88, the Astra, 108.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Premature Live, as Nicholas Hamilton has binned it at the final.
Yes, we've literally just been sat here watching because we were analysing some of the BMW stuff. And Nick Hamilton came in, lost the rear, and just beached it in the gravel trap right in front of us. So we thought we'd interrupt the feed, get Megan back in the box chairs, and JT, he just lost the rear.
Yeah, absolutely. Typical that I put my camera down 30 seconds to check the SD card, and it happened.
And Owen, it was like it just locked the rear straight away.
Yeah, it was literally immediate. Touched the curb and the rear just straight round, and he's beached it into the gravel, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Tom, it's going to be a while, isn't it? 5 minutes max. He's doing it right next to the pit lane. It won't cost him too much, but simple error in what is a tricky condition. There's a bit of crosswind here.
The wind is coming in direction towards us, so you can just see that Nick has got the car going again. He will need to make his way back into the pit. So notice it's four-wheel drive, I think, as well, because when it was beached in the gravel, it was the front tyres that were spinning around and not the rears. So, but yeah, at least he's got it out of the gravel now, or at least he's trying.
Oh dear.
Yeah, he's gone and beached it again, but hopefully it might just need to get a push from the marshals to get him back out there. I don't know if he's allowed to get to continue on in the season, because
yeah, and I think because as long as they check the car's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Because obviously he got assistance from the marshal to getting back on circuit. But as long as he's allowed to take further part, then that'll be then that's great for him because he needs these laps before he get underway in less than 2 weeks.
Pico, just as Owen just said, he's done a long forward. He's been fun.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is what pre-season testing is basically for. Like, iron out these mistakes. Obviously, Nick's come back onto the grid this year, and so just a small mistake coming into the chicane, and be a fairly simple recovery. It looks like they've dragged him out of the gravel, but he's gone into the other gravel trap now. So I'm not sure if he's going to get a pushback and then head into the pit lane. But this will be a short red flag. We'll be back running again in like under 5 minutes.
Actually, we've literally just stood here. We've bolted in an XLR cable mode. So we're not even on the wireless. We've cabled ourselves up. It's a very quick setup because we suddenly thought, right, get back into the box, get us back on air, and do the basics is what we've managed to do. So we're actually at the S's coming in. Is so on the inside, that's on the MotoGP lab, but there's unfortunately Nick Hamilton goes, and he was a strong laps, JT, actually. But as they're reifying the car, if he can get back onto his own steam, it'd be even better.
Yeah, and he's been able to do it now. I believe they put something under the tyre to give him grip.
In a front chalk then coming in as well for Nick Hamilton. He will regroup the front. He should be able to get going, be able to restart with a little bit of ease, and away he goes, and he'll return to the pit lane. Now what we're going to have to do is wait a few moments as well. In fact, what I would like to do is, the red flag will come in shortly. I know we're due back on here in half an hour anyway, but what I'd really like is to have a couple of laps where we see the cars coming through. That's what I think is fair. A couple of laps, yeah? So recovery truck goes through, marshals up at the gravel, and I suppose as well, the gravel, how long would it take normally to redo the gravel job? 5 minutes, 2, 3?
Yeah, I'd say about 5 minutes, maybe a few more. We're probably looking for a restart in sort of 5-10 minutes, I'd say.
Okay, you agree with that?
Yeah, the important thing is that he didn't go that far into the gravel, so we can see the marshals out on circuit sweeping away there. It really won't take long until we see cars back on circuit.
Good idea then, really, wasn't it, to come stand here, and then how quickly we can come on here when there's an accident. That's how good it was. But yeah, Tom, what would you expect then this afternoon? What would you go on, Jesse, just leave me. What would you expect this afternoon coming in?
Well, I think there's still a few drivers who have yet to post any representative lap times. Been keeping an eye on the lap charts. So just getting the timing page up now as we speak. Just bear with me one.
I know us. We're all wired, remember, so we're in a very cramped space. It's difficult. So what is it?
So Tom Chilton fastest on 1.7.8. Then it's Dan Lloyd in second in the Hyundai on a 1.8.0. It's Hyundai 1 and 2 at the moment with Dan Rowbottom in third place. Ash Sutton in fifth place so far. And the reigning champion Jake Hill is languishing in P11. Tom Ingram and Max Hall have yet to post that time so far. 19 drivers, including Nick, have most to post a lap time so far in the afternoon session.
Yeah, we're going to be live at, was it 4? Yeah, 4. So the last hour of the run, and then plus later. I think JT from a swing round will move the wireless, will move the wired, because we're going to get some cars coming to the end as they're going out. I think, Jack, we've been standing here for around about 20-30 minutes now, just we'll sit down, having a bit of a rest, gearing up before we go, and we've been seeing how great the cars are.
Yeah, honestly, like, one thing that we picked up, because we were over the other side of the chicane earlier, was that there might be some change on the BMW this year, and so that's very exciting to see. But yeah, this is one of the best points to come and watch the car, because they're throwing it into one corner and trying to aim for. They're not really focusing on the first part of the corner. It's the second part of the corner that matters, so that they get the run onto the straight afterwards.
BMW. What we've spotted is that they have got a new diffuser, and they're running a few different setups, one with 2, one with 4, and one with only a single. Here comes the cars coming to the trackside. And look at De Jong, the rear.
Yeah, it's like that they've sort of like curved it a little bit differently this year, and so in an attempt to create better downforce. Last year they were struggling, sort of like sliding out the corners and everything, and so yeah, it's. And we think they might be sandbagging.
Looks like it for the timings. Camish and Shedden go through. Here comes Robot, though, and this is good trackside stuff.
Loads. course, the session shortened a little bit by by Nick Hamilton going into the gravel. So I think some drivers going out to get some data on the race runs most likely.
Give you a few minutes of the cars at the chicane before we'll hand back over to Chris Allen, and we head up to Grandstand at 1 as a plane comes in just above us as well, which is always going to be a lot of fun as well. Okay, I think that we've got a couple more I can see coming down towards the chicane. Tom, this is going to be fun. What have you made of it then? The chicane. Good angle, but no, because we're going to actually do a practice session here, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. We were thinking about doing it on the other side where the infield is, but we've actually got a very good spot here now. I never thought we'd be able to get to this spot, but it's very easy to get to. So, yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we did one of the practice sessions here. We'll probably do one where we wander around the infield, and the other being over here where we can see them coming through the chicane at quite some speed. Having said that, it just depends how cramped the areas are before we go on it.
Don't forget, Mike, we might be okay. A few more cars coming through before we go off. Sheddon again. And we've got one more coming through in Napa.
I just want to say, I really like the livery of this car, because if you look from the front of it, it's got like a shark, like, it looks like a shark, like they made the livery. I love a bit of yellow and blue as well. Like, yellow and blue always makes a good livery. And yeah, no, I really like the look of that car. I think it's Max Hall's.
One more car coming through. That's going to be Tom Ingram. And if Megan can hear me, we'll hand back over to Alan and Chris.
Venture beyond
And
the
Megan...
lane exits so far in this afternoon session. So Tom Chilton's time, the one they're trying to beat, 67.848 seconds. I think I'm right in saying at Croft we were under lap record pace there in free practice. I wouldn't be surprised if we have something like that here at Donington Park today. So just to remind you that qualifying lap record here, and lap records only count if you do them in a qualifying or a race, not in a practice session or on a test day. But the qualifying lap record is a 67.570 set by Ash Sutton with an average speed of 104 miles an hour back in 2023. And our best lap today has been only about 4 tenths behind that, a 67.9 set by Tom Ingram this morning. Well, it's quicker now, isn't it? Because a 67.848 from Tom Chilton is the quickest lap of the afternoon. So we are, getting to within 3 tenths of a second already of the time. And I just know that if conditions are right, get to that last 20 minutes of the session, people are going to be trying to go out there and set a really quick single lap time just to try and lay down their marker for the first weekend of the championship at Donington. You get talked about, you'll get reported on in the motorsport press if you set the quickest time in the last test, official test, before the start of the season. And they'll all want to do that. And it's funny, isn't it? They all talk about, well, it's practice, and you don't know what the other teams are doing, whether they've got, what tyres they've got on. They've got new tyres, old tyres. Are they running a lot of fuel, or are they really going for it? Or are they running light fuel and just trying to make a headline? But, as much as they just say, we're just doing what we're doing, we're just concentrating on our own setup, our own strategy, our own set of circumstances. They say that, but you go in a garage and they're all looking at the timing screens. Every single driver is keeping an eye on what the other drivers are doing time-wise. So it is important, even if they tell you it's not. Right, Max Hall's finally got a proper lap in. 16th quickest so far, 69.096 for the 18-year-old from Gloucestershire, having this morning impressed once again. Top 6 in all 4 sessions at the start of April on the Tuesday, the 1st of April, the Wednesday, the 2nd of April, when we went to Croft. Fastest in one of those sessions as well to get real headlines, and he was up there doing it again this morning. 3rd quickest overall, only behind Tom Ingram and Adam Morgan, who've got a fair bit more experience than him in these cars and of this circuit. So that was impressive once again. So he'll be one to watch in the blue and yellow rocket-backed number 93 car on the Cupra Leon's run by Unlimited. Ronan Pearson late on parade this afternoon, but he's just completed an outlap and stays out there, which means he's about to put his first timed lap of the session in as Max Hall goes across the line and improves again up to 11th place now And also improving, Josh Cook, who was trundling around on his own for the first 10 minutes of the session as the only driver out there. Everybody went quicker than him, but he's just put his best lap of the afternoon in, 68.266 seconds for Josh. And that's quicker than he went this morning. So Josh was 13th in the One Motorsport Honda this morning with a 68.4. He's just done a 68.2. And that puts him 4th quickest behind Chilton, Lloyd and Rowbottom. So a Hyundai is quickest, a Hyundai is 2nd, a Ford is 3rd, a Honda is 4th, a Vauxhall is 5th quickest, and then another Ford 6th, a Cupra in 7th place, a Hyundai, the Hyundai's going well here, 8th, that's Chris Smiley, and 9th, Adam Morgan, and then a Ford 10th. Which is Dan Camish. Next to Patterson goes over the line. Ronan Pearson's put a lap in now. Sorry, that was Ronan Pearson over the line. That's a 1:10, not absolutely flying yet. What about Josh Cook? Is that a good lap time? It's not bad. It's a 68.4. It's not quite as quick as he went on the previous lap, but still pretty quick. 68.49. And then next one over the line is going to be Dan Rowbottom, and that is 68.6, 4/10 off his best lap of the afternoon session. His teammate, one of them, Dan Camish, the man from Leeds, goes through over the line. Wants to get more stability from the car this afternoon, he was saying. 68.5 is his best. That was a 69.0. And then Daryl De Leon next through. Not the youngest driver in the field anymore, thanks to Maxwell, but still only 19 years of age. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars, I think, on track at the moment. And Tom Ingram is one of them on an out lap. Hasn't yet put a time in, but he was the one to beat this morning, that's for sure. Looked quick, didn't he, at the end of the first session. Lights ablaze for Josh Cook as he comes out of the Robert chicane, goes over the start-finish line, and that's in between the 2 lap times. So last 3 laps, 68.2, 68.4, and that was a 68.3.
What was Tom's time from this morning, Chris? Can you remember?
It's 67.799.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 49 thousandths quicker than Tom Chilton's best lap time from this afternoon.
Yeah, not much.
No. I reckon we'll get quicker at the end of the day. They're going to go for it, aren't they?
I think you're right. The last half an hour is normally quite exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So saying they'll spend it all in the pit lane.
No, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Well, definitely the case, wasn't it? As we've talked about a couple of times now, 2016, young Ash Sutton on his debut, quickest all day long, and Matt Neal was like, I'm not having this. I'm the most experienced driver in the history of the championship. I can't have this young whippersnapper outdoing me on day one. And he went out right at the end to beat him. It was by thousandths of a second. It was very close, but he did top the times in the end. So it's a bit of bravado there between these drivers. And, you know, you always want to be top of the timing screen. It's never a bad thing, is it? Tom Ingram's first proper lap of the session, good enough for 9th place in the number 80 Team Virtue Hyundai. That's a 68.516. 9/10 of a second between the top 16. Tight. James Dorlin has now appeared on track as well, so that's everybody correct and present. He's the last one out this afternoon.
Max Hall is just being pushed into his garage. I thought the car was about to be prepped to go out on circuit. It was on the apron in front of the garage, but now they've popped it back into the garage. And I've just seen Nick Hamilton making his way back to the transporter at the back of the garages as well. I just missed him, just wasn't quick enough.
Yeah, good to catch up with Nick. It's really good to have him back in the championship, and let's see if he can get some good results this year. Black and white flag for number 14, which is Ronan Pearson. Green arrow for number 80, Tom Ingram, which means you've moved up the timing screen, and he's moved to the very top of the timing screen because Tom Ingram, quickest of all this afternoon now with a 67.832 on only second lap of the afternoon. So that puts him 16 thousandths of a second ahead of his teammate Tom Chilton. And the Team Virtue cars are now first and second. And if you include Dan Lloyd in that as well, the Restart Racing car, that means Hyundais are first, second and third in this session. Something to bear in mind when we get to qualifying a week on Saturday for the first qualifying session of the year. And Ingram has just gone and done a personal best through the first sector as well, the run down halfway down the crane of curves. And he's not very far off the best first sector time, which is set by Tom Chilton. So just the fastest speed trap time, 136.1. And he goes through the second sector. He's lost a couple of tenths through that second sector, that run up to the exit to Coppice. So it might not be quite as quick, but it's still going to be pretty good lap time. I would have thought it's going to be a low 108 this second run, just not quite as quick as the previous lap. Charles Rainford certainly kicks up the dust as he makes his way out. Ingram went through the last sector. It was a 67.860 because the last sector was good in the end, so it wasn't quite matching his absolute best, but that lap would have been good enough for third. So he's got the first and third quickest lap times of the session so far. Ingram is top, Chilton is second, Lloyd third, Rowbottom fourth, Cook fifth, but Chilton, Lloyd and Cook are in the pits. Doble is sixth. Shedden was up to the top six. He's down to seventh now with a 68.328, but he set an improvement a couple of laps ago. Ash Sutton eighth, Dexter Patterson and Chris Smiley, the other two drivers in the top 10. Like Dan Lloyd's just gone back out, Mikey Doble's just gone back out, and Adam Morgan has just gone back out onto the track as well. So, Tom Ingram, you certainly would be pretty foolish, I think, to discount his chances of going for the championship again this year. He's kind of always thereabouts these days, isn't he? And has been for a long time. Runner-up last year, runner-up in 2023, champion in 2022. So he's either been first or second in the last 3 championships. Runner-up in 2018 in the championship as well, twice an independence champion. You've got to go back to 2016 was the last time he didn't finish in the top 6 in the championship. 10 years, it's impressive. So Tom Ingram should be up there again for the fight. He's twice just missed out of the championship by a handful of points, and he's won the championship. So he's seen both ends of that spectrum, and that will be certainly fuel to the fire to want to do it again. And as I say, it always goes well around Donington. He's had more wins here in the last 3 years than any other driver on the grid, if you combine the races at this version of the circuit and the Grand Prix version of the circuit as well. Right. So Ingram back in, Chilton in the pits. That leaves Dan Lloyd as the highest placed driver in this order, but he comes into the pits as well. So all the front runners, in fact, every one of the top 10 at the moment is in the pit lane. James Dorlin still building up speed. The Yorkshireman goes over the start-finish line. It was good to catch up with James earlier on. And 26 years of age now. Started out karting, as most of them do. He was a double South Yorkshire karting champion at the Wumwell circuit, which is famous in the world of karting because it's down the middle of the 2 straights. It's got a brick wall, which you didn't want to hit. It's a bit like a street track in that sense. So he has to be pretty brave to drive around that. That's where he started his career. And as I say, went on to race in Clio Cup and runner-up in that, Porsche Sprint Challenge champion in 2020 and British GT after that.
I continue to love the personality of Max Hall, who, when asked why the car was being pushed into the garage, he said, when I was out on circuit, the brake was going all the way down to the floor, which I didn't think was a good idea. So I brought the car in and they're working on that now.
He's got a really good sense of humour as well.
He really has, yeah.
It's quite kind of self-deprecating as well, isn't
It
he?
is, yeah.
To take himself too seriously.
I said, oh, well, they'll fix that. And then all you've got to do is in the last half an hour, go quicker than anyone else. And he said, oh, yeah, that's easy.
Yeah, done that before.
Done that. Been there, done that.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be one of those that's got the longer queue outside of his garage when you have the pit lane walkabouts pretty quickly, I reckon. I mean, I think he already got quite a few fans when he was racing in the minis. A, with that livery, and B, the way he drove, and just, that sort of really fun personality that he's got. So, 18 years of age. How many years could he have in this championship? How many successes could he have? I mean, it's early days. Like, he's gone quickest in a session. He's been up there in the top 6 in all the sessions. It all looks good. But of course, proof is in the pudding, as I said earlier, when you start racing with these guys. But we know he can race, and he was the driver that gave Dan Zierlos, the biggest run for his money in the championship last year in the minis. And we know how good Dan is, and it's a real shame that Dan isn't on the grid this year, and it's only purely because of having not been able to get the finances and the backing to do it, because he's absolutely got the talent to do it, and he showed that when he came and did the last few races of the 2024 season. But we will see him at Toka meetings, because he's one of the exciting names that's coming into the Porsche Sprint Challenge this year, Dan Zierlos. So that'd be good to see how he gets on in the Cayman, won't it? But yeah, point is, if you can race against Dan Zierlos, who knows minis inside out and backwards as a multiple champion, then you're pretty good, I reckon. So yeah, we're quite excited about the prospects of what Max Hoare can do. But there's 23 other drivers that will want to stop him doing that.
I was going to say, not only doing that, but doing it at the tender age of 17 years old is really something quite exceptional, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of at that age, we hasn't been worn down by anything yet, as well as everything's good, everything's positive, everything's enthusiastic. He has had disappointments though. I mean, going for the championship last year in minis, drive shaft went off the line at Knock Hill, I remember, which really scuppered his chances, and that was done. But
I like that way of looking at it. It hasn't been worn down by the harshness of life.
Yeah. Like the rest of us.
He hasn't become cynical or pessimistic about things. It's a lovely outlook as well.
Yeah, and hopefully he'll keep that. I mean, there'll be disappointments, there'll be down days, and even at 18, he'll know that. If you've come up through karting or you've done the junior race, as I say, had disappointments in minis, you'll know that in motorsport, there's a lot more that can go wrong than can go right, isn't there? And it's some of it out of your control completely. Somebody else can crash into you, or something can go technically on your car. Nothing you can do about it. It's one of those sports where you're never really fully in control of it. You can do what you can do, but you can't control everything. Unlike in another sport, it's down to you or what your opponents do. In this, there's always the element of the car as well, and the technical side of things to go wrong, and luck.
So just sort of having a look at this, Hyundais are going quite well, aren't they? Really quite well. I didn't think Tingram would be that happy about his teammate, although they do both get on incredibly well. They share not only a sense of humour, but also a mutual respect for each other. But with Tom Chilton on top of the times and Tom Ingram not, he's now reversed that, hasn't he? Knew that wasn't going to last for long.
Yeah, he did. He went out, bang, bang, 2 laps. One lap put him up there. Second lap put him top of the times, back in. And that was done.
Exactly that.
A statement, that, isn't it?
Just a little bit, isn't it? So just looking down the order, Tom Ingram, Tom Chilton, Dan Lloyd, Dan Rowbottom, Josh Cook, Mikey Doble. We've yet to see... Oh, no, hang on. There's a change there because Adam Morgan has just popped up a couple of places as well, hasn't he?
He's gone really well today, hasn't he, Adam?
He really
should
has,
be no surprise. He's a really experienced driver. He's a multiple race-winning driver. But, it's all new for him, the car, the team. Back to front-wheel drive as well, and he knows... he can drive anything. He's done lots of rear-wheel driving, pre-BTCC trim as a Ginetta challenge racer, but, more recently he's been racing rear-wheel drive BMWs in touring cars. He switched to front-wheel drive. It seems to just suit him, and he's on it straight away. So could be another dark horse, couldn't he, Adam Morgan? He certainly, a few years ago, went into the last round of the championship with a chance of the title. He was a bit further back, but he mathematically had a chance. He'll have his 400th race in the championship coming up in a few rounds' time. So he's plenty experienced, 11 wins, 42 podiums. He's a runner-up in the Independence Championship back in 2022 as well. So, it's kind of one of those drivers that there's always one in the championship. He kind of goes a bit under the radar, doesn't he? And it's easy to forget how quick he is. And he's kind of a pretty placid character as well, isn't he? He doesn't get sort of really het up or angry, like that you see anyway about stuff. He's pretty laid back. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he goes. Mikey Doble back out, getting quicker, 5th fastest in the Astra, 68.251.
I've got a feeling that Stephen Jelly is about to go back out as well because he's tying up his bootlace. You're right, Stephen. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Is it good to be back?
Yeah, it's good. It's we're trying a lot of stuff on the car and getting to grips with it, and it's good. It's really good.
Very different, I guess.
It is, but it's, you know, underneath it all, you can feel the British touring car under there. Obviously, all the cars have got the same sort of suspension, so you can feel the basics there. It's just, you know, understanding how to use it. We're getting there.
Got a feeling you and Josh are going to work rather well together.
Yeah, he's a good chap. Obviously, he's going well and got a lot of experience of this car. And yeah, I think it's going to be a good year.
You know, you've got a couple of young fans that are waiting for your autograph. So before you get in the car, I'll let you do that and sign a quick autograph or two, and then get into the car. Quick word with Stephen Jelly.
Yeah, it's always good to hear from Stephen. So your technical ask somebody feature, that should be with Stephen, because you interview Stephen or speak to him, he's really switched on.
He'll go on for hours.
Yeah, he's good. He gives a real proper. He's really good at describing things, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he's very eloquent and gets, you know, some of the aspects of driving, what the, you know, technicalities of driving. He conveys it really well. So yeah, it's always good to hear from Stephen, and yeah, see how he can go. His best season so far in the British Touring Car Championship was his second season in the championship, all the way back in 2009 when he was in the Team RAC BMW, the WSR BMW.
That's
got
right,
a couple of wins at Rockingham that year, and he was top 6 in the championship.
When he regaled us with his guitar playing in the evening.
Right.
That very meeting.
Yeah, started out, it was single-seater to start with, wasn't he? He was Formula Ford, and then I remember first time I ever interviewed him, he was doing British Formula 3, like 20 odd years ago now, or just about 20 years ago. And even got to GP2 Asia for a period. But then
back in the day when we all thought we were terribly clever as commentators to say Jelly's got a wobble on, and all of those things that we to be honest, we even bored ourselves with them in the end, so we don't do that anymore.
Yeah, he must have heard that one a million times, mustn't he?
1,000 million times.
A good Porsche racer as well, wasn't he? I mean, he went back into Porsche Carrera Cup last year, didn't he? But really, plenty of wins and podiums in Porsche Carrera Cup racing as well. So, yeah, 7 wins in Porsche Carrera Cup. You don't win in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain if you're not a good driver. So, yeah, see how he gets on. And as I say, it's good experienced lineup they've got there, which makes sense for One Motorsport. Right, Ronan Pearson and Dexter Patterson both improving up to 8th and 9th now, so they're looking good. That means, Alan, less than half a second between all of the top 10.
That's not bad. Yeah. It's only testing.
It's kind of standard these days in touring cars, isn't it?
It is a bit,
yeah. It's just ridiculous how close it is.
What was it Murray used to say? You can throw a handkerchief over the top 10 on it, which I always thought was a lovely phrase.
Yeah. Imagine trying to do it, though. Yeah, it was. We've had it at a few years ago now at Brands Hatch. I know it's a shorter lap, but Brands Hatch Indy, we had everybody in the field within a second of each other, didn't we? Within 9/10 or so of a second of each other.
I think we've had that at Silverstone as well, haven't we?
Yeah,
on the national circuit.
Yeah, another shorter circuit. It's not that short here though, and you've got 9/10 between 17 drivers, so it's good. It's really good. It bodes well for a competitive season. Dexter Patterson. He's my dark horse for the season, if you're going to ask me to stick my neck out. Not necessarily saying for the championship, but for, you know, a really good season, maybe some podiums. Dexter Patterson up to 5th place, impressing again. Dan Lloyd's just gone 3rd quickest, though, with a 68.003. Mikey Doble's out there. He goes over the line. And where's Mikey at the moment? He's 6th. Didn't improve on that lap. But that's because it was his out lap. He's only briefly in, you know. He came in and he's gone straight back out. But he's out there on track. And Dexter Patterson, on his most recent lap, has done the absolute best first sector time, a personal best second sector time. Here he comes over the line. This is going to be a good lap, I think. Through he goes. It is his best lap of the session. He actually stays 5th because it doesn't improve by much, but it's his personal best so far this afternoon, 68.086. And that puts him to within 31 thousandths of a second of the next driver at the order, which is Dan Rowbottom in 4th. So Ingram and Chilton 1st and 2nd. They're in the pits. Lloyd is on track. He's 3rd quickest. Rowbottom in the pits is 4th. Patterson on track is 5th. Doble is on track. He's 6th. Cook and Morgan both in the pits are 7th and 8th. Ronan Pearson's just gone up to 9th. And Gordon Shedden is 10th, and they're both on track as well. So about half the field in the pits, half of them on track. Mikey Doble goes through again, 68.881, not quite as quick as he has been going, but again, it's not just about getting one quick lap time in. You've got to get a car that will be good over a race distance as well. So doing some longer runs will no doubt be a feature of the afternoon. But with only 51 minutes to go now, we are probably edging a bit closer to that sort of period where you think, yeah, probably the last 20 minutes, half an hour, they're going to go for it. And we're going to see some quick one-lap qualifying type runs. I hope so anyway. I hope so. We'll see. Aaron Taylor-Smith up to 12th has improved as well. And he is now into the 68s as well, 68.4 for him. So exactly, or almost exactly 9/10 of a second between the top 17 as it stands. And out laps for Chris Smiley and for Dan Camish, who are in the middle of the pack at the moment in terms of lap times, in 13th and 14th position. Sam Osborne in the other Focus comes into the pit lane. And I'm just going to flick through the screen and see how the track temperature is compared to what it was. It was about 20 degrees this morning when I looked halfway through the session. But the sun hasn't been out as much this afternoon. It's kind of held it though. It's 20.6 degrees, so it's still good. It's about 14 degrees air temperature, so nice and warm. Again, pretty perfect. And the humidity at 73%. It's not too humid either. So, yeah, good conditions for the engines to breathe, the tyres to work. Could we get sub lap record pace? Probably, possibly anyway. We'll see in the next 50 minutes or so. So again, a bit of a quieter period now with more cars coming into the pits, including Dan Lloyd. So I think out there we've got Mikey Doble, Gordon Shedden, Chris Smiley, Dan Camish, Stephen Jelly, I think Stephen Jelly's not out there. Charles Rainford's out there, Darryl De Leon's out there. Majority in the pits currently. Calm before the storm maybe. Also into the pits comes Gordon Shedden now, back in the championship for the first time since 2022 for 3 seasons now. Just the 395 races to his credit, 52 wins, incredible career. And when he came back into the championship for a couple of years in his most recent stint, after focusing on the World Touring Car Championship, he came back in 2021 and 2022 with Team Dynamics. Of course, that team pulled out of the championship, and the Halford sponsorship that they had, that was a big blow for the team really, because it was a late pull-out for them, and Team Dynamics didn't have then any time to get a new sponsor in, and they dropped out of the championship. That was where we lost Gordon, but he was back in 2021 and 2022 after a sabbatical. He was competitive then, 6th in the 21 season, 7th in the 22 season, couple of wins each season. Interestingly, a couple of wins here as well, one each year at Donington Park. So interesting to see how he goes in a couple of weeks' time. His first win all the way back in 2006. First podium back in 2001. Sorry, first win 2001 as well, one on his debut weekend. So now a Toyota Corolla driver with the Speedworks run outfit, Christian Dick's team. Team leader, I guess, in terms of the amount of experience that he's got compared to the others around him. Adam Morgan, pretty experienced as well, as we've said. And then the 2 younger charges, Pearson and Dorlin, to make it a really well-balanced team. 4 cars, lots of data shared, should be good. So we'll see how he gets on. But he's been thereabouts today, that's for sure, and he's in the top 10 once again. So top 12 on the timesheets now in the pit lane. So yeah, a little bit of a lull out in terms of track action. But if I look to my left and look down over the pit lane, I can see half a dozen cars with their rear quarters facing out of the garage, and for half of them, race engineers poised, looking like they're ready to pull the cars back. And Jake Hills is the latest to join that group as well. In fact, he's going to roll straight into the pit lane. He's the last one on the pit lane, closest towards the pit lane exit, and he's about to head out, and I think quite a few more are about to head out as well. So it will not be long before that track gets a bit busier once again. It's slightly
more overcast here now. It's quite bright still, in a sense, but the sun isn't directly out upon us. It's hidden behind lots of white and light grey clouds. For those of you not here listening in, it's not quite the really nice spring day that it was up until about lunchtime. It's got a bit more, just a little bit duller, but it's certainly looking like it's going to be dry for the rest of the day. And I think we've been quite lucky there, because there's large parts of the country where it's definitely not dry today. I think we deserve that at Donington, because we've had some bad luck with the weather over the last few years. So it's looking like it's going to be a pretty decent end to the day in terms of the weather, and no excuses really not to go quick then in the last 46 minutes of this session. So Jake Hill back out, and where was he this morning? We didn't do quite as much running as some of the others, and he wasn't flying up the order, but we don't need to worry about Jake, because Jake, we know he's always going to be quick. And again, he might not be working towards one quick lap time, he might be working things out on the car, but for him to be back and back with the same team, back with the same car, same sponsors on board, working with MB Motorsport, Mark Blundell once again, that consistency and that knowledge of how to work with the other people around you is definitely going to help him. But no doubt about it, they will be targeting him this year. He's the one to beat. He's the one with the number 1 on his car. Yeah, it was 15th this morning in the BMW with a 68.5. So far this afternoon, he's done a 68.7. So we haven't seen him absolutely let rip yet with that BMW. That doesn't mean that he's not going to at some point. But, you know, what he really needs to be is quickest a week on Saturday and a week on Sunday, not necessarily today. It'd just be nice to have those bragging rights, I guess, going into, and have that confidence as well, going into the first race weekend of the season here at Donington Park. So, yeah, for Jake now, most experienced driver with that car in that team now for West Surrey Racing. Now that Colin Turkington's not there. In fact, it is. It's flown by, hasn't it? It's going to be his 4th season here with West Surrey Racing in that, well, the West Surrey Racing run car, Rocket MB Motorsport BMW. He's now driven for his 4th season, this.
Which is remarkable in itself. Remember his first outing at the test meeting that year, and having a conversation with him out the back of the garages at, I think it was Brands Hatch, where we had the official test then, and was asking him, you know, what's it like being involved in the whole organisation, everything that's going on, and he was a little bit sort of wide-eyed at the whole thing, but it's worked out pretty well, hasn't it?
Very well.
You could say.
Yeah, I mean, we always saw the potential in Jake, didn't we? And yeah, he's been involved. He's been on this package for a long time, back as a Ginetta Junior.
10 years.
Yeah. When was it? Probably more than that now.
Oh, when he was in juniors,
yeah. It was 2009. He was racing in Ginetta Juniors. So yeah, it took him more than 15 years, and moved on and raced in Super Cup, and then came into the BTCC, and kind of slightly, I suppose you'd say, slightly underfunded, wasn't he? He wasn't able always to be with the best car, the best team. He raced the old Audi S3, for example, at one point. Raced with VWCC at one point as well. But it's been a while now. Since 2013 he made his debut in the championship at Croft well, he raced 2 cars that season, the motor base Ford Focus at Croft, and then the Exocet Racing Audi A4, if you remember that, at Brands Hatch. But the meteoric rise to stardom with that BMW, I mean, he's won 20 races in the British Touring Car Championship. 17 of his 20 race wins have come in the last 3 seasons, all in that BMW. 8 wins last year, 6 wins when he was 3rd in the championship the year before, 3 wins, 3rd in the championship the year before that, 2022. So it gels, it works.
I am indebted to one of our listeners that was listening earlier on when we were talking about Oscar Piastri, having come from the British F4 Support Championship for the BTCC, and we mentioned his mum, Nicole, and that she's lots of fun online. So someone has taken a screen grab and sent it in of her saying, once you're done playing games on your phone, Oscar, do you think you could FaceTime me so I could possibly congratulate you on your win in China? and an eye-rolling emoji, I think is the best full stop on that one.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, she's well worth following.
So did you get to meet her when he was in F4?
I don't know. I mean, my whole point is, if I'd have known how funny she was, I'd have made a point of interviewing her. But I think that passed me by. Harry says, even as a Tingram fan, I have to give best livery this year to Max Hall or the PMR guys this year. They looked absolutely ace.
Yeah, yeah. I like that Vauxhall. It just looks good, doesn't it? It works. And Max Hall, yeah, kind of with that similar-ish livery that he had in Minis last year. I knew that was going to be a hit. Yeah, at this point, what's your favourite livery? It's hard to choose this year, you know.
Well, today is only the first day that we've really had a chance to have a proper look at them. This one comes from Matt, Amelia and William. Says, hi, Alan, Chris. Please, can you wish Kim a happy birthday for yesterday? I won't say how old. We are down at the old hairpin, watching out for Tingram. And that comes with love. From Matt, Amelia, William, happy birthday, Kim.
Yeah,
great to have you here.
Happy birthday. Enjoy your day. I hope you've enjoyed your day. And... yeah, I like the blue and white BMW as well.
Looks nice, doesn't it?
Looks
really smart.
Livery on it. Yeah, it's not as flashy as some of the other liveries. It's a bit more simple and clean, but it's nice. I like it.
To quote Wallace and Gromit, I think it looks very neat and tidy.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But yeah, I'm with you on the PMR Vauxhall Astra. I think that looks cool as well. I like Toyotas as well. I mean, I like all of them.
So I'll be honest, I really like the look of the Toyotas this year.
Yeah.
I think they look fabulous.
Yeah, black and red and white all just goes in racing.
Really smart.
I used to like that colour scheme back in the 18th century in our race carts. Always had black, red and white was a good colour scheme. Just looks a bit slick, a bit professional, I think.
I like a bit of matte livery as well. And
yeah. Yeah, but they look great, and you know, a lot of care and attention goes into that, doesn't it? That
Absolutely.
side of things.
Absolutely.
Somebody will have spent weeks getting that right, designing that, making sure they get what they want, but get all the sponsorships, decals in the right places as well.
We mentioned it this morning, but I used to be fascinated that Tingram used to design his own car, the way the car would look. Certainly when he was driving a Toyota, he was sort of moving decals around on a computer screen and saying, okay, this is what I want it to look like. Sort of cut and paste on a computer screen, essentially. I don't think he's got time for that now.
No, true. Too busy making social media videos.
He's too busy making videos.
Comedy videos on social media.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
We were waiting for the Tom Ingram chat show to be on ITV or something like that.
Hi, Tom Ingram.
He's the new Graham Norton. That could be the thing after touring cars.
Hi, Tom Ingram. If you weren't a racing driver, what would you have been? Would you have been Morecambe or Wise?
Definitely not Wise.
No. He would have. He would definitely have wanted to be in the entertainment business, wouldn't he?
Well, he is.
He is.
We are. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
There was no more entertaining place in the British Touring Car Championship. Don't you worry about that. Right, Chris Smiley in. I seem to have restarts seem to got to grips pretty quickly, don't they, with that Hyundai? It's looking good so far. It's a very experienced driver pairing. So, but yeah, only their second season, remember, in BTCC. They've switched cars, so good effort for Ben Taylor's team. Only 30 races young. Compare them, for example, to Speedworks. 328 races in the British Touring Car Championship. And West Surrey Racing, 708 races and over 130 wins in the championship.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your messages today. I'm going to count up how many, not now, it'll take too long.
That'll be really boring.
When I get home, I'm going to count up and make a spreadsheet, which I'll forward on to you for auditing purposes. But this comes from Andy and Jen. Hey, guys, could you wish myself and Jen a happy 11th anniversary for next Thursday, as we both will be cheering our pal Robo this season. The livery looks the business. And that comes from Andy and Jen. Happy anniversary to you two, and great to have you listening today on Toke Alive here at Donington Park on 94.3. We are almost into that golden half an hour now.
It better be. We've bigged it up enough now.
Like so, they're
and like I say, they'll all come into pit lane,
have a cup of tea, done for the day.
We'll be playing Scrabble.
Get me Yahtzee or whatever, yeah, in the back of the garage. No, confident that we are going to see some quick lap times. We're going to have more than 2 drivers in the 67s, which is what we've had for a while now. The 2 Toms, Ingram and Chilton. Tom Ingram's only done 14 laps, and I reckon 4 or 5 of those were just out laps, just out and back in. So he's been fairly conservative with the amount of running he's done this afternoon, but he's been highly impactful as well, hasn't it? Busiest driver this afternoon, or busiest drivers, Dan Lloyd, 33 laps so far, and Stephen Jelly, 33. Oh, there's one more that's done better, or done more, which is Aidan Moffat, 34 laps Aidan has put in so far. Least busy, Max Hall, 7 laps. Yeah, and a fair few of those were out laps as well, including where he was just about to get going and the red flag came out.
And he had no brakes.
And he had no brakes, yeah. Wasn't his fault, though.
No, it's not his fault. No, certainly not. That's a great clip. If you go on the previous listens on the BTCC website on live audio, just go to Max's interview on Tin Top Tuesday last Tuesday, and it's not far in, but his comedy timing is brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Here's one I'm going to research for when I'm next with you at Brands Hatch. I try to think of touring car races from Gloucestershire, and I can't.
Now there's a question.
Think of any. Somebody will know. I'll research it. I mean, it's a pointless stat, but it'll keep me busy for a bit.
It's a great question, but you need something to do with the next week and a half, don't you?
Yeah. So we've got Josh Cook, who's Bath, which is it's Avon or Somerset, isn't it? Bath, yeah.
It is, yeah.
That's. But I can't think of a touring car driver from Gloucestershire. He might be the first. He's definitely the first from Dursley in Gloucestershire. Definitely.
I think you might be right. Yeah. But that's a bit of a niche club, isn't it?
Of one, yeah. I mean, he might be the only ever racing driver of any kind from Dursley in Gloucestershire, possibly.
Yeah, true.
Dursley's got quite a nice swimming pool. My kids used to go swimming, and it's got a mini leisure centre, and it's got Sainsbury's, and it's got a few shops. It's got a really nice old pub, and that's about it. Oh, the police station.
I do apologise for my co-commentator.
And we're back, live trackside. Final 36 minutes of the session. So we're on the infield section now, on the way down towards turn 1, and then we're hoping we're going to be able to cut across the track and then basically go back into the paddock. Because at the end of this, because if not, we have to go underneath the tunnel. Going underneath the tunnel is awful. Got some action here, the other side. You'll be watching. Well, give us a wave. Ooh. I love that as well. The Rugby Lions Club as well there as well. Everybody loves this all coming through. So, I hope you've all been enjoying the coverage today. Tom comes back alongside as well. Got Owen, Pico, and JT's behind as well. Lucy and Alex are somewhere around here. I'm sure we'll pick them up somewhere, but Tom, what have you made of the day so far? You've got your own mic.
I've got more mic on it. Is that being picked up?
Can you hear the mic on Tom? I asked my speaker. Max? Can you hear Tom's microphone when he talks? Max?
So, can you hear me at the moment?
No. Yes. Yeah, move it closer if you can. Okay, go on.
So, so interesting day. I think it's winding down actually because it feels like the time drivers have gone through all their set of players for the day. So we've got one of the number drivers coming through. That's going through his record breaking 5th British touring car cycle season. There's the reigning champion, Jake Hill, to become the first driver, I think, since I'm trying to think the last driver to won back-to-back. Is it Ash Sutton?
Ash Sutton, yeah, that's what I remember.
Yeah, so it's a long time since we've had a winning back-to-back. Will it be Jake Hill this year? I think he's going to find it tough, but that BMW does look quick.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think we were discussing earlier about the way the rear of the cars sort of structure. It's like a curved bottom, flat middle, and maybe a curved top, whereas some have got like curved, flat. It's like different combinations.
Yeah. And they're trying out with 3 different, aren't they? Well, 3 different versions of this BMW that seems to bring different faster levels as well. They're looking strong.
Yeah, I think we think they might be potentially sandbagging at the moment. I mean, the thing is, we won't really know until probably qualifying, and because of how BTCC qualifying works, the round 1 quality is probably the only time that we are going to see what the cars are at full pace. Yeah, and also it's worth noting, isn't they've Cyprus now, right?
Yes, yeah.
So yeah, it's a completely different. It could be a completely different look from last year to this year.
And it feels different, doesn't it? As well, we were talking earlier on in the paddock. Everyone feels a bit weird, but the wind's picked. I don't know, it's got cold all of a sudden, hasn't it?
It's been cold for the last hour.
Oh, it has been. Maybe it's okay. Let's have a look. They're coming through more. To be Dan Lloyd. Yeah, a little bit wider, a little bit better. Cars going on, we're heading down towards the first corner where there's no fence. That's going to be even better, I think, Tom, isn't it?
To see the flags over there. Okay, you get a shot at see how the flags. You can just see where the wind is blowing over. That tells you when it's coming that way.
Yeah.
It's kind of sliding a little bit more than what we have seen in the last hour. So that's the way they've had to adapt. And how they the last became the Foxy Extras or the Roberts Brave, however you want to call it. So I think we could well see a mixture of conditions on the weekend when they are racing the opening round of this season's championship. So what do you reckon, JB? Do you think we're going to see that mixture of wind, a little bit of hot temperatures, the sun bursting out of the clouds and that?
Yeah, I think 2 weeks' time, race 1 and 2 will be hot, race 2 is going to be cold. Like really, really cold. Because this shot down massively. Stal de Jong comes in the pit lane in front of us. And
I think it's worth noting that the radar said that we might have had like a chance about, so it's properly clouded over. I haven't felt anything as of yet, but there is that small chance.
Yeah, I haven't felt anything either, which is a godsend as well. JT's giving me the timing screen, which is Ingram on top, 107.832. I presume Megan's put us on the screen with the timings on. Yes, that's also, yeah. Ingram on top, then Chilton, Smiley, Lloyd, Rowbottom, Patterson, Shedden, Doble, Cook, Morgan, Pearson, Sutton, Camish, Taylor Smith, Jelly, Osborne, de Jong, Hill, Hall, Dorlin, Moffat, Rainford, and Hamilton in there too. So I think that's it's pretty much a wild one, but not again the times we had from P1 to Q2, is it? Well, P1 to P2.
Yeah. I think, at the end of the day, we don't really know like what the fuel loads are, what's on running. Race run. I think we've seen a couple hot laps, but yeah, we can't really make long and short of this until until the first weekend of the year. I'm used to a fair amount. Obviously, I'm used to it as well. But honestly, these do sound absolutely fantastic.
Epic, they are epic. Oh, there's a nice gap in the fence there. I know that Owen just coming in just to see if we can get a shot of. Owen, hello. What do you make of today?
Today has been absolutely fantastic. You know, we've seen so many drivers out on track testing. Of course, we've seen thrills and spills. Of course, Nick Hamilton and off circuit. But yeah, today's been absolutely fantastic and a great experience for me.
Oh, pleasure to have you along, and hopefully you go on for some more. I've got JT's phone, so if anybody wants his number, it's 07. Even magazine here. What's JT noticed as well? Oh, another great shoot. Now, we have got JT tags, by the way. He's going to have some images that we can use as a touchscreen about this new BMW rear suspension. How will it be that we even give them their secrets so everybody knows what's going on? If we can figure it out.
Well, we get a few quid for that, didn't we? Or, the way we've been capturing these images. Well, to be fair, JT's the one that's been capturing the images, so which then should be going to him.
Yeah, you've got $1. You better go say, do you want to see what's new on BMW this year?
No, anyway.
You better go to BMW. You better go to another team and say, this is what BMW got this year. Give me money.
Nah.
Okay, let's continue walking into turn 1. By the way, we might lose signal when we go back underneath, but we're planning.
You can see the cars.
I hope they do. I hope you can see down there. It's a wonderful sight. We'll go down there. Lucy and Alex will be joining us at the end of the day, hopefully, when they meet up with us, and we'll be on the grid in the Paddock area. Now, they close in 30. Where's the clock? 25 minutes, yeah. Realistically, I'm looking. Garage doors down. I think that
some of these were on it, as I saw in the grid walk, in the pit walk even earlier on, that some of them they did have gaps between each of the teams. So I'm not sure whether it's just people a day done or some of them. Yeah, I think some of them here are, but yeah, most of these. I think the first team is One Motorsport, which are 9 and 10 here, and then they go all the way down to the end of which I believe is Garage 38. That's why there's a Garage 39.
I could do with another drink. We'll see if that is hopefully going to great soon as well. And when we get down to turn 1, we will be switching around the voices so that everyone gets a shot to sum up their day and get it action. Then we'll head in, get the last interviews, and then we'll try and pop the iPod down where it won't blow over, especially as now there's no cover. And we'll see if we can do a big goodbye. All right. I thought I was going to pick us to say that. But... JT, louder cars. We were there beginning. Well, we were there last race. Now this race. Which is better?
What, Vans or Donington?
The sound.
I like. They sound punchier this.
Definitely been going a bit, because in the ears a bit more.
Yeah, well, I can't really comment. I've got an earpiece on, and it's the same setup which I have when I have a million V8s going, which can be heard from over a mile. So, yeah, and I've just one. Well, it's quieter when we were up there earlier on.
Yeah, there's no one there, which is great for us because we can stand at the front and get absolute brilliant shots for you at home to entertain and hopefully walk over. But I don't know where the marshals are. There was a lot more marshals here last year coming in as well.
Great livery.
Napa.
No, 93. Oh.
Yes. Oh, I see what you mean. I can out to the one. More cars coming out pit lane. Yeah, right. This afternoon. Oh, this morning. Which was technically this afternoon. It was at 1. I'm just wondering, how much data have I used today? That's an apple, yeah. Although, I'll tell you what, we're going to need a refresh of drivers' faces. Because it's hard to tell who's who.
Just car is yellow and blue doesn't mean it's a Napa in 2025 touring.
Yeah, I'm almost jealous of you being in the commentary box. Because you're going to get the graphic slimmings, and me and Tom are going to be here slumming it.
Yeah, you'll be here, but what I've just is a Facebook group called Death Stairs. Well, there's some parks Death Stairs.
Yeah, they are slippery when wet.
What is more Death Stairs, those or the media centre?
Oh, media centre, right? going down those when it's been raining, you just slip straight down.
Where's the Benny Hill music when you need it?
It wasn't broadcast. I don't know if it was or not. So, Owen, your first time you've been here with us as well over the week. Or was it weekend? Today. It's not usually like this, but what have you made of Touring Cars 2025 to start with?
2025 Touring will be a fantastic season. I've been following Touring Cars since 2012, and my family have been following it since 2000, I believe. So we're long-time Touring Car fans. So my knowledge of Touring Cars is very strong, and I hope to bring some of that to JB Motorsports over the coming months.
Can't wait for you to join us as well. We'll get a lot of more coverage of Touring Cars this year. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't go up there. Not a lot of viewing, did you?
No.
Still that.
All the
Last lap, please.
right down at the bottom.
Where's Shingham? Oh, right, I was going to say, she's my right. Circuit doing the same as we are.
We just looked at the timings at the moment, JB. If you look at where the BMWs are,
where are they?
So you've got De Leon in 19th, Hill 20th, Moffat 21st, and Ranger 22nd.
They're sandbagging.
Yeah.
Definitely sandbagging going on for sure. Where the BMWs were at the end of last season, they should be much, much higher.
This is going to be fun now. Turn 1. We were here in race 2 last week, remember? We had a car spin directly in front of me. Come here, coming out of the pit lane alongside us. Adam Morgan as well. It actually feels late as it is. But that is a big rain cloud. But I think it's blowing away, thinking by the wind. Because it's going away from us, coming towards us. So we might just get away with it. And again, the air. Yes, hello, hello, GT.
We go in that corner there, it's good.
We're going in that corner. Shifting JT's angle on this. So you're about to get some insane shot. More cars coming towards us behind us. BMWs as well. Oh, we've got a trainer coming through now, 5, and the 2 Nappers making an overtake as well. Yeah, I've got a feeling we're going to be in for a lot more interesting runs there as well. Megan, how long's to go? Less than 2 minutes? 18. Okay. This will be the run. It is holding on. Oh, yeah, he's shot here. Okay. So here we go then.
Straight to his, I've got Kate's number system. I can just send it straight to this to you. Yeah.
Okay, who's heading our way? Here we go, follow it through. Multiple coming. Starting with Sam Osborne. Global. We are sliding. Global drifting. Oh, is he off? I believe you've got the stats.
Yeah.
Sideways in red plate. And that's that cross AT. I see rain in the distance view.
We'll be done by then, we'll be fine.
Okay, so there is rain in the distance. There, that's going to be. Chilton with Dion just behind him. Red plate down towards Hollywood. And on the outside, a nice move. Here's our shutter. Looking good. We've got one of the virtuos coming out of the pits. Morgan, there's England. Here comes England. Pico, what were your moments of the day?
Going into the gravel. That's unfortunate for Nick, and I'm not sure if we have seen him back out on circuit since. I'll be honest, I don't think he's paying proper attention. But yeah, honestly, like it's just been. This is the first time I've been trackside of British touring cars in about 5 years. Last time I saw touring cars with my own eyes. But for an event like this, was this event 5 years ago? Yeah, I've seen it out of the window from work when I'm. But yeah, it's not like being up close, and so yeah, it's been nice to see the new crop of drivers and everything. So yeah, it's been a really solid day.
Look at the suspension of the BMW now from JT, the front end. It's just, this can be fascinating. We've on a hook the BMW secret brand new suspension. Oh,
yeah, BMW are always there or thereabout in the series, but looking at the upgrades that they've made over the course of the season. Yeah, they could easily be the ones to watch. I mean, Jake's already the defending champion, and honestly, I think he'd probably be Bucky's favourite coming into this year.
I'm with you on that. 100%. I think he's going to be the favourite, and that hurts to say, as Ingram man has been so helpful to us on the channel. But touring cars is no favourites with us.
Yeah, I mean, WSR are always, I've always been a solid team, and yeah, they've done it, and it looks like they've done it again. We're not going to put out the flag too quickly and say like, yeah, no, it's all over and everything. Because the thing is with touring cars is that it's genuine. You genuinely go into a race going, I have no idea what's about to happen. Yes, we usually get the same people sort of fighting for the championship, but it's races like the third race at the end of the day where anything can happen, and they've just got to keep their noses just to pick up points here or there, and then that's what will give them the championship at the end of the day.
Hamilton just come back out for the first time since his down at the final 10, which we saw earlier on today.
Cheers, JT. Okay. Owen, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
How are you finding being this close?
Not too unusual. I've come to a lot of touring car events in my life. Me and my dad usually come about 2 or 3 a year, so for the entire weekend most of the time. So being close to touring cars is not really too different. It's kind of second nature for me at this.
Wait, hold the mic for a second. Give us a rundown, if you will.
So here we are at Turn 1 Redgate. We've got plenty of cars coming around. We've got Dan right lift of his wheel going into Turn 1, then Josh Cook coming around. Of course, here's the Infinity of Chris Smiley. And then we have the BMW of Darryl De Leon, who, of course, had to sit out a little bit of Darryl De Leon joining for this. How he's going to do BMW, of course, to defend their drivers and teams title. So you'll be interested to see what they can do. Then the virtue of Tom Ingram, of course, runner-up last year and runner-up of 2023, finally claimed that driver's title in 2022 that he so narrowly missed out on. In 2018, of course, lost the championship to Colin Turkington, who ended the season with only 1 win. Nick Hamilton on his return to the championship with his teammate Dexter Patterson close behind him.
Nicely done. So, here we go, one. We're just 11 minutes to go. Sutton, Top, Cook, Chilton, Smiley, Lloyd, Hall, Robot, Patterson, Doble, Shedden, Morgan, Pearson, DeYoung, Hamish, Taylor Smith, Dorlin, Jelly, Osborne, Moffat, Hill, and Raven. Black and white flag for the 2 for track limits.
Yeah, it's De Leon, yeah.
Is that your phone? So what are you making of it?
Seems to be up in the pace a little bit now. I think as there's been more and more being laid down. If you just look carefully at number 1, can you just see on the outside the amount of rubber that's been left over? Yeah. So that tells you about how much the track is picking up as more and more rubber is been laid down. Hence why we just have the time. It's so much more quicker than we've seen all day, really. To the 1:17 goes. Just have a look at the timing pace on there. So you just see that Josh Cook has moved up. So he's now the 10 line. So we're starting to see more of those getting into the 1 minute 7s as opposed to the 1 minute 8s of today. We'll see the BMWs actually make their way up the order a little bit because they're still towards the bottom end of the field. And I'd be interested to see.
Yeah, De Leon's just went up. I did see that a moment ago. I didn't see where he went. 14th. There he is. But yeah, those 4 BMWs were towards the back of the field earlier on. And yeah, so De Leon's now just done a lap to put in 14th. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see the other BMW start to put in a. I don't think it'll be a 100% qualifying lap, but it will be just somewhat quick lap to put them into the top 10.
I think it's the same thing because BMW is going to leave here with something. As we fly by, Morgan, Hilton, it looks like this will be the run from the end with less than 10 minutes to go exactly. It was weird being able to be trackside at this line. Refreshing. This is what we can do with Formula E. When you're next there, are you in Monaco? This is it. Awesome.
I have noticed that the only cars that's rear right wheel are lifting up are the Hondas and the Infinitis. None of the other cars seem to be doing it. I've seen one Toyota do it, but it seems like the Hyundais, the Toyotas, doing it more than the others.
Hyundai and Toyota.
Cookies wheel was properly up going into turn 1 here now.
The Toyotas have done it occasionally, but it seems like the Hondas and the Hyundais are doing it.
Keep an eye on that as we go on. Yeah, so what's the next Formula E race?
So I will be at the Barn in London. I'm eyeing up Berlin as well, but we'll see. But the track will be on site in Monaco. I think so we'll have a few people on the ground.
Get him to have a go and get us a box.
Right. Okay. I'll pass that on.
We can do that. Timing's up coming down. Cook now 107, 438 top. Since 70,000 off. But even look at this. 2.4 separate the fields.
Yeah, and that's down to Nick Hamilton, who's only just come back out from that from spin earlier on. So realistically, it's just over a second and a half down to Rainford in the 4th BMW.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. A lot of cars are doing it actually. I think it's actually just down to the roll of the corner as it's going downhill.
Here comes, I nearly said Colin Turkington, but it is Dal Dion.
The BMWs are not doing it though. Never seen them do it once.
Now this is a vehicle with the rear up. Shedden the same. Shelton, all the front wheel drives.
Through now, Mikey Doble. No, he's not on push that road. And Sam Osborne in. They're not. Chris Smiley's on wheels there, and so is Ash Sutton. So yeah, looking on most cars are doing it. Nick Hamilton's on a cruise up there. JK was on. The thing is, yeah, the BMWs are absolutely can't. Here's one going through now. Moffat's on a push up, and his wheel does not come off the ground. Rainford, his wheel does not come off the ground. And then Dorling coming through in the Toyota, his wheel does lift off the ground. Yeah, BMW have really got something.
Yeah, you could just see BMW is absolutely planted at the moment, and that could potentially be down to the sort of suspension work that we noticed they've done over the winter. So we will see if that carries on into other circuits like that. Not Kilwell, most likely the one where it's put to the test.
Young now just going through, planted, Amish skipping. Lloyd's still going for another. He's up, Patterson's up. Patterson, after big continue, much here. Morgan's up as well. What are you making of all the rear tyres going for?
Well, it makes me think that the drivers leaning more on the left-hand side. I think they're left-hand drive, so that explains why the right rear is lifted so much. Because as you hit that sort of gradient, it's kind of like flat stroke gradient. As you are flat on the left-hand side of the car, the amount of weight is more on that side, hence why the right rear is lifted up so much. It's not a mechanical issue, just the way the driver's positioned as they're turning in.
It is looked noble that they were in a really good shot as well. Bold and great.
I just wanted to point out that even though we're praising the BMWs for not having their wheels come off the floor, They are towards the bottom of the time. You got 3 of them at the bottom of the time. The only one that isn't is Darrell De Leon in 15th place. The other BMWs are 20th, 21st, 22nd. So should we be praising them, or should we say that they should be upping it a little bit just to try and get that wheel off the ground instead?
No, they've got something. It's like we're praising them because they've got something to hold on to. And as they fly by us once more with a few minutes to go, how long? 5 minutes. Consensus, BMW has something. Napa back Napa. And everybody else playing again. That's my what's your about that?
I think we haven't seen the best BMW yet, 100%. Yeah, as was said earlier, BMW are always sort of there or thereabouts. They won it, so I definitely don't think we've seen the best of them.
We're going to start walking up, see if we're going to get some practice starts with second flag as well.
They should do them. They did them in the morning, so we'll see if they do them in the evening.
We have no precipice up to the start line because last year it red flags with the rain. We had no idea what would happen. It gives you an idea of the cars coming into the braking zone for you as well and how quick they are. As once again the cameras go through. Would you like someone to change holding camera? Can somebody please hold the camera and take over? Thank you, Tom. Hey, speaker. Hello, speaker. How's your arms?
My right arm's a little bit achy, my left arm.
Good job, Fred, good job. Easy.
I don't know if you mentioned this, but top 2 separated 3,000.
No, we haven't noticed.
Cook and Sutton, yeah.
Wow, 3,000 separated at the moment.
The Leon and Dorlin separated by 8,000. Hold on, there's tons of them. So, Ingram, Chilton, 16 seconds. Osborne, Ingram, 5,000. Then further down the board, Pearson, De Leon separated by 2,000. De Leon, Dorlin separated by 8,000 seconds as well.
Okay, great stuff then coming through. More action, more drama, more braking. That's what we need. Galdion just down a little bit there as well. Don't mind if you get light loose when we go into the tunnel on the way back in. That's Josh Cook doing a practice. Waiting for Noble to go through. Bad. 2. Overtake. Oh, go through it. I thought Osborne was going to go through it, but he hasn't had the opportunity. Braking power. Definitely, I think the W's are equal on brakes. Watch this for the BMW under brakes. So much faster. Jake Hill out there. Ian. Being dragged somewhere. Where are you taking me?
Just through the old hairpin.
Perfect. So we just need, if you look through the trees, into the old hairpin. You zoom in. There we go. Cars coming through there now. We're not going anywhere near the Woodland circuit. We've been here often enough to know where we don't go. Unfortunately, we have to go under the circuit. About 3 minutes after practice starts. Ah! Sunshine! Breaking through! That'll change things a lot, won't it?
Money is too hot in a minute.
Sunshine, maybe there's another box, yeah. We are going to be running a team hot. Back of my head, hasn't it? I forgot to, I don't want anyone to see my hair. Okay. Yes. Oh, good shot. Flag is ready. Hello left. Hello left, Megan. 60 seconds left then of the season launch here will be it. Test day will be over. A whole day broadcasting live, non-stop. Will be done. How about that? Get that anywhere else in touring cars. Especially having a test day as well. Well done, team. Each and every one of you. Well done. And Megan back at base. Rain for coming through. Right, let's take on the track.
Car's coming out with under a minute to go, says track starts for me.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So we're going to get up closer to the grid as Osborne goes out. Look who's waiting. BMW, not gone in. And I wonder if they're going to be the last ones. BMW haven't gone out.
No, I just saw Charles Rainford leave the garage, so I'm not sure whether it's just these. Oh, we've just seen, is that Jake Hill dropping down? Darryl Dion's still got the car door open. It's just been shut now.
Watch out! Watch out! Well, Smiley's going out. And they're having a conversation. Yeah, they're letting him out for a practice start. And here comes the BMWs. Chicken flag then! Testing is over. The next time the touring cars will turn a wheel of anger will be for the season opener. 2 weeks' time. Now, we're going to see something special because we're going to make our way up. We're going to have some start. Perfect way to start off today, I think. Starts. I steal that checkered flag. Marshall's reckon. Oh, that's really nice. Probably not.
I never need to check a flag from a circuit. I've got a small part of Robin Friends' app a couple of years ago. I nicked the London Free. But yeah, I've never sneaked a check a flag.
JT now becoming our camera operator. Should I take my glasses off? Look a bit more ready. Yes. Mine was my actual glasses. So I'm blind as a bat. So if I go down death stairs, you know where we're going. What a day! What an absolute miracle being able to broadcast a whole test day live. Practice starts are now in ahead. Don't run, JT, because that phone is not connected that much.
And also, if you have any C6 tablets at home, please take them. Because otherwise, if you run, just jolt up and down.
Practice starts, JT. Away we go. Listen, Chilton. Let's stay here, JT. Let's not. On the line. All lining up now. We're going to give these practice.
Obviously, for the start of the season, we're starting at Donington, so of course, this is all information for 2 weeks' time that they are getting, so it'll be really useful.
Barely hear anything as well. I'm watching the BMW. Watch him too. Al Dion. Revs are up. Interesting. Put it high up and see what we can get. Everyone's taking multiple as well. Here we go again. That was Shedden. Comes Doble. Dorlins. Camish. W coming again. Take Hill. Oh, this is fun. Everyone coming back into the pit. These are the last three you'll get, everyone. Enjoy them. Last one. And there you have it. All done and dusted. Where's JT? Oh, he's way up there. Okay, well, Megan, we're going under the tunnel. Oh, thank you, Pika. That's very kind. Okay, right, we're going under the tunnel. Are you right going down the stairs? Lovely. Megan, so warning, we might lose signal, and dear viewers, we might lose some signal here. Listen. So when we get down to the tunnel, we'll put it on battle screen, and then as soon as we're back out from it, we'll come through. Okay? Thanks, Ian. Yeah, we're staying on to go to the tunnel. We are risking. Megan's going to battle. Say that again, Megan, again. Oh, Lauren, the son, my son and I love you. I'm so glad you found the channel, and I'm so glad you enjoyed touring car day. That's so nice to hear. What was his name again, Megan? Lawrence Tipping. Nice that you enjoyed it. I'm glad your son enjoyed the test day as well. That warms my heart. Thank you. Right, we're at the tunnel. So go to battle screen, Megs. And do not get alarmed if we lose you, okay? Right, we're on battle screen and I'm walking through. Apologies if we lose it. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. So far, it's okay. You can still hear me. But the further we go, it's going to go. Yeah?
It's a longer tunnel than the other one, so we'll have to see.
It is a longer tunnel. It was all about here it went last time. So far, all looks good.
Picked up a notification on the.
Might be alright. Really? This will be fun. We're so close. We're 3/4, guys. Keep faith. Next, you put it on camera if you like. And full screen, please. And no, just full screen with our camera. We made it to the tunnel. What? JT, you didn't get hit. We got through the tunnel. I've never seen that happen before. Never. Every time I got through it. Blurry. I'll turn it around after that. Just 1 second, Megan.
Thank you for coming today. Thank you for Donington.
I'm
sure that we could bring you our commentary live today and allowing all of you to enjoy the businesses here.
I see some people are doing what we're doing.
Thanks for coming, everybody. Thanks for your company.
Okay, so I'd like to thank Chris and Alan for some commentary work today, as they've now gone off here. Let's go see who we can grab, go to the final thoughts, and then we'll go home. Have a great day. Tom, predictions for race 1, season 1.
Think of. I think it's going to end up being us in the first race.
Sorry? John?
you're asking for race 2 and 3.
Seventh one.
Well, I think it's somewhat converted. Won the first race. And the last one, we're going 8 in Moffat. I think he'll do what he did last year and win race 3.
Oh, wow. A propeller plane. Don't see many of those around. Well, I'm nearly wiped out for the day. We'll be out soon, don't we? Back feels a little lighter. Right, let's see if we can get some final interviews. And then we'll catch up with Lucy and sign off from this one. I think BMW is very much a no-go. We should stay away from them. We should stay away from them. So I'm just diving through. Sorry? We'll get your way, sorry about that. Okay, there we go. Still with LKQ. BMW hiding something. That's what I want to find out coming up later. Napa seemed good. Everyone doing some analysis now coming through. Get Dan Camish's word, but I think he's. I guess I'm going to wait. I'm not going to dive bomb him. Because then, oh, we better get out of the way. I'm not going to dive bomb just yet, but I do want to get Dan Camish's thoughts on how the weekend's gone. Well, the day's gone, really, going into it. Because I think he was eating a Kit Kat. I'm not going to interrupt a man eating a Kit Kat. I'm not going to interrupt a man eating a Kit Kat.
Sorry, what was that?
Eating a Kit Kat.
Yeah.
I want to get Dan's thoughts in a second. To see how it's about. I can see a few more lining up.
You're going to try and grab that?
I'm going to try and have a word with them in a second. Wait. I'm not going to put the mic in. I'm being respectful. I'm just going to catch his eye and say yes or no. JT's back. He's over here. I'll give it a minute or so. I'm patient waiting. You patient waiting? All right, JT.
Hello, sorry, I had to change my lens from the track one to the...
No worries. No worries. Just want to give it a minute. I get in the way of wrap up now. I'm sorry about that. I don't think it's a. I think it's a no. I think it's a polite no. Busy talking. Sorry, not worth it, is it? They were there. Being the back of the paddock does have its disadvantages as well. Oh, hi, Adam. Okay, how did you go in the afternoon session?
Back to medium. Focusing on some setup stuff, some quick tuning tools that we have for next week. So yeah, quite happy.
Good luck. I'll see you next week. Nice to grab Adam Morgan. Coming through this way. Who else is looking around? Oops, sorry. Go through the garage. Round the tyres, round the tyres. It's one of those days where we have to just fight around everybody else coming through. Everyone's packing up, so it's like, it's danger time. Yes, hello.
Jordan.
Where? Oh, yes, Jordan. I'll get Jess. I'll give him a split second. See Flash Gordon as well. It's so awkward button you have to say. JT, if you could just keep an eye on Gordon. I'm patient waiting.
Flashes.
We'll grab him as well in a sec. I'll give him a little to let him know. Hey, you've got a second, sorry. How did you go after the afternoon session?
Lots learned. Like I said to you this morning, we were just playing around with different setups and seeing what worked for me to get used to the car. That last session, what we did didn't work, so which is good because now we know obviously not to do that for quali. But yeah, the more laps we do, the better we feel. So yeah.
Confidence level going into tomorrow?
Yeah, really good. I think would have been nice to get one more day in, but this has been my first proper day in the car really. But I'll be fine. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. We'll use everything we've learnt today and full attack.
Look, I can't wait. Thanks for that.
Thank
See you next week.
No worries.
Did I miss from James Dorman? I'm still debriefing. I don't really want to have a go at him debriefing because that's less of a wonder. He'll still be there. That's the thing. I don't really want to doorstep, and we still need to find Lucy and go to the grid shortly as well because the track's open now. So every Tom, Dick, and Harry can go out there and good, you've already left. Oh, well, one of the trucks has. It's a quick turnaround, isn't it? Trying to see who we've spotted here. Wiley. Oh, no, I've lost him. Drag him out. He's gone right back to the back of the other side of the garage. Always the way when I want to talk to them. Everyone vanishes. I think the drivers really have vanished. Because they're all now going straight back into their technical briefings from it all as well. Hunting the drivers. Cook and no, all gone. I've lost all of them. That way. Let's get Flash. They've all gone, that's the problem, they've all gone into their debrief as well, Catching one is gold, basically.
Yeah, and well, I've already noticed they had that earlier on in the morning when we were down here earlier as unsilenced, so they've changed it already for the next event here.
Blimey, 98 decibels. I take it I'm not allowed back there next week for the commentary. 1, 2, 3 down Lloyd. Yeah, I think this is going to be very hard to find some drivers who are around. I am looking. Empty garage, that was Goodyear Tyre Supply. That's now changed. I think, yeah.
They're quite quick at spinning it around.
Oh, you say again?
They are quite quick at spinning it around, aren't they? Some of these.
Massively. They must have been doing it for an hour before we even went to the end. Problem is now as well, we've got to go over the actual. Oh, I might just get him. Just going to grab him once. And then we can head to the grid. I'm patient, sorry. I do interrupt people. So I was not supposed to say my name then, I was looking around. See already on the top how much they're just de-rigging quickly. Because there is another event on next weekend, isn't there? That's just get out Friday, yeah. Get out, change it all quickly around. I wonder what the feedback's going to be for the car at 12. What it's done, what it hasn't, needs to change. Of course, we're back here in 2 weeks' time. For the season opener. Time is it? 5:08. We've got 10 minutes to off. Probably less than that. Patient waiting, but I'd really like to dive through and get him. Cosmo's coming through as well. Long debrief. Who were we waiting for before, Robert? Don't come. Is he gone? Is he gone? He's gone. See him. Colin's now going to have to go out. Quite difficult, Jitty.
Hello. I have screenshots of the results for later if they disappear.
They probably will. On full screen. Ah! Missed shot. Fucking Jitty. All the fans around. I'm not going to stop. Oh! Don't go into the truck. It, you know, gets dumped out. Hello, what do you make of day one?
Been alright, isn't it? Some of the usual suspects at the top, and a few surprises. Guys at Restart Racing looking very good. A few little things to work on down at WSR, but
they've got a new rear suspension, a new rear aero.
They have all kinds of things. I've had very interesting earlier on, but I can't say anything.
No, right. Tell me later. Text me. Right, I'll see you later. Oh, she's gone to the car. Oh, can I'm waiting. I'm going to hold my mic up. It's like he's doing a ritual. Picker, get this in as well. Look. He's going through the car. He's helping pushing out. He's very much he's putting himself part in the team, isn't he?
Absolutely.
You know what they're doing? Oh, photo. Is it? Is it a photo op? Could be a photo op. Could be. It then is technically free game at this moment. And I do want him. PK, you feeling brave? Feeling brave? I'm running out of time and I'm debating just going to have a quick word with him. I don't know what they're doing. I need to better look at what they're doing.
I mean, like, I'd say right now, if he was like sort of in the garage here, I'd say maybe, but while she's out there, I'd say it's.
We'll circle back. He'll come out. Right, come to this and don't die. Where are we now? Back to the garage we go. I swear, if he walks out and I'm missing, that's going to really annoy me. Right, Tom's just walking around. Simples. We found easier routes. Chilton, Ingram, Virtuosi again. Amazing team. Good day for them. It's a lot of work down at BMW. I want Dick Bennett. I want a word with him. So Dan's. Yeah, Dan's having a look at the engineering. Be something like that. To change ahead of race day. I'll wait for a sec. I've been waiting all day. Because here. I'm going to wait. No, because the evil press. I'm just waiting to see if it goes the same way. Was that Colin Turkington's going? It was, yeah. Yeah, they've gone into a production meeting. Yeah, I think he's an advisor, yeah. Colin, can I have a quick word?
Busy at the moment.
No worries. I'll tell you in 2 weeks. I'll catch you then. Confirms it. That's all I wanted to know, Colin. That's all I wanted to know. He reveals the secrets not for me. Pit lane is still closed for them, but not for us. Okay, so that told us all we need to know. You said, Rico, that he must be an advisor. I said give him 2 weeks. Yes, kind of an advisor role, isn't it?
Very more. You know, he's, even though he may not be driving, he's still a busy man as he has been. You know, wherever he's been, whatever role he's been in, whether it be a racing driver or even just a member of team personnel. And got a job to be doing. So it's the most important thing. Very much.
Yeah, I agree. Right, let's head backwards and then back to the pits and then wrap up because we are running out of time and running out of people. We're now very much into a notebook style of recording, which Pico's used to because he's done several thousand events. Coming through. Where is JT running to? Where are you going? We're going this way. We're going this way. The pit lane's this way. We're just waiting for a dive bomb and see if there's anyone out here. Yes, that's the plan. Wrapping up on the track. Hang on a minute. Drivers. Anyone? Anyone? Anyone want to talk? No. Yes, Sutton. I'm running. I'm running. Can you keep up? I saw Ash dive in, and he's at the back. Right at the back, thank you. Oh, they've gone out for the photo op. It's the photo op. Saw Ash and I went. Let's go straight now. Yeah, everyone's putting the car. Oh, there he is. Napa doing a lot of data work. That's what I've noticed. Oh. Dan, you got a second? How was the afternoon session?
Not too bad, thank you. Not too bad. We worked through a bit of a program. I think we got there in the end. That was.
Good luck.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I know you've beaten Napa's going to be quicker this year. Fingers crossed. They're going to need it. Ooh, okay. That's a surprise. So we're mopping up now, aren't we? I see. Oh, driver already had. I think the pit lane's kind of done now, isn't it? It's annoying. And I think, well, like last year when it threw it down since the track became open, I think they've locked the pit lane for slow medium activity still. What have we got left? So we need to go. Did we get Flash? No, he's still here. I'm on a mission. I want Flash. I will get Flash.
Not be afraid to anything.
Oh, brilliant. Sure, look actually at Shedden's car. Bit damage there from the body work at the front. New suspension. I'd love to actually get him to tell us about it.
Yeah, no, that'd be quite cool. It's really nice to see these cars up close, and I think the access that the British touring cars always do, they do it for the fans as well. Where like some races they have like reverse garages so that the fans can see from the paddock into the pit lane, and so yeah.
I'm going to ask him to tell us about it. I'm going to interrupt and be mean. I'll let him do first. Hit the wrong mic button. So just waiting. There's Dorlin's car. Hello, Peter. Can't even hear me right now. To there and back. Pit wall and back should be, yeah. 150 meters or so. Said something on it. I can't remember. Where are the guys? They've stayed behind. They haven't come through. Hey, look. They're already changing the banner for the next event on Friday. That's an impressive thing. So, just waiting. I'll wait if you wait. I wonder why all the cars have been put out here, PK.
I think you're determined at this point, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah, because he's the big return to the championship. I want to know what that car's like, and I want to know more information about it. So it's like, I'm very desperate at this point. And we've got 10 minutes left. And the pit lane's there. Oh, they have put the gate out so we can't get out. Track action's on. Pit lane must do. If we know where Lucy is. I don't know. It might be. I'm seeing some people though. I don't want to get Ellie's thought on the day though. I'll hold off. Ellie's working down there at the other team garages. Can I go in a sec? Yeah. Yeah, good. I'm a patient man. I won't interrupt a conversation with people. However, I think the media duty is about to become a little bit more interesting because I'm going to be fought by Ellie, who has luckily gone to Nick Hamilton's garage. So I stand corrected. Hello, you can hear me, JT, and I know you can. You can see him just standing at the back there of the garage. I don't know if it's a polite yes or no. It's hard to tell, isn't it? Because he sort of looked and gave a smile. Oh, let's wander back and come back. I'll be 1 minute. 1 minute. There you go. I've just said 1 minute. Pico, keep an eye out for your darts. It's my... I feel like I'm becoming Martin on the grid walk and you're Talia. So there's Mikey Doble's car for this season, looking all nice and rejoiced, which I think looks rather good, doesn't it? Does look good. Rear stand looks okay. Hall, Patterson as well. And Nick Hamilton's car, that went off. Let's have a look and see if there was anything of damage to the car. No, I'm with you on that. Has Shedden darted? I think he has. Cheeky. Wait till I left. Waited. Oh well, I think that might be our coverage. Boys, if you can... Oh. There you go. Just walk through, you lot. I'm coming to the pit lane.
Hear me, come back.
We hear you. Come into the pit lane. Pit lane's open. Come in. It's not open. Ready to
yeah, but I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, I like the amount of
yeah, okay. Oh, there he is. Oh, she's still. How do you go?
Okay.
Nice. Sorry, that's the last time I'll do that. I promise. No, from it. Okay. We get out. I don't want to get in Ellie's way, but the boys need to come through this way. Where are they? Next door. Oh, yes, of course, in the MSV garage. Yeah. This one. You come through the budget garage and you're fine. Oh. See as well. So good. Hello.
There's nothing.
I haven't gone through this part as well. Oh.
Hello.
Pico. 50,000. Immediately 50,000. Notice the new team, by the way, who haven't put their cars out. BMW.
Interesting.
Yeah. BMW. Camish's car looks okay, but he said that there's work needs to be done. Osborne, Rowbottom, and Sutton. BMW, however, have left the gates open at the back. Should we have a peek? Should we have a peek? I don't want to get that close to the press officer. There's Rainford, Moffat. Oh, right, boys. Revenge time, I think. Let's have a look at the rear, shall we? Because here they are.
Oh, interesting. I think JT's probably more qualified.
Yes. How many sneaky photos can you take, JT? How many sneaky photos can you take, JT, this back?
I've got enough. I don't need any more.
Oh, you're brave. I'll just have a look at it as well. Right, can you see, Pico? Just casually hold the camera. Walk casually.
You had Ash Sutton yet?
No, we haven't. Sorry, JT. There is Ash. I'll get Ash in a
Rain
second.
TV,
Yeah, I'll wait until it's TV, but Rainford. No.
Yeah, I'll give you that for 30 seconds. I found the perfect one now. Be right back.
Okay. I think it is as well. It is running around. Pico. Look at Rainford. Moffat. It's JT. He was running. Moffat has rear structure. But then if we come over to the other main West Surrey racing team, you can see De Jong has got that suspension. Jake Hill has also got a new rear suspension. And that looks just a little bit more interesting, as I want to point out. Look at the curves, for instance.
Whatever Megan just said, it wasn't me. My mic's muted.
Might have been me then. But yeah, there we go. Yes.
Look at these.
I know. The rear structure. You can see it before compared to the 3 and 2. What do you think, JT? BMW got a secret talent shirt?
Very interesting.
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. I don't know what to think. Have you found anyone interesting? Because I haven't.
Everybody's interesting here.
No, but I got Shedden before you, sorry. But there's nothing else really, because everyone's gone hidden into debriefs. How do you do your job? See you around one. You need to tell me the right times. I'll see you around one. That's stupid to debrief. Yes.
Oh, hold on.
I was standing this close to it. We can tell it's interesting.
I was given a challenge by JB.
I've changed the setting on the microphone. That might fix it. I'm intrigued. When else can we get up close and personal with these new cars? Saturn's got, I think, the best livery of the blue. The JBMotorsports blue, if you will. Oh, hello. Paintwork damage. We need to brush the tyres at some point. Saturn's still deep in debrief. I'm glad we spotted that, and I know that Richard spotted it as well. And everyone seems to have spotted this. BMW have got a brand new suspension, and it looks so good. Yes.
Look, nothing.
Yeah, look, this is what I'm on about.
But then, go over to the Hyundai, they have something. They have
got diffuser as well. Winglet diffuser, look. The same as what there is on the BMW. Just the winglet diffuser, a little bit. Bring that down. Just a touch. To get more interesting. You can do too. I apologize if my mic is. Oh! Hello. So let's wrap up here, shall we? To bring a hold of the day.
And that is Hyundai.
So, I think your mic is not muted, Jason. We heard that.
I heard. Huh?
We heard it.
My mic.
Oh.
Speaking to this mic. Yeah, I've just saw Gordon Shannon in the paddock. He was speaking to one of those who know you very well. So,
Rich.
Yeah, you'll have to do it another time. But otherwise,
we got him. We got him.
Oh, you got him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's roll around the team, shall we? And wrap up. And what do you make of it then, coming into this one?
Interesting. I like the way that the BMWs have set themselves up in terms of what they've learned, that they know what not to do, maybe, for both Saturday and Sunday when they arrive here. Because I think you were also speaking to, who was it that you were speaking to? Was it Aidan Moffat that you were speaking to? Yeah, so he was one of those that was saying that they've learned what not to do for the race weekend. And yeah, let's see how they go. I think they will be one of the top teams out of Napa. I think Napa, I've got some work to do. I think worthy of saying that they can't underestimate what BMW have done. I think BMW have set themselves up really well. And they mean business. So I'm really looking forward to see how the likes of BMW, Napa and all that, and whether Tom Ingram can still remain in the chase, because he's going to have a battle on his hands this year, I think.
Cheers, Tom. See you in 2 weeks. All right, and want to come in? I'll go this side of you. What have you made of it then, Media Day? Pleasure to have you. And we've got some good season racing coming up.
Yeah, we got a great season coming. It's been my first media day with you guys, my debut on the JB Motorsports channel, and I've really enjoyed it. And we're going to have a great season of racing. As usual, we're going to have the usual suspects up there, sort of BMW, Napa, and Virtue. But I think we could have some upsets. Maybe Toyota. Obviously, they've got a really good driver lineup with Gordon Shedden joining the team. So I think we're going to have a really, really interesting team. And I can't wait to see the true pace of BMW, because we haven't even seen that yet. They haven't even shown their true fangs. So let's see what the season holds, and I can't wait to watch it.
Notice as well that Chilton's got the same rear suspension. Pico, come on in, my friend. Nice to finally have you in person.
Yeah, no, I hadn't even met you properly until today. We'd only interacted over Discord, and so yeah, lovely to meet you. And what a day! I mean, I love seeing it. I love being up close to the touring. It's absolutely. And the joy of this series is that you do go into a weekend and you go, I've got no idea what's about to happen. We've got 21, 22 cars down here, and almost all of them could head into the weekend in 2 weeks' time and go, I could have a shot. But the thing is, they will have 2 more practice sessions to try and iron out anything that they didn't get done today, and then they'll be able to go into qualifying and smash it. And I think touring cars always goes down to the final race of the year, and I'm certain it will again.
PK, thanks very much. I'll see you in a couple of weeks at Formula E. And in comes JT, like a rolling circus. Hello. Well, this is going to be an interesting year, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We've just been playing pass the camera around everyone so we can do this, but it worked. And, well, all of the cars, except BMW, lined out. It's all looking very nice.
Money? Prediction?
You can't say that. We've not even gotten to the Donington for the first.
BMW,
yeah, but we've got Hyundais. They've also got a Twitch. We'll see how it is. They probably were looking at BMW, let's be honest.
Probably will be. Cheers, JT. Tom, if you could spin up to those lights, please. 2 weeks' time. That's it. Until those lights go out, and the 2025 British Touring Car Championship will begin. What is going to happen? Join us here, live at Donington in 2 weeks on JB Motorsports for all of the action. See you soon. Bye-bye.